Hey, this is Salisky, just checking in. Hey, good morning, this is Salisky.
Good morning, this is Judge Price. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Judge. It's Jimmy Harvey.
Hey, guys, this is Salisky. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm going to go mute, but I just wanted to make sure that you guys could hear me. I'm here.
Okay. Hey, Judge. Are we supposed to sign in?
Yeah, I guess.
There's a thing there
I
says,
signed in. I signed in. I signed in.
okay,
Who is speaking?
this is Jimmy Harvey.
Oh, yes. Well, I signed in. I'm on. They see my photograph, I hope.
I can see yours and I can see,
And I can hear you. I can hear you.
so I wonder if it started.
Well, apparently it hasn't.
Yes, it hasn't started yet. This is Dion, so I guess they usually just merge us back over to them once they
Okay.
start.
Well, thank you, Dion. I'm glad you know a little bit about this.
Yes, sir.
How you been doing?
Pretty good. Just
Good.
busy, of course.
I just waiting.
Yes.
You doing all right, Dr. Harvey?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Good.
But I'm not sitting in my car this morning.
You sitting in your office?
I'm sitting in my, well, I've turned two of my boys' rooms into satellite offices.
Oh, okay.
When I retired, my wife took the whole downstairs and said, "This is my office."
I understand. They take the whole house.
So Dion, where do you work at?
He works at DOC. He's a commissioner,
Is he in Montgomery or is it?
a statewide commissioner for Department of Correction.
Okay.
Are your sons and doctors?
No, I have one that's in medical software, and I have one who is in event planning in Santa Fe, New Mexico.
Oh, really? He's way out there, huh?
Yeah.
There's a beautiful area out there.
Oh, he was in Las Vegas, and we didn't go see him once when he was there. But we've already been once. He moved to Santa Fe in August. We've already been there once.
Well, Santa Fe is beautiful. We've been there one time.
It's he loves it.
Yeah.
Hello, Dr. Harvey. I stepped away. My phone actually wrong, so I went answer the call. I am haven't been able to meet you in person, but I work for the Alabama Department of Corrections, and I'm a deputy commissioner over special services. So that is the Law Enforcement Services Division, the Office of Inspector General, Central Records, our Communications Division, and our radio shop. So we keep it going every single day.
Is ready to begin this morning. Our commission is ready to be seated and begin a long day of presentations from our integrators. So if everyone will try to find a seat, we'll begin our meeting today. Good morning to all of you. Thank our guests and our presenters for coming and joining us. And but before we move any further on this December 6, 2023, a meeting agenda full of presentations today from our people looking to get an integrated facility license. I'm going to ask Mr. McMillan to have a roll call with my commissioners.
Chairman Vaughn.
Here.
Dr. Zaleski. Dr. Blakemore.
Present.
Mr. Gamble.
Here.
Dr. Martin. And let me say that we heard from Dr. Martin last night, and she's got some personal issues and is not able to participate. So I'll, in any of the roll calls today, I'll probably not call her name. Dr. Jensen.
Here.
Ms. Skelton. Judge Price.
Here.
Ms. Hatchett. Mr. Harwell.
Here.
Dr. Saflarski. Dr. Harvey.
Here.
Mr. Robinson.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Dr. Zelensky was on. He went mute.
Okay, he'll probably notify us when he comes back on or comment. Thanks, Judge.
Okay.
And we've got
I'm
record
glad
of
you
him
can hear
being
me.
on- We do have record of Dr. Saliski being available, and he is on a Zoom call.
Mm.
So I think he will be counted present. Good to see all of you here today. And as I mentioned, we do have several presentations to hear from today. We originally had some decision items to take up this morning, but we're going to push that to tomorrow. Yesterday afternoon, the public comment period ended at about 5 p.m., which were pertaining to the rules adopted back on October the 12th. But since we have a short day tomorrow, we're just going to wait and revise our agenda to include the final approval of those items tomorrow. So we'll do that tomorrow and have further clarification and discussion on those new rules.
Mr. Chairman, for the
Yes,
record,
sir, Judge Price.
I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow. I don't know. So I have read the two items. I've seen them, etc. I vote yes on both of them in case I'm not on.
Thank you, Judge Price.
Yeah.
Brittany, we'll take them up first thing in the morning or last of the day. Okay, Judge Price, if you're on tomorrow morning, we'll do that first thing if you have a chance, but if not, we'll make note of the fact that you have sent your voice
Right.
of approval of those two items.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, okay, let's kick off our morning with Yellowhammer Holistics LLC. And our presenters are Miss Claire Austin and Miss Shonda Macias.
Yes, thank you.
Is that right? Before you take the podium, please, ma'am, I'm going to ask Mr. Justin A. Day, as he always does, make some pertinent comments about your application for the benefit of our commission members, and we'll go from there. So thank you, ma'am. Justin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is applicant number 1642, Yellowhammer Holistics LLC. You have the applicant's full application and the applicant summary report, and there were no pass-fail items noted in the application.
Thank you, Justin. A couple of other items I'll mention before Yellowhammer takes over. We'll keep time and display with the timer right up here on the counter so the presenter will know the time remaining as you go through your presentation. And those presenters who have provided a PowerPoint presentation, there'll be a clicker here on the small table beside the podium that's available to use at your convenience. Commission members will have an opportunity to ask questions, and as needed, I'll allow additional time for questions and answers at the end of the presentation. The materials for each applicant, including their full application, written briefs, videos, and presentations, have been provided to each commissioner in advance of the meeting. As a reminder, you have received all materials for all applicants, regardless of whether an applicant requested to make a presentation, and all applicants are subject to be considered for an award of a license. Also included in your materials today is a summary sheet for each applicant, which includes information regarding proposed facilities, ownership, and the pass-fail notations that Justin just mentioned. The summary sheets also include the requirements of applicants as provided for in the statute and the AMCC rules. Any questions before we begin? And as I mentioned, Ms. Peters will have the time right up here on the counter, so you'll be able to keep track of your time at the remaining of your presentation, and probably be a good idea to leave us a little bit of time for questions and answers from our commission members. So Yellowhammer Holistics, y'all will have the podium. So we look forward to hearing from you. Thank y'all for coming.
Thank you so much for having us. Good morning, Commission, and thank you for giving us an opportunity to be able to present to you today. My name is Dr. Shonda Macias, and I am the CEO of Yellowhammer Holistic. My partner with me today is Ms. Claire Austin, and we represent our team. I'm really excited about being here for many reasons, but I just feel like my path in life has led me back to Alabama. Just generationally, my father's from Alabama, my mother's from Louisiana, and our family and Claire's family are all on the application so we can come together and to present to you today. I started my journey in healthcare at Howard University, a historically Black college and university in Washington, D.C. My father was in the military, so we bounced around all over the world, but we landed there, and I focused on my life on cancer research. So I studied the BRCA1 gene in women that had an aggressive form of cancer early on. Once I learned how cannabis actually impacted the symptoms of cancer, I then evolved my studies a little bit more aggressively, looking at prostate cancer and metastasis to bone. So what I found, though, through all of my research is that there was a real healthcare benefit to cancer. And as a cell biologist, I wanted to study more. But as we know today, that it was illegal to do so. Instead, I pivoted that seed and focused on just my future working with infectious diseases. So what does that look like? Well, for me, it was important that during my third year in graduate school, I was recruited into a company called Colgate-Palmolive, where I looked at oral care mechanisms as a cell biologist and how they really interacted with different ingredients. I launched $2 billion products, and I was fast-tracked, and Colgate paid my MBA in supply chain management and operational analysis. So here I am with the expertise of having not only the scientific background, but also having the business background. I was able to get 10 world patents and 3 US patents. And from there, I was excited to start my life in corporate America. And then the craziest thing happened to me. In 2013, medical cannabis came legal in Washington, D.C., and I applied. And I won. So I was really excited about the opportunity to be able to collect data to see how cannabis actually impacted the community. And I focused on minority and underprivileged communities and really served that community overall. Now, we serve everyone. We believe in patient care, but because of my background as a woman and also a woman of color, it was very easy for that community to identify with me. And even standing here before you today, being a women-owned company with Claire and also minority-owned is really important to being able to reach our constituents, which are women and underserved populations. Now, that is great to say, but what does that really mean? Well, we have been actually operating medical cannabis licenses currently in 4 different states for the past 10 years. So we are more than qualified to be able to distribute cannabis, grow it, manufacture it, and transport it. And we have all those licenses from day one till today to prove so. But more than that, you can imagine how I felt working in Louisiana, coming to the South and pioneering, growing the program under the Commissioner Michael Strain, being able to then actually have the patient base grow from less than 500 patients to 75,000. This is an accolade I claim. I claim it also because in the Forbes article that launched, we were the first historically Black college and university to actually bring THC and CBD products to the market. So looking at that, that was huge for us. But I felt like I did what God sent me to do, which is to provide patient care, an alternate form of medication to the people and the patients that needed it. But that's not enough. How did I do it? How do we do it? We do it through education. The education portal was so important. Patients just don't sign up for medical cannabis because they're scared. They have been intimidated about the process and actually incarceration. So for us, we have to focus on the medical benefits that cannabis provides. Those benefits include how to use the medicine, what is the medicine used for, and also how to titrate it and use it for your ailment and condition. We speak with the patient on how to transport it. We speak with the patient on, if you have a caregiver, how to train the caregiver to provide that medication for you. So patient education is pivotal, not only in the recruitment of the patient, but in the retention for long-term systemic use so that they can have overall a quality of life. But it doesn't stop there. The key and the heart to a successful cannabis program is with our physicians. And as a healthcare provider for all these years, what was important to me is that after I did the research on how many medical schools actually talk about the endocannabinoid system. Now, I know this is might be advanced, but let me break it down for you. There's less than 9 medical schools that talk about the endocannabinoid system. The endocannabinoid system is a system that actually regulates the circulatory system, the immunosystem, the digestive systems. We have a body of systems, and this system actually sits on top of that. And now, if you have this system and it's not functioning properly, what actually happens is that you see the expression of different ailments and conditions. For example, if you don't have cannabinoids reintroduced into your body, you'll see expression of diabetes, of cancer, multiple sclerosis. These are all the things that I've been looking at through our aggregated data for the last 10 years. And what I've seen is that when patients have expressed disease state, then using cannabis can actually come back and maintain their homeostasis or improve their quality of life. Now, I get excited because the scientist in me always wants to come out. But I think what we need to understand is that with patient education, I have brought a program from 5 doctors to 275. And them learning more about the cannabis as a means to serve the healthcare community has definitely helped the community and has gained a lot more support for our cause. When I think about patient access and patient care, we have to have locations that are close to those that we want to reach. In our application, when we applied, we actually had everything passed, no questions asked, but we did have a fumble. The fumble is when we put in our 5 locations, only 1 register. So if you look at our application, it only reflects 1 retail location where we actually have 5. Those 5 locations included Selma, Talladega, Tuskegee, and Montgomery. And with those locations, they were minority serving populations. And we talked about it in-house on how we were going to pursue this. We decided not to litigate. The reason why is that we knew that if we had this issue, there were going to be other people that had this issue. We decided that we would have our day to be able to bring it up to the commission, and God bless us to do that. So thank you. The most exciting part of this journey into cannabis in Alabama has been working with Claire. Yes, I'm a little girly. Claire has had an amazing farm in her family for over 5 generations. And when we qualified to have 19 years of agriculture experience, a majority did come from the Austin family. 5 generations that the farm has been in their family. And with award of this license, we could extend it to 6 generations. Right now, we know that the farm has been for the last 5 generations, have been able to produce timber and other plants. But as a woman-owned business in the farming industry and also pioneering the cannabis industry, we're hoping that this additional revenue source will keep this family legacy alive. To focus a little bit more on the operation itself, the building that we plan to erect on the farm is 14,000 square feet. It was designed by the top architects in the cannabis industry, and it would take a little bit more than 6 months to actually erect it. It's in Union Springs, and because of what we plan to do with the permanent facility, it's something that would take probably closer to a year to build. So as a part of our application, what we did submit is that we have the ability to come in with another plan. Phase 1 of our plan would actually allow us to implement pod technology in order to get the plants up and running to meet our 6-month operational deadline. And we have done this before. We have the experience to do it again, but this is our goal. We have sufficient funds, as you can see in our application, to be able to personally take care of all the expenses attributed to the medical cannabis license. Also, as a part of our application, one thing we wanted to do was to show our community support collectively in the cannabis industry. So we did reach out to other processors and also transporters. In our application, we have also a blanket MOU. That memorandum of understanding is for those that are awarded. We are more than happy and would be gracious to work with our community to establish a robust cannabis program here in Alabama. So what that means is that we could provide other raw flower to other processors, work with transporters to move from B2B, B2C, different environments with our other awardees of the license. I have to stress that we have been in the medical cannabis industry for over 10 years in multiple states. We have been regulated not only from the Department of Health, the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Pharmacy, and also meet requirements with OSHA and HIPAA compliance. This is something that has been done over and over with our group. We're not a big, massive MSO. We're actually a hometown MSO that focuses on the local community, something I'll touch about that in a little bit in our presentation. But the going home point for us today is to let you know we know how to keep the custody of medical cannabis from the point of seed all the way to sell. And in some cases, which we never experienced, we know how to do a recall also in the case there is some type of contamination to the product. And we do this using very specialized software that actually tracks it throughout the process. So we know that any time in the process where the cannabis is, where it came from, and who produced it, where the hands that touched it, to make sure we have our compliance met. We do have expertise in good manufacturing practices, but more importantly, we are waste management experts. As you can see that one of our business partner has been doing waste management in the state of Alabama for over 20 years. And so we have that covered as well. A part of our application, we did have to touch on not only the custody of the plant, but also touching the monies that come through the system. I can proudly say that after 10 years, I have never had an issue with banking and banking services. So we have those services in place that would apply here to the state of Alabama. And so we can make sure that the money is seen for our tax preparations to pay our local and state taxes, as well as our federal taxes on our monthly schedule. This is fine print, so I'm just going to put my glasses on quickly. And this is about our HR and our training. Our motto here, and it really speaks to heart, is that Alabama jobs need to stay in Alabama. Louisiana jobs in Louisiana, DC jobs in DC. We are here to empower the local community and work with the people that we have established these relationships with. And I say that because we really mean it. We will come down and we'll pull experts to train the local workforce, but they go back. They're not a part of this community. This community knows what's best and how to run the day-to-day operations. So for us, it's very important that I stress that this is something that is built from in and out in the state of Alabama. Very convicted about that. The other thing that I need to stress when it comes to HR and on-site job training, we have to retain our talent, because once we educate them and show them how to perform as a cultivator, a manufacturer, as a dispenser, which we know that being a certified dispenser requires a lot of education and understanding working with the certifying physician, it's very important that we give them health care and dental care benefits, vacation and holiday pay, PTO, medical and FMLA leave, and also paternity and maternity leave. I'm so glad to be able to say that the women in our industry that are on maternity leave are by the state granted 6 weeks. We pay them an extra 2 weeks to stay home with their babies. These are some of the benefits when you have a women-owned, women-led business. We really care about how our people. To stress to you enough about our expertise and our commitment to the medical cannabis industry, I just want to show you by actual numbers that in 2022, all the products that are produced here have been sold in multiple states through our operations. We have sold 5,476 cannabis oil capsules. We have sold 26,010 tinctures. We have sold 78,508 lozenges. We have sold 5,522 lotions. They're referred to as topicals. We have sold 853 suppositories, and we have sold 890,000 nebulizer units dose vials. This is to illustrate, again, we know how to make the medicine. We can make this program successful. We want to be here. We want to grow the patient base here. We care about the physicians. We care about the patients. As a part of our application, we had to submit labeling and packaging. We had to make sure, one, all the proper warnings are on our labeling, but also our packaging is very important. Nothing should attract a child, nothing at all. So very sterile and just informative packaging was submitted on behalf of our team. Not only that, it had to be child-proof and tamper-proof so that if it did get in the hands of a child, that it wouldn't be able to be open. So just know those major 2 compliances was really touched to us because we have implemented the same type of standards throughout our operations. Yes, Alabama is home to us. Yes, it means something to us. But there is a financial side to that, and I have to be fair to present that. When we looked at the Alabama market, with a population of about 5 million, we know that through national statistics, 1% at least will actually go into the medical cannabis program. So we looked at that statistic and then we paired it with the average spend. What that meant to us is that right now, upon launching within the first year, the Alabama market is worth $100 million market. By the year 2028, it'll be over 200 million. Now, I say that not to just express how lucrative it is to get a license. But for us, we wanted to also demonstrate that not only with the sufficient capital that we have provided in our records, that we could actually produce and operate from our cash flows. What we are forecasting what this market will actually turn into is something that is going to be profitable, not only for the healthcare aspect, but from the financial aspect. Specifically, year one, we would have to put in $1.9 million in order to meet our OpEx. So we talked about our capital expenditures, but now we need to talk about our operational expenditures. This is payroll, this is COGS, cost of goods sold, and also business expenses. Year two, that will increase to 2.2 million. And in year three, it will be 2.6 million is what we suggested based upon our data. Now, that is important to know. Year over year, our operation costs will increase. And it will increase because the patient count will increase. We'll have to have more labor. But also, not only we have demonstrated we have sufficient funds, but this will also cover through our cash flows as well that we have projected. These numbers are not pie in the sky. I have these numbers from our other operations that also mimic the same trends. What is very interesting about the medical cannabis in the United States is that there's still a lot of legal issues with that. And as our corporate social responsibility, we have to fight federally with this mindset to change laws that are sensible for patient access. With that being said, in 2018, me and a couple of our colleagues came together and formed a group called the National Cannabis Roundtable. With the National Cannabis Roundtable, we asked the former Speaker of the House, John Boehner, to represent us on the federal level. Today, I can say that he's done a dynamic job. We are having talks about rescheduling. We are also in the current working on the Safer Banking Act and basically making sensible policy changes on the federal level. And so that's work that I'm very proud of and proud to call him my friend. I know I've driven home a couple of points here, but more importantly, my community engagement is important on the state level. So again, the love for Alabama comes in. 20 years ago, I shouldn't have said that because now you're going to try to calculate my age. But 20 years ago, I started a grant with the U.S. Department of Energy. And we had a consortium of historically Black colleges and universities that we worked with. One of those universities was Alabama A&M. We brought funding for STEM projects, including 3D printing and CAD automation. So those are some of the accolades I've claimed because of my relationship with my family, friends in Alabama. The second part of that is that when the state localized the hemp program, it was really important for me to reach out to my community. I reached out to Alabama State University, and they had their hemp program initiated. We educated them on the supply chain of hemp and commercialization of the product in the marketplace. I worked with Dr. Fuqua on that, and it was very successful. As it stands today, we are owners, residents, and agriculture representatives from the state of Alabama. We want to be here. We want to operate. We have the education and the knowledge to do so. We're not a massive company. We're just a company that cares. We would do a phenomenal job. We will also bring jobs to the community outreach and engagement, and you have our commitment. Before I conclude this presentation, I would love for my partner, Claire Austin, to come up and have a couple of remarks before we close out.
Good morning, Commissioners. We appreciate this time this morning. I just want to reiterate, as my partner, of course, I'm born and raised native of Alabama. I'm born and raised in Bullitt County, Union Springs, and a daughter of a farmer, and our entire life between timber, cattle, corn, soybeans, commercial and natural herb growings in the state. And my sister is also a partner with this, and she's certified in North Carolina and Georgia. And we do farm management as well, and we'll continue. And one thing, I'm proud to say we are 5 generations, and I would like for my 3 children to be a part of the 6th generation. We've been intimately involved in this process and working with Dr. Chandra and our team in putting this together. And we appreciate your opportunity for us to present this morning, and we'll be available for any questions. Thank you.
With that being said, we would love to move forward with any questions and answers. But before I formally conclude the presentation, I want the commission to know that we would be available day to day on site. Our commitment is to be here. We live here, we'll be here, we'll work with the commission. And I just want you to know you have our firm commitment. Thank you.
Thank you. I know you got some questions out here. So what do you have, Mr. Gamble?
Will you name your dispensing sites again, please?
Yes, we have Washington, D.C.
No, I'm sorry, in Alabama.
Oh, yes.
I know you listed one in the beginning.
Yes, Selma, Montgomery, Tuskegee, Talladega. There was 2 in Montgomery. 6th Street, and the other one's on Troy Highway. 125 6th Street.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gamble. Anybody else got a question? Any of our commission members listening online? Go ahead, Dr. Blakemore.
Thank you for your presentation. Could you discuss your typical monthly spend for your current patient population at one of your
Yes.
dispensaries?
Definitely. So in different states, we have different spending. Do you want me to talk about the recruitment of the patient or how much they spend on their product?
How much they spend on their product, mainly because I'm reviewing your application. That's what I do. I review the application while I'm sitting there listening to you guys. And I'm seeing that you had a dispensary.
Washington, D.C.
Is in, okay, DC, and is it West Virginia as well?
Yes, that's correct.
Because then some of your other locations are processor and cultivation.
That is correct.
Okay. Yeah, could you discuss average spend, what you typically see?
Yeah, definitely. So there's 2 types of average spend. There is one that the patient that doesn't qualify for any type of discounts, but the average spend is about $125. But with our organization, we do have a veterans discount and a low income discount. To reflect that, last year alone, we offered $250,000 in discounts to anyone that had Medicaid cards or Medicare cards. And that's why the population we serve are minority and underserved populations that couldn't afford medicine at retail price. So that's the first one. So those are our discounts for our veterans and also for our underprivileged community. But the average spend is about $125 per purchase, and they are about 2.5 purchases a month. So that's the average. So it could be between a real person 2 to 3, but when you calculate it, it's about 2.5 is the frequency. Now, the other thing I need to mention here, which is I'm not sure if it's reflected or not, is that in West Virginia, it's a slightly different program. The opioid crisis has taken out the white male age 20. It's about 21 to 25. We saw alarming numbers of that epidemic there. And so we have an opioid replacement therapy, and we work with those patients, usually subsidizing them similarly to those that are on Medicare or Medicaid, just the simple fact that they're in a crisis situation and it's a life-saving medicine.
Okay. And then from the facilities that you have, which facility do you think most mimics Alabama? And what can you take from that facility and kind of implant it here in the state of Alabama?
Definitely Louisiana is very similar here. We work with our pharmacists hand in hand, and that's the type of program. But we've also done that in Pennsylvania. I was a consultant to a major group that wind up selling their operation for $225 million. My goal is to keep the operations and work locally. So that's why I consulted with that group. But they both have references in working with the Department of Pharmacy. And that's a little bit different because with a recommendation, we don't call it a prescription. Federally, you can't call it a prescription. There is, which is noted in the regs here, is that you have to be very specialized and as a certified dispenser to be able to dispense the medication. And you have to have those qualifications. So when we built out our model, we definitely built it out with that pharmacy department influence.
Okay. And do you guys have experience creating pharmaceutical grade products?
That's a great question. A little sensitive, but I'll tell you the background on that. I met a mother in Pennsylvania that had a child named Leo. He had autism. He was on the spectrum, and he had what we call severe autism. The mother explained that she did not have a way to help her son, and that she just wanted him to have a normal way of life. We sat down with a team of PhDs, including myself, and we formulated a medicine called Hope. Hope now is in clinical trials. It passed the first phase. We're entering the second phase. We're only prohibited right now of moving forward because we have to raise money to actually pay for the FDA clinical trials. But what we saw is that we're able to produce that medicine in multiple states and help people with autism spectrum disorder. So for us, research and helping our community is very important, and Leo is our inspiration.
I think the only other question I have for you is, how do you handle diversion at your facilities?
Besides my brother being the security director with 28 years of experience working in Alabama as the sheriff, it has been very interesting. Diversion is just not pertaining to physical diversion, facility diversion, or cyber diversion. It's all of them together, focusing on practices, standard operating procedures that actually prevent them. And so our focus is in preventative care. If you look at our business model, you'll see that we're just in time. So our supply chain, we do not keep a lot of inventory at our retail locations. We deliver just in time to meet the population of the patients there. Also, we produce just in time in a lean manufacturing model. That model allows us to prevent diversion of what people would consider a narcotic, but something that is very sensitive, and that's why it's been deemed I'm gonna say a specialized form of medicine. So when we think about diversion, we not only think about it in terms of having advanced security at the location itself, we also think about SOPs. So not one employee are allowed to work on just the product production at one time. We implement something called the dual system. That dual system will keep two people accountable for the medication counts and the cash, well, the custody of the medicine throughout the process. So that is important for us. But there's also another part of this. This is the security director's responsibility to make sure we have secure transport. Our vehicles are transported with cages, two-way communications. We also have GPS, and our routing systems are deviated day to day, so not one route is done over and over and over again. So what does that look like in the back of the van? When you transport is in a cage, it's locked up. Additionally, the vehicle has no windows, and so then we can safely transport to the locations where it needs to go.
Thank you, Dr. Blakemore.
Thank you.
Anybody else have a question?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
you mentioned establishing the pods. Do you have a time frame when those might be up and running? And also the utilities to those?
Yes, we have, well, for the pods, what we're expecting is that the best case scenario, 4 months, the worst case scenario, 6 months. And so for us, the pod technology is ran on a generator, and then we just need the water hookup. So those things are pretty advanced now, the pod technology, and that is usually what we see when we start off in different cannabis states, that we need medication immediately to the population, and that's what we have implemented. So I would say we've done it multiple times. I would say 4 months, but worst case scenario, fully operational in 6.
Anyone else have a question? How do you say your last name? Macias?
Macias, yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Macias. Right quick, what is your specialty in your healthcare as a healthcare provider?
Cancer research is my specialty. That's where I focused on. What most physicians don't realize is that when a patient comes in and they have brain cancer, or if they have breast cancer, we would treat that patient differently. Someone with brain cancer, we would use a high CBD regimen, where someone with breast cancer is a high THC regimen. So those are the things I focus on, is mostly the cancer research, but I do have a broad spectrum just based upon my research and expertise of our data for the last 10 years.
Okay, one of our commission members is an oncologist. He's on call. So Dr. Harvey may have a question for you. Dr. Harvey, are you online?
I'm online. I did have a question about, it sounds like 6 months to get the pods. Is that how long it's going to take to get growth started? And how about your plans for the processing plant?
Yes, so we would build out the pod technology. We would be fully operational by 6 months. So we would be up and running, and we could possibly, I don't want to overpromise, by 4 months, but the pod technology to get it implemented, and that means that we could have seeds in the ground and our first harvest by the end of the year.
Okay. And the other thing is, with this research you've done in cancer, has this been published?
Unfortunately, no. Last year, the federal government, and with our help with NCR, we were able to get the research bill passed. So that was passed December of 2022. It was a big stake for us. And so NIH has opened up a line of grants that are available for us now to actually explore that research opportunity and to be able to apply with.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harvey. And I think Dr. Jensen, you got a question.
Sure. So you will have pharmacists at each location?
Yes, we always have a pharmacist or a pharmacy. What we do when we dispense is have a pharmacist, and we have a pharmacist tech that are available. When I told you before that we do a dual system, we never release medicine without that dual check, because this is still very highly restrictive, and we want to make sure that the patients are receiving the health care that they need and the medication.
Okay. I'm sure this is in your application, but could you just run through your ownership and where they are located?
Yes. When I told you this was very personal, it is. So I am the owner. My husband is the owner, but he's also the COO. We're a family-owned business. Claire is the owner. We're going to use Claire's farm to ensure that success. My brother and my sister, who live in 8 Mile, Alabama, are owners. And also Calvin Booker, who has owned a waste management company in Alabama for over 20 years.
Yeah, so your percentage of ownership in Alabama is listed as 51%.
That is correct.
Who's not in Alabama, I guess, then?
I don't qualify as a resident, even though my family's here.
So you live where, DC or?
I live in Louisiana,
Okay.
and I'm a Mardi Gras queen.
So in these other states that you have operated, have you ever had any regulatory or compliance issues?
Never.
Diversions?
No diversions.
Okay. No, that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Jensen. Anyone else have a question? Well, okay, Dr. Macias and Ms. Claire, we thank y'all for coming today and making your presentation on behalf of Yellowhammer.
Thank you so
Listics
much
and
for your
LLC.
time.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. As Three Notch Roots is preparing for your presentation, you can make your way to the podium, and we'll be making our preparations as a commission. Are all of our folks from Three Notch Roots available?
Yeah.
Okay, as y'all are that's fine. You're still early. As you're making preparations, I'm gonna ask Mr. Justin Aday to make a few comments pertaining to your application for the benefit of our commission members. Justin?
Mr. Chairman, this is applicant number 1644, Three Notch Roots LLC. You have the complete application along with the applicant's summary. There were pass-fail items noted in the application. The applicant was sent a pass-fail show cause notice, and the applicant provided a response, and that response is included in your materials. The applicant also submitted a brief in support of its application, and that has been provided to you and is in your materials as well.
I think the pass-fail item involved the death of a partner. Is that right, Justin?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, I guess, who's at the podium? Matt?
Matt Darren.
Matt Darren. Okay, well, good to have you, Matt. And as you introduce other team members to make part of your presentation, just introduce each by name so that our court reporter, Ms. Haley, can have all that documented. And
Will do.
Ms. Peters will have your time displayed on the shelf in front of you so you can make note of that as you move through your presentation. So you now have the floor. Thank you.
Well, good morning, and thank you for having me. I'm Matt Darren, Chief Executive Officer of Curaleaf. I'm here today with a number of team members, including Hannah Carter Holloway from Carter's Contracting Services. We'd like to thank the director and the members of the Alabama Medical Cannabis Commission for inviting us to present our application for licensure as an integrated facility. We're honored to be here today to talk to all of you about Curaleaf, Alabama, our partnership, and our plans to bring our world-class medical products to the patients of Alabama. I wanted to be here personally today to demonstrate our commitment to Alabama and the medical cannabis program. I'm a hands-on CEO that is ultimately accountable for this important partnership, and I wanted to be here to present to you because the buck stops with me with this partnership. Now I'd like to show you a brief video to give you an idea of who we are and the great work that we do.
My name is Hannah Carter Holloway, and I'm blessed to be the third generation of my family to work at Carter's Contracting Services. My family has very deep roots in Alabama. My grandmother, Martha Carter, or as I called her, Gananny, was a member of the Mashash Lower Creek tribe of Alabama. She raised me, and she's always been my inspiration. Sadly, last spring, Gananny passed away just a short time after we filed our application. One of her final projects was solidifying our partnership with Curaleaf. So now, I am so honored to follow in her footsteps and to work in such a meaningful way in this joint venture, Three Notch Roots. As we like to say, we're rooted in Alabama and respected across the world. I know that with Carter's local experience and Curaleaf's expertise, we will be the best medical cannabis company in Alabama.
Curaleaf and the Carter family have launched 3 Notch Roots, which builds on the Carter's long experience in Alabama horticulture and Curaleaf's experience in the medical cannabis industry. We're very excited by this opportunity because we know firsthand how much medical cannabis can enhance patients' lives. Our plan to establish an integrated facility here in Alabama is based on Curaleaf's 15 years of experience in providing safe, effective, reliable medical cannabis products to people with chronic illness and other serious health conditions. We've put together this video to give you a glimpse of the Curaleaf team at work and to show you the scale and quality of our operations. As you can see, our cannabis products are grown and manufactured in high-tech facilities with impeccable sanitation and tight security. Our processing methods are carefully calibrated to make sure our products are precisely and consistently formulated, dosed, and packaged. All this is made possible by our professional, highly trained staff. As you can see, we're very proud of our people and the work that we do. We look forward to working with the Commission to build and operate a world-class integrated facility to support your mission of providing the best medical cannabis products to the patients of Alabama. Thank you. All right, so in this presentation, I'm going to cover the highlights of the Curaleaf Alabama application and talk to you about who we are, what we do, and why we are the best choice for Alabama patients. Let's start by introducing you to Curaleaf Alabama. Curaleaf Alabama, which is the brand name for 3 Notch Roots, is a partnership between Carter's Contracting Services, an award-winning Alabama horticultural firm that's been in business in this state for generations, and Curaleaf, the world's leading cannabis company. We are very pleased that the Carters selected Curaleaf as part of this application. They had a number of choices, and we're humbled that they chose us. Originally, we worked with the Carter company matriarch, Martha Carter, to build this partnership. Sadly, she passed away last spring. But we are very, very pleased that Hannah is stepping into her grandmother's shoes as a member of our leadership team. Thank you, Hannah. I believe our partnership represents the perfect balance of Alabama heritage and medical cannabis experience. Together, we are ready and able to make Curaleaf Alabama the acknowledged leader in the state's emerging medical cannabis industry. I'm going to get right to the point. We are the best choice for Alabama. We have a track record for excellence. We've proven again and again that we can consistently provide top quality products to patients. Our plan's based on a wealth of experience. Over the past 15 years, we have built and operated cannabis facilities in 6 countries and 18 different states. We have local and national resources that we can put behind this partnership, including more than 5,000 employees who can offer their expertise. We've proven that we can meet deadlines, follow regulations, manufacture exceptional products, and ultimately get things done, which is what's important for this program. Our roots are in the medical cannabis industry with a true focus on science and education. And this continues to drive our mission and strategy today. I've been fortunate personally to be part of a number of the most successful state medical cannabis program launches in the country, including states like Illinois, Maryland, Pennsylvania, Florida, and New Jersey, to name a few. There's been a lot of lessons learned through all these experiences, and we bring all of that to the table to ensure a successful launch of the program here in Alabama. There's many, many factors that ultimately drive the success of a medical cannabis program, but the experience, capabilities, and reliability of the selected licensees is at the top of that list. As you can see, we have a very large footprint of cannabis operations throughout the United States and now into Europe. We really cover the entire map of where cannabis and medical cannabis has been legalized through the United States in all aspects of the cannabis supply chain, from growing, processing, and dispensing. And we've done it in and have really leading market positions in many of the top markets throughout the United States. Here's a few of the highlights. As we mentioned, we operate in 6 countries today and 18 states in the United States, 21 different manufacturing sites where we do growing and processing, 150 dispensaries throughout the country with over 5,000 outstanding employees. We work with over 900 different suppliers, most in the local communities in which we operate. And I'm pretty proud to say, over the course of our lifetime, we have dispensed 1.17 million pounds of cannabis, served over 3 million medical patients and customers, and completed 23.5 million transactions in our timeline there. Pretty amazing. I'd say this growth doesn't just happen. It's happened through a true mission-driven approach and the dedication and commitment of thousands of employees of ours. Our vision is to be Alabama's leading medical cannabis company through education, accessibility, and customer satisfaction with high quality, proven products backed by science. And we have confidence that we can execute on this vision because we've been leaders in cannabis education and serving medical cannabis patients since this industry was formed. Cannabis is medicine, and we take this very, very seriously. One example I'll give you is that we were the first company to offer continuing education credits to medical practitioners in a number of different markets, where we would go out and work with medical practitioners, physicians, PAs, et cetera, to offer continuing ed credits. And that was really one of the keys to building education amongst the medical community in several of the markets in which we operate. We're a mission-driven organization. This drives it. This is necessary to run a national and now international business with thousands of employees, is to truly have a mission. And our mission is to provide Alabama patients and caregivers with safe, effective medical cannabis products, professionally and compliantly manufactured and dispensed in secure, sanitary, and well-managed facilities. Our team has demonstrated a successful track record of doing this, of manufacturing high-quality medical cannabis products in all product types, form factors, and dosages. Our experience and the many lessons we've learned while serving more than 3 million medical patients and customers will enable us to deliver on this mission in the state of Alabama. I have a high degree of confidence in this because we've done it before. We manufacture the full array of products that we'll talk about a little bit later. And we don't rely on other companies to provide us those formulations or to license those products. We do it ourselves, and we've built that over the years. We are driven by our values. And our entire company shares this set of core values. We believe in diversity, philanthropy, and sustainability. Look, our patients are a diverse group. And it's very important that our workforce and our team reflects this. All these various values that you see on the screen here come together in our commitment to community. We believe in local first. Whether we're hiring staff or partnering with suppliers or working with community groups, we are keenly focused on local resources and local impact. And we truly embed ourselves in each of the local communities in which we operate to be good stewards and community partners. Every dollar that our company spends locally can be respent locally, which increases overall economic activity, creating new jobs, raising salaries, and strengthening the local tax base. I am very, very proud of the strong relationships we've built over the years with the local communities in which we operate. In many cases, we're the largest employer, one of the largest employers in the towns where we operate, and a real leader in local philanthropy and community engagement. One thing I have learned in my 10 years of experience in this industry is that cannabis is a local business. And we've structured our company to ensure that we have top-notch localized execution. Now I'd like to introduce you to our team. Over the past 15 years, we put together a team of, I think, some of the most experienced and well-respected professionals with experience across every aspect of the medical cannabis industry. And I would humbly submit that there's not another cannabis company in the country that can match the resume of our leaders. little bit about me. I have 10 years of experience in this medical cannabis industry. I started out when the state of Illinois opened their medical cannabis program when that law was passed in 2013. I got in on the ground floor as one of the original licensees, operating 3 of my own dispensaries and a growing and processing facility that we started shortly thereafter. That company became Grassroots Cannabis, which I was the co-founder and chief operating officer of for a number of different years. We took Grassroots from an entrepreneurial startup into the nation's largest privately held multi-state operator with more than 70 licenses in 12 different states. And I was very, very proud of what we built at Grassroots. Ultimately, we were acquired by Curaleaf in July 2020. Over the last 3.5 years, I've played a number of different roles at Curaleaf. I originally started overseeing the central region for the company, relocated to the Southeast to oversee the Florida market, which has been our largest market, and to push our expansion into new Southeast markets. And ultimately, I moved into the CEO role a year and a half ago in May 2022. I've dedicated the last decade of my life to this industry because I'm passionate about it. And I saw firsthand in my early days operating dispensaries, being hands-on, behind the counter, serving medical patients, the impact and quality of life that this plant can have on people. And that's driven me to go from a sole proprietor, entrepreneur, operating a few dispensaries to being the CEO of the largest company in the world in cannabis. You've met our Chief Operating Officer briefly, Hannah Carter Holloway. In addition to her experience with her family business, she also has a business degree from the University of Alabama. Hannah and her family have been great partners to work with, and our combined skill sets position us for success in Alabama. I wish I had more time to share the backgrounds on all the people that you see up here on this slide, but I hope you'll have a couple of minutes to look at their bios in our written application. We have some of the most experienced and qualified professionals in the area of cannabis operations, cultivation, manufacturing, compliance, retail, and more. This truly is an exceptional group of people, the best group of people I've ever worked with in my career, and I could not be more proud to work with them. I would say one of the areas that Curaleaf really stands out is its people. Our ability to find, hire, and train the best possible workforce has led us to the growth that we've achieved. It's a multifaceted approach, that we take to ensure that we have the best possible workforce. It starts with best-in-class recruiting. We focus on recruiting local candidates in the markets that we operate who have the background and ability to thrive in our workplace, and we use all the different channels to be able to do it. When we start operations in a local community, we do a number of different things to recruit, including hiring drives locally, working with some local recruiting firms, working with people like the Chamber of Commerce in the local communities, and doing localized marketing to identify talent in each community. We then bring in some of our national team and some of the trained resources that we have and offer all the different training programs to train up these team members and ultimately have them operate these businesses for the long term. We take care of our people. We're committed to paying above market wages at every level with full benefits. It's good for our workers, and it helps us to retain the talented people who run our facilities. We also invest in our employees. We have a lot of different training that we offer, from everything from technical aspects of cannabis horticulture to professional dispensing procedures. This is really about building a team that can follow through and serve on our plan to serve Alabama. You know, it's universal in all businesses, I would say, that it comes down to people, but it's especially true in cannabis, given the nascent nature of this industry, the highly regulated aspects of the business, and that. I spend most of my time in the field, in the markets in which we operate, spending time in our facilities. And I would say one of the most gratifying parts of my experience in cannabis is the stories that I hear of people that we hired as we opened up new facilities that started out at a staff level. They may have been trimming cannabis. They may be working in our lab, and they work their way up into managerial positions, into more senior roles. Sometimes they end up relocating into larger roles. And the stories that I hear about people that have changed their lives for them and their families are first-time home buyers, are able to, go achieve a college degree if they don't have one, or an advanced degree. I have many, many of these stories that have developed over time. And it goes back to training and developing top-notch people that want to be in this industry, that are passionate about it, that are professional, and that really care. Now I'd like to jump a little bit into our operations. So look, anytime there's a new medical cannabis program like there will be in Alabama, there's a lot of questions. There's a lot of education that needs to go into it. We have a concept and a tagline that we've used now for years called cannabis with confidence. This is about giving patients confidence that they can get over the fears of accessing cannabis as an alternative to opioids, to other pain medications, to other things that they may have been using, and exploring this natural alternative, that we know has so many benefits. This is about ensuring people feel that they are getting safe, sanitary, effective products that are consistent in dosage and quality. This is something that I know about firsthand, having worked in dispensaries for years. Especially in the early days, patients come in, they are filled with anxiety. They're filled with fear. They have a lot of questions. This is a big part of our job, and what we do is to educate them, to work with them, whether it's hour-long consultations, whether it's having them access a lot of the materials that we've developed over time that they can access in our dispensaries, they can access online through our website, they can access through chats that we do, through group Q&As, et cetera. But this education piece is a huge part of what we do and what we've had a lot of success with over the years. Over time, we build long-term relationships with patients, and we can see that the lives are the positive ways that their lives ultimately change. And again, this is a lot of what drives me in our company every single day, is having lived and seen these stories time and again. That was one thing that was really eye-opening to me when we first started operating dispensaries and we entered into the new market. The stories that we would hear of people of all ages and backgrounds, that many of them were new to cannabis and were exploring this as an alternative to other therapies that they had used. And the quality of life improvements that they had were just mind-boggling. I frankly didn't believe it when I first got going. And that continues on to this day as more and more people open their minds to this as an alternative, and as the industry continues to mature and evolve. This is critically important to create a positive experience for patients. Research and development is another huge aspect of our DNA and what we've done over the years. And I think it's really a key differentiator for Curaleaf. We really have a world-class, I think, industry-leading team of scientists, chemists, and those that understand how to formulate products that are backed by science. This is really one of our strengths and something that we have invested, I think, more capital and time and focus than any cannabis company today. We continue to launch new and innovative products backed by science. In 2022 alone, we launched 171 different products. We also have some really interesting partnerships with a number of the top universities in the world. We hold a clinical registrant license in the state of Pennsylvania, or we have a partnership with the University of Pennsylvania and are doing several different studies right now that are really interesting and having some, collecting some very unique data on efficacy for things like epilepsy and end-of-life care. We also have a collaboration with our team in Europe and our medical director, Dr. Michael Sodergren, who's one of the leading experts in medical cannabis globally, with the Imperial College in London, where we're actually doing clinical research with that college, and something that we continue to build on, which in Europe has actually been more available to do some more of this advanced research than what's been available in the US due to the federal illegality. Research and development in cannabis starts with genetics. It all starts with the plant itself. You cannot make great quality, consistent, formulated products, which is, I know, is what we will be dispensing here in Alabama, without starting with great genetics. That is the core and the basis for all of it. We've developed a proprietary, unique bank of genetics over the years that we continue to breed and develop new genetics. And I think this is a key part of what's going to be required ultimately as we move forward in this industry to be successful. Our genetics run the gamut of plant types, cannabinoid profiles, terpene profiles, potencies, all the different elements that you need to grow great cannabis. We've also continued to invest in horticultural processes. This is a never-ending process to continue to ensure consistency and reliability of cannabis products. And this is something that we continue to build on every single day. The reality is cannabis is a plant. We are doing agriculture, horticulture, all of this at an industrial scale. And it's certainly very, very challenging to reduce natural variations and just create a reliable product that people can depend on. But this requires a major investment in time, focus, and capital to get right. And that's something we've been doing now for a lot of years. Our cultivation methods are, I would say consistent with many in the cannabis industry here, but it's really important to understand that every step of this process is critically important. You can have 3 great months of producing a great harvest of cannabis and ruin it all in a day if you don't have your system set up properly, if you're not properly paying attention to all the details in this entire supply chain. To achieve product consistency, we start with clones, which are exact genetic replicas of the selected mother plant. Using clones reduces the time for propagation to harvest as well, so we're able to be quicker to market here. We also have a flexible perpetual harvest cycle. So we stagger the entire process to ensure a continuous flow, a continuous harvest cycle, which we're able to do with this indoor cultivation capabilities and ensure an uninterrupted supply of cannabis products. At full capacity, our facility is going to have 9 flower rooms with about 750 plants per room, which is going to yield about 265 pounds of harvested cannabis material. We get between 5 and 6 harvests per year. So our facility's maximum capacity is about 13,800 pounds per year. We use a modified hydroponic system that combines fertilizing and irrigation. It's called fertigation. We also, to reduce water use, have those liquids go through a recycling process as well, and they're captured, analyzed, and augmented as needed. Our facilities are equipped with state-of-the-art climate controls for cannabis cultivation that's fully integrated with all of our systems in fertigation and CO2 and lighting, which is critically important. The environmental controls are huge. Alabama is the 3rd most humid state in the United States, and humidity is a major issue for growing cannabis. I know this very well, having been involved in growing cannabis in Florida, which also has significant humidity issues. So there's a lot that we do to ensure that our environment is set up for success, especially in the June, July, August months, where the humidity is at its peak, and it can be challenging to ensure that you're not getting molds and pests and things like that. Ultimately, what matters most, I'll go back to the people. The human element is important. Having the master cultivators, having those people that are trained in growing great quality cannabis, and having the SOPs and the protocols and the systems to be able to train a new group of people that are ultimately going to operate these facilities as we hire locally. That's the cultivation process. The next step is ultimately processing all these plants into finished goods. Once the plant material is harvested, trimmed, and dried, it goes down to the hall to our processing area, where it's fed into an extraction machine. We utilize supercritical CO2 extraction. We think this is the cleanest, safest extraction method for medical patients. The CO2 is used to depressurize and ultimately to extract the cannabis oils out of the plant. Ultimately, we think this is the cleanest, most efficient way to extract. This is battle tested. We have used all the same equipment now for years and continue to innovate and advance in this field as well. There's a lot of complexity. I won't bore you with the science here, but rest assured, we have a lot of experience running supercritical CO2, which is we think the best basis for producing medical products. Ultimately, everything comes back to quality and ensuring that we can deliver a quality product to our patients. While there's a lot of different elements of our quality systems, quality is there's a culture of quality that has to be created. We have a saying that we like to use, cool to care. It is cool to care. It is cool for our people in our facilities to truly care about the products that we are ultimately manufacturing and dispensing to our patients. And one of the things that I like to train our people on and to build a mentality, and it's a mentality that I have myself, is if I wouldn't want to offer this medical product to my mother or my family member or my friend, it should not come out of our facility ever. And that's the mentality that we build into our teams. Many of our employees are also medical patients where that's permitted by state. And so you have a lot of people that are accessing many of these same products and truly do care about the quality. There's a lot of elements that go into this. Sanitation is a big one. We have a lot of different elements of our facility that ensures sanitation. This is key to reduce pests and molds and things of that nature. We have an integrated pest management program, so we do not use pesticides. We don't need to with our IPM programs. We have temperature controlled storage and a lot of different elements to ensure quality. But again, quality is a lot about training your teams and about knowing what quality actually looks like and embedding that into the everyday of the facilities. We also follow very rigorous testing protocols. Of course, we will work with the third-party lab or labs that are licensed by the state. We also do our own internal testing. So before we even send things out to the lab, we do some our own internal testing with things like liquid chromatography and that to be testing these products ourselves to continue to collect more data to have additional layers of testing. We also do a full range of stability tests on our products to determine its expiration dates, et cetera. Ultimately, this is about safety and ensuring that we're only offering safe products to the patients of Alabama. We're going to have a full array of medical cannabis products. As you know, the law specifies specifically, many of these. But as you can see, it's really a strong array of medical cannabis products. All of these we either currently manufacture or have previously manufactured in other states. So we know how to make all these products. Some of these are our most popular products in the medical markets in which we operate. Things like our capsules and our tablets and our tinctures are very, very popular and have proven to be very effective for our medical patients. Our nanotechnology, the fast-acting technology, I believe is some of the best in the industry. It's been developed over years. Our high-absorption gel is really an excellent product and is really, I think, the bioavailability that our patients share with us that offers pain and inflammation relief for them, I think is pretty unique. So we're going to have a great cast of products here that we're going to start out with. And again, we have experience making these, we know the equipment that's needed, the formulations, the SOPs, and the training for them. One really important thing too, I would share is that we have a great consumer feedback loop from our patients. Some of this has been developed over time, just having operated medical cannabis dispensaries over the years. But it's something that we have learned is that it's really important to collect feedback from our patients on what's working, what's not, which dosages and form factors are most effective. So we have a number of different systems in place to ensure that we do get that patient feedback. Some of it comes from the dispensaries themselves, where we're speaking to our patients directly and we're able to capture some of this information. We often use this drives much of our commercialization when we're hearing about patients that, for example, want more minor cannabinoid products. They want a product with CBN, that can aid with sleep. We have a feedback loop that will go back and work with our operations team to ensure that we are producing those products to be able to serve those patients. So it's really important to have this feedback loop. We're able to benefit from years of experience where we have collected a lot of this data, and that drives a lot of our decision-making and our strategy as we continue to innovate and commercialize new products. Look, our dispensaries are, I think, really state-of-the-art. They're warm and inviting, and they're designed to feel a feeling of comfort and security. When our patients walk in, we want them to feel like they're in a very professional, frankly, high-end environment. Our patients spend enough time in doctor's offices and pharmacies that while we have all those security protocols and certainly follow all the regulations, we do want it to feel like a warm, inviting place where they can be comfortable and have confidence as they access cannabis. Our dispensaries are also set up, to prevent dispensing errors, make sure patients get the correct medicine every single time. We get a lot of feedback from our patients, and you can read it on the reviews online, et cetera, that our customer service, our availability of medical cannabis products, and our overall experience in our dispensaries really far exceeds what they would get in a typical pharmacy and other retail environments. And we're really proud to get these reviews. And when we do get constructive feedback, we really take that into account as well to ensure we continue to improve every aspect of our operations. I'll walk you through the dispensing process quickly here. On arrival, patients will have their IDs checked by a security guard at the front in the vestibule. They will electronically scan the ID to ensure the validity of the ID as well as the age of the holder to make sure that only authorized patients can access the dispensary. We recheck that ID as well at the reception desk, and they're entered into a HIPAA-compliant virtual queue. While waiting, we have a very welcoming waiting room where they can access all sorts of educational materials. They can see the menu of products that are available and chat with an associate if they choose to do so and ask questions. They're then called individually into a selection area where they meet with an associate who will help them fulfill their order. That associate will then collect the order from the secured vault, recheck their ID, and scan their items into our point of sale system. It's really a seamless process, and it's something that we continue to improve on to ensure that patient flow is managed very, very well. Overview on our facilities. So our cultivation and processing facility will be in Birmingham, which is centrally located, as you know. We think it's very important from an access standpoint. Also from a labor workforce standpoint, we feel very good about the Birmingham market and being able to hire our team into that facility. We're going to be moving into a existing light industrial building. So the building's already constructed, and we're going to be doing the interior retrofit for that facility, which we've done many times and have a really good template for the plans of what we're going to do. And we're ready to go. We're ready to submit our plans to get moving, immediately to meet the aggressive schedule that the commission and legislature have set out. To jumpstart the facility, we're also going to use a modular cultivation pod to begin growing pretty immediately. We actually have this pod sitting on a tractor trailer in Florida, ready to ship here, pending licensure. So the pod is already set up. It's already outfitted with the systems and lights, et cetera, that are needed. So we're ready to go. While our application mentioned we'd have plants in the ground within 60 days of licensure, just to be conservative, I think we'll be able to exceed that deadline and be ready to go sooner than that in this pod. I can say we've used this approach in a number of different markets, and it works well to be able to get moving on producing plants, certainly in the vegetative state in the early part of the process here. I can say I've seen the pitfalls of starting with a full facility, a large scale facility right off the bat as you're getting your teams trained. And I think there's a lot of benefits to starting in this smaller scale while we construct our full, 43,000 square foot facility. And ultimately, I think the amount of cannabis that we'll be able to produce out of the pod to produce in the early days of this medical cannabis program as the patient counts increase will be more than sufficient to meet the market while our facility is fully built out. As you can see, our cultivation and processing facility is it's a large scale facility. It's 43,000 square feet. It calls for a suite of offices, production areas, including clone rooms, veg rooms, and multiple flowering rooms. It also has a processing lab, a commercial infusion lab, and secure storage. The cultivation, the processing, and secure transport operations are located in separate secured areas of the facility to reduce likelihood of any cross-contamination or diversion. And all harvested cannabis and cannabis products are kept in a secure, climate-controlled vault. This sketch gives you a little bit of an idea of what the overall facility looks like. There's a lot of details that go into it and a lot of things that we've learned in terms of how to best size cultivation rooms, how wide you need your hallways, a lot of things that go into that. And so this design is based on a lot of that experience. Sanitation is mission critical. It is huge and it's something that we invest a lot in to ensure that our facilities are sanitized and are safe. We invest in things like air shower enclosures. So when employees, before they access the area where cannabis plants are, that will remove contaminants off their clothing. We also require all staff in the facility to wear company issued scrubs and jumpsuits and that, so they're not wearing their clothes from off the street. They also wear hair nets and beard nets and gloves. We have sticky mats outside all the rooms to remove dust and debris from their shoes, et cetera. And these are really like clean rooms. So this is something we take very, very seriously. The biosecurity protocols are critically important and something that is very key. We put the same level of care into our dispensaries as well. We've got 5 great locations secured and identified in Birmingham, Montgomery, Tuscaloosa, Gadsden, and Dothan. We selected these strategically to be able to serve patients throughout the state. And we expect to complete construction within 6 months, and I think a little bit under once we receive building permits. So we believe all of our dispensaries will be ready to open for business the moment that first medical cannabis products are ready for sale. And as I showed, I think our facilities are attractive, they're welcoming, they're secure. And having operated 150 dispensaries throughout the country, I think we have a very good model. Also with an in-house construction team that manages the process and works with local contractors. We have 4 key pillars of our safety protocols: training, equipment, law enforcement partnerships, and regulatory compliance. We do a lot of training on training our employees how to respond to emergencies. We provide all the necessary equipment as well. One of the big ones is engaging with law enforcement. This is something that we have learned is critically important. So we engage with law enforcement on the front end to build those relationships. We offer them tours of the facilities beforehand and after to the extent required, allowed under the regulations. And we really engage with law enforcement. We do not want to be off hidden in the corner in these communities. We want to be part of the community. We want to have an open dialogue. We've been very fortunate to not have issues over time, but it's very important to have this relationship with local law enforcement. We have state-of-the-art security systems, I think more than what you'd find in banks and other secure facilities, surveillance systems, access controls, alarm systems. Our buildings are fully hardened against illegal entry with steel doors, reinforced windows, and our vaults are state-of-the-art as well. In many cases, in many markets, law enforcement actually has live access, or regulatory bodies have live access to our cameras as well, so they can see what's going on as well as we can on a 24/7 basis. Transportation is something we take very seriously as well. This has always, I felt, been the most vulnerable point in the medical cannabis supply chain when you have these delivery vehicles that are carrying, cannabis. So there's a lot that goes into the planning. First of all, the vehicles themselves and the security systems they're outfitted with, having 2 transport drivers there for security purposes, having the drivers properly trained, having GPS services, et cetera, and ultimately having this chain of custody to be able to track all products in the electronic seed to sale system. We're fortunate we are fully banked. We've got several banks, that we're able to work with here in Alabama, and banking has really not been an issue for us, for a number of years. And we've got really good procedures on cash handling, cash management, and safety there. On the financial side of things, we have more than enough capital and resources to meet the state's requirement, fulfill all of our obligations. Curaleaf is a multi-billion-dollar publicly traded corporation. There's a capital commitment there of $35 million for this project, which is, much more than we intend to use. We've got $300,000 on deposit at Needham Bank. We estimate our startup expenses between build out and construction and funding working capital and some operating losses in the early days of the program is about $14.5 million. So $35 million commitment is well in excess of what we intend to use, but want to ensure that we do have the staying power for this program, as we know it does take time for the programs to develop. So look, here's the bottom line. We are the clear choice for Alabama. Our partnership is rooted in Alabama, and we're respected around the world. We're committed to meeting patients' needs. We care. We're experienced. That means Alabama patients will not be the guinea pigs for a group that's learning on the job. We've done this before. We're well-resourced, and we are ready to go, and that's why I'm here today. Frankly, we think this is exactly what the legislature had in mind when they enacted the law. A local operator like the Carters, partnering with experienced pros like Curaleaf, ensuring a long-term sustainable program with local leadership. And now I'd be very happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today.
Thank you, Mr. Darren. Appreciate the presentation. Any commission members have any questions? Yes, Dr. Blakemore.
Just to make sure we cover the issue with the passing of Mrs. Carter, the structure of the company, is it 51% now with Mrs. Holloway as the Alabama resident?
It's 51% with Carter's contracting services,
Okay.
which includes Mrs. Holloway and her family.
Okay. Will you guys continue to claim minority status on this application?
No, we will not.
Okay. Could you talk about typical gross revenues that you see in a typical dispensary with Curaleaf?
So like it widely varies by state, I would say. In medical markets, again, I'm going to give you a range because it truly can range, but it can be anywhere from $2.5 million of gross revenue annually up to $30 million plus of gross revenue, depending on the licensing structure and the maturity of the medical market.
Okay. From some of the previous states that you guys have been in, are you guys familiar with creating a pharmaceutical grade product as required by our state legislature?
We are. We have experienced the medical cannabis products that I mentioned and the formulations and a lot of the products that we already manufacture and dispense, follow similar protocols.
And then I think my last question is going to be, what are your typical discounts that you guys offer in your dispensaries?
So we offer a number of different compassionate care discounts for people with those with financial need, veterans, in some cases, seniors, and it can vary as a percentage depending on the market and what's allowed by regulations. But 10%, plus in some cases, for some of those discounts. But we do offer a number of different because medical cannabis can be expensive for people, and we want people to be able to access.
Thank you, Dr. Blakemore. Any other commission member have a question? Any of our members online? Yes, Dr. Jensen.
You are clearly operating in a lot of locations, but in particularly in the United States, have you had any regulatory or compliance issues? I mean, even little minor ones that you fixed or?
It's like we've been in business for a long time. We have had some, rare occurrences where there have been some, fines that I would characterize in the normal course of business for a company of our size. But we are in good standing in all the states and we operate with our licenses. We take all those instances seriously and put in place corrective actions, when necessary. But we're in good standing with all of our licenses.
Okay. I'm curious for my own edification about the CO2 extraction. I believe that's under very high pressure. What kind of safety measures do you have associated with that?
So there's a number of different safety protocols. The rooms in which the equipment resides in, does have some safety protocols to be, blast proof and things like that. Also has the right ventilation to ensure that, employees are not getting, subjected to anything that might cause safety concerns. A lot of training goes involved. We have a lot of our own training protocols. We also work with the equipment vendors. We have a lot of preventative maintenance programs in place on the equipment to ensure that all the valves and components of the equipment that could at times can break, that could cause a safety issue, that we pay close attention on the preventative maintenance side to ensure that those issues do not occur.
Okay, thank you. So you mentioned about expiration dates. Again, I'm curious, what kind of period did most products have as far as expiration?
So it really depends. So we do stability testing on our products, to try to use some science to, really validate. I think oftentimes what we see is customary is expiration dates can range from 6 to 12 months on many of these products, depending on that. But it really does vary, and a lot of it depends on the form factor. Some products, like a tablet or a capsule, have potentially longer expiration dates. The actual cannabis plant, which is a plant, oftentimes can expire a little bit sooner or degrade. But that's part of the benefits of extracting it before it gets to that level, is that the shelf stability and the stability, once it's converted into a cannabis oil, is longer than in the plant format.
Dr. Harvey, I believe you've got a question for Matt.
Yeah, Matt, I was wondering about with the FDA constraints. Can you talk a little about this the medical studies you have going on at University of Pennsylvania?
Yes, so we have one of the class of license in Pennsylvania that they issued called a clinical registrant license, where you were partnered up with a medically accredited university in the state. So we were fortunate to get the University of Pennsylvania as our partner on that. So we've done a few different studies that we are working with them and their team on. One going on right now is a end of life care study where we have kind of hospice and end of life patients that are utilizing some medical cannabis products, things like the capsules and the tablets that we would ultimately manufacture here. And we're working in conjunction with the medical school at UPenn, who is administering this legally under this medical program, and collecting data on that. And we don't have all the findings yet, but I think there's some preliminary indications that it is helping and might be a really promising alternative to some of the other end of life treatments that are out there.
Thank you, Matt.
No efficacy studies.
Dr. Harvey,
We've not published yet, but that will be coming here as the studies are concluded, and that's really being driven by the university.
anything else, Dr. Harvey?
Well, I was just wondering about any plans for any efficacy studies in specific disease entities.
We do, and I think I could talk for a lot longer about some of the studies taking place, especially in Europe, where a lot more research has already taken place. And our medical director, as I mentioned in my remarks, is really a leading researcher in medical cannabis. I was actually just over in London meeting with him, reviewing some of the research that's being done on a number of different aspects. We're looking closely at pain as one of the biggest opportunities, for the cannabis plant. But yeah, there's been a number of other studies being done related to cancer and epilepsy and neurological disorders like MS. And so we're in the early days for sure.
Dr. Harwell.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for your presentation. Tell us about your building for cultivation in Birmingham. That's downtown Birmingham. Is it a standalone building, or is it? Just talk
Sure.
about that.
Yeah, so it's an existing light industrial building. It has the infrastructure that's needed. So we're, kind of have the power and all the infrastructure that's needed there. We're going to be occupying and building out about 43,000 square feet of the building in the format that I showed there with cultivation and processing. And so we're going to be taking, a large portion of that building. And look, I think we're excited about the opportunity to operate in Birmingham. We operate in a lot of different communities and areas throughout the country, and I think having a really strong workforce available, because we're going to be hiring a lot of people, I think we have learned is very important. And so we like the location, and I think the building is going to work well. It's already there standing, so we just have to do the interior retrofit, which we have found is quicker than doing ground up construction.
Any other questions before we dismiss and take a short break? I've got one question for you, Matt. In all the states that y'all operate in, probably, I'm sure maybe a couple of them may have recreational marijuana. Have any of your team members that you plan to use here in Alabama been involved in either lobbying or promoting that aspect in other states?
Look, our Curaleaf's roots are in the medical cannabis community. If you look at our branding, our name, we started as a medical device company, and we are medically minded. We operate in states that have made the decision to transition to adult use. And so in some of these markets, we do operate in the adult use world, because to operate and just stay as a medical operator when that occurs becomes really unviable, not viable. But in terms of, our mindset and focus, we've always been a medical cannabis company. That's our roots, and that's what we're sticking by.
Okay. Thank you, Matt. Well, okay. We thank you for your time today for presenting for 3 Notch Roots and LLC. Thank you for all your team coming with you.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate it. We're going to take a short break for the benefit of our commission, then we'll have Bragg Canna of Alabama. patient with us today. Dennis, we had an extended bathroom break. We should have built more time in for that today. Don't have enough bathroom power, I don't think, here in the State House. But appreciate y'all being patient with us today. Our next presenter is Bragg Canna of Alabama and LLC. And Dennis, before you get started, I'll ask Mr. Justin Aday to make a few comments about your application for the benefit of our commission members.
Mr. Chairman, this is applicant number 1649, Bragg Canna of Alabama LLC. You have the complete application, the applicant summary. There were no pass-fail items noted in the application. You also have a brief in support of the application and the printed presentation materials submitted by the applicant.
Thank you, Justin. Dennis, as Ms. Peters puts the time frame of the allotment up here, she'll put it on the counter and you can see it. So kind of keep track of that as if you, I know you got Mr. Heritage here, so he may speak some, or you may do it all, and that's fine, whatever y'all choose to do.
Okay.
Just take note of the time. But Mr. Dennis Bragg, thanks for coming. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Chairman Vaughn. Thank you, Director McMillan, and all commissioners. I want to start with the most important question, which is why? Why am I standing here, and why is everyone behind me here today? Why that picture's on the screen? Why our family's name is on the company? Why would we associate it with cannabis? And why would we choose a logo like we did? So let's start with that. Chairman Vaughn, I want to talk about the why. We have a video that will come second. Then I'd like to introduce the entire ownership group and staff after that. And then I'll do a little presentation of our business plan and then questions. I have Darden Heritage, Megan Davis, Lewis Schwartz here, part of the team, ownership group that can answer questions along with myself. The why starts with a phone call 4 years ago. And it's one you don't want to get. And it's when my wife, Laurie, called me and said, the doctor said, I have cancer. I need you to come home. And I didn't even respond, and I hung up and went home. Laurie had stage 4 ovarian cancer, real aggressive. Just thought it was a stomach ache. As soon as we did all the scans, doctors told us we have 2 choices: no surgery or surgery. No surgery is 30 days we have together. Surgery, we can either have 9 months or 24 months. We picked 24 months. Had very aggressive surgery, found the best we could find. He practiced it, studied at UAB, went to school at Huntsville High School, went to practice at Sloan Kettering, John Hopkins, and wound up being at Northwestern, and that's where we went. And he got us 23 months. That was my first introduction to medical cannabis when our surgeons asked me about nausea for Laurie. Nothing works. He said, well, what I've done, you can't put her on the plane and risk her getting sick. And that's when I walked into my first medical cannabis dispensary close to the hospital. That's when I felt my first nervousness for stepping in a place I'd never been. there's some things you learn in 23 months. You learn how good the UAB palliative care part of their hospital is. You learn how if you build something to help people one day, how to make them feel good when they walk in the door. It was a long road that we knew where we were going to. And everybody sitting behind me that I'll introduce to you was with me on that road for 23 months. What Laura and I didn't know was at the end of the road, there's a big mountain you got to climb. And that's where one of our owners, who has spent 30 years in hospice care, managed 18 facilities, helped me climb that mountain with Laurie. And then at the top of that mountain is where my cousin, Deke Damson, was with me at the top. And then I came down the mountain by myself. And then I began to meet people walking down that same road. And there were people, when I and Laurie walked down the road, they helped us. When I came back down, I wanted to help others. It's taken 3 years to get ready. Everybody behind me, the facilities we built, the training, all the staff we've hired. We've been doing that for 3 years. We had an opportunity to help others that are like us. We made a decision to apply for a medical cannabis license in Mississippi, and we were awarded one. And we began to do and validate what we knew we could do. And in the video that I'd like to show everyone now, it ranges from Alabama to Mississippi. But basically what it is, it's north of I-20. My circle, my family circle runs from Huntsville to Memphis and down to Greenville and back. Stop off for ribs in Tuscaloosa and hope you beat the traffic in Birmingham. But that's the circle. I've met a lot of good people and a lot of patients that were like Laura and I. There in the video, you're going to see our family farm. You're going to see things we built there. You're going to see Mississippi, what we built there. You're going to see everyone in there is us working. That was the best way we could demonstrate to you us, is show you us. All right, we'll do that. Got four. It's got 4 buttons on it. Which one? One on the right.
The soil that we have cultivated for over 200 years is our legacy, our livelihood, and our home. It's in our fields where we are pioneering a future that intertwines our 7 generations of farming expertise with the compassionate needs of today. Our exceptional team of specialists is united by a vision to create a fully integrated facility dedicated to cultivating, processing, manufacturing, and dispensing pharmaceutical-grade cannabis. We could have chosen to license our name and assets to a major corporation, but we didn't. And why? Because of prioritizing a hands-on approach, we sought out the industry's leading professionals, people excited about taking an all-in, on-the-ground approach to operating and managing the business. Crafted meticulously to align with Alabama's legal framework, our business is a beacon for enduring patient care in our state. In the realm of aspiring entrepreneurs, many remain silent guardians of their ventures, choosing to cloak their intentions in obscurity. However, we dare to stand in the spotlight and declare boldly that we are not drawn to this industry merely as an addition to our financial portfolio, but as true champions of a noble cause. We have chosen to invest sweat and financial equity into Bragg Cannon because we are united by a shared commitment and belief that we have potential to make a meaningful impact on people's lives during their most challenging medical moments. With stringent protocols and safeguarding in place, we guarantee medicine of the highest caliber for our patients. And our team ensures that the cannabis journey from our farm to the hands of those in need is secure and trustworthy. We prioritize security both in a conventional and modern context. This encompasses not only safeguarding our physical premises, but also implementing rigorous internal hiring protocols to mitigate any potential risks of diversion and corruption. We ensure the product's integrity involves various quality control measures, tracking, transportation, and handling to safeguard its quality. We understand that financial security enables us to prioritize patient care without the pressure of immediate returns, and we are fully committed to our Alabama business venture, meeting all licensing requirements with accessible capital for the long term. Our license embodies the core components essential to our cause: cultivation, processing, and dispensing. Each element is an integral part of our journey, designed to provide holistic care from seed to sale. Intelligence guides all of our processes, enabling rigorous quality control, continuous refinement, distribution, and the evolution of production. We have a profound understanding and respect for product quality, honed through years of experience in providing quality goods for human consumption. Growing medicine is much like growing crops for consumption and other uses. It takes a vast knowledge of agricultural practices to do it right, every day, year after year. Our facilities are state-of-the-art and ready for operation immediately. Our greenhouses were built using reinforced concrete. The finest construction materials are weather sustainable, fully powered with electricity, and feature best in practice lighting, cooling, fan, activation, transfer, and plant monitoring technology. Our guiding philosophy is to achieve and maintain a pure foundation in every respect and aspect of our business, from plant to medicine to patient. Bragg Farms, the core of our cultivation model, stands as a protector of agricultural proficiency, with a reputation solidified by long-standing partnerships with recognizable brands. The Bragg's high-quality corn is the key ingredient in Jack Daniel's whiskey. Their soybean yield is used in Japanese tofu, and their turf grass is used by the Green Bay Packers. They have been in the seed business for 60+ years, serving 12 different states. All of these relationships are based on our high-quality, reliable output. The Bragg's unique ability to promise consistency is because we are committed to holding ourselves to the highest standards and refining that standard through innovation. This is best exhibited by the 30 miles of irrigation pipe running through the Bragg farm, providing 60 million gallons of water per day, an irrigation system that rivals a major metro area's water system and was designed by Dennis Bragg himself. The same level of excellence is what we bring to our processing capabilities, setting a standard for premium output in every aspect of our process from start to finish. The team has a history deeply rooted in the mass distribution of fresh produce, packaged food for consumption, product safety, processing, and safe mass distribution. Our processing begins with the harvesting of cannabinoid and terpene-rich cannabis plants. Next, we perform a supercritical CO2 extraction, focusing on maintaining the original major THC, CBD, and minor cannabinoid ratios in a full spectrum extract. This lets us take a more holistic approach to the phytochemicals found in the cannabis plant. This results in a purer, more organic product that yields a more effective medicine for patients. This outcome is confirmed by our lead cultivator and processor, who both have over 8 years of experience. Our dispensing process and team are experienced and dedicated to serving their communities. Our dispensing team will be led by pharmacist Darden Heritage, who has overseen one of the largest networks of independent pharmacists in North Alabama. There are 3 reasons his expertise and team are critical. First, Darden has scaled his network of pharmacies to meet demand without compromising on compliance and customer service. Second, Darden's pharmacies are licensed specialty pharmacies, which prepares them to adhere to comprehensive regulations and reporting, which is demanded of a medical cannabis licensee. And third, Darden, as head of dispensing, has a background in pharmacogenetics, which is the science of how a patient metabolizes medicine. It is important for Brad Cannett to be at the forefront of this conversation, not just to provide this pioneering new medicine to patients, but also to learn from it and deliver a high-quality product with care for how patients respond to it and how it interacts with their other treatments. After all, for patients, facing a serious medical condition can be daunting. Pursuing doctors' recommendations can be unsettling for many. Brad Cannett's program understands this reality, and our comfortable and private consultation environment prioritizes patient autonomy and choice, ensuring accessibility and support for any questions they may have, as well as confidentiality. And most importantly, our centers are located in close proximity to area hospitals and medical facilities that aim to provide easy access for patients. When it comes to readiness, we're defining the standard. We have secured long-term facilities to house the heart of what we do and are prepared to bring this vision to life well within the stipulated 60-day window. This is what distinguishes us as leaders in the field of cannabis production and distribution. Our goals are in full alignment with those of the state of Alabama, and our commitment to patients is the compass that guides every decision we make. It's a commitment that transcends business, rooted in a philosophy that honors the dignity of every individual seeking relief through medical cannabis. Alabama's rigorous standards for medical cannabis businesses resonate with our beliefs. We're doing more than building a business. We're nurturing a community service and are deeply invested in this endeavor. We are motivated by upholding the healthcare goals set forth by Alabama's legislature and to provide an unwavering focus on patient care over the volume-driven goals seen elsewhere. Join and support us on this promising journey, where heritage meets healing, and where our unwavering resolve is to better the lives of Alabamians through the compassionate provision of medical cannabis.
To get where we are today, there were some key people on the front end. And I'll start by recognizing my sister, Jeannie Bragg Harvey, because she's running the farm today where we all can be here. That was 4 years ago when she had to step up. Needed also someone that believes the same way I do, that this is medicine, and they believe agriculture can grow medicine. And that's when I sought out the help of a partner and a friend and an owner, Louis Swartz. And then I knew that I had to start with security and the transparency that's going to be required of a license. So 3 years ago, talks in earnest happened with the Madison County Sheriff's Department, where we began having off-duty officers work at the farm 24/7, 12 on, 12 off, or just weekends. But what that brought to the farm was Chief Eddie Houck, because there was 24 deputies that now know 3 years ago exactly where our facility was going to be built. We were practicing is what we were doing. From all of that, there was a point in time Eddie and I spoke. Sheriff Turner and I spoke. Eddie retired on Tuesday and started working for Bragg County on Wednesday. So when he stepped onto our farm, he brought 30 plus years of everything from Huntsville City Police to Madison County Sheriff's Department, Secret Service. Anything else, Eddie? That cover it? The lady sitting beside Eddie, Nikki Bennett. I was fortunate to inherit her close partner, David Christopher, CPA, Athens, but Nikki's been in this accounting business for 30 years, and we knew we needed to be able to secure people and product, but also keep up with the dollars. Also knew that it was important that banking was involved. There's a vetting process that happens when you step in a bank. They want to know who everybody is, what everybody's done, where's the money coming from, and where's it going. And let's look at all your tax returns. That's banking is a good way to vet someone. That myself, Jeannie, Lewis, Eddie, Nikki, then started building from there. George Payne. Very well may be the 87. Is that correct? Still holds his pharmacy license that he got for the first time in the 60s. He's been a mentor to me as he lost his wife right before I lost mine. So we spent a lot of time talking about getting this right. He used words like dignity when he talked to me. His daughter-in-law. Yes, yes, you are. Diane Payne. She's the one that has held my hand when we went through hospice because she knew where we were going. Deke, he was there on the mountain. There you are. Deke. We just sit around and listen to our fathers talk about how many Christmas Eves they've shared together. It's 80 plus. But I've watched Deke, his entire family for 60 plus years, operate a wonderful car dealership all across North Alabama. But what I've learned from Deke is how to treat people. I touch 10,000 acres and he touches 10,000 people. And I just have learned a lot from him, but he's an owner and a partner. Bruce, part of the family, would be Deke's brother-in-law. He's not here with us today. Deke's representing him. Darden Heritage. George told me one time, I can't be here forever. And I said, well, what do you want me to do? And then I asked Deke, what do we do? Both of you said, well, go speak to Darden. And Darden and I spoke for over a year before we agreed to do this together. Megan Davis is as important as anybody sitting there. But when I met her, her office is 4 miles from my office or Jeannie's. I can drive, see you anytime. But that to get this right, with even without the law saying you needed a pharmacist or pharmacy tech involved, we knew it. And then we've talked so long about getting this right. Darden operates 8 pharmacies, 6 are accredited. That helps Megan do what she does. Specialty pharmacy, compliance. It's everything that we want in a dispensary. And that's why Darden's our medical director. That's why Megan will see over compliance for us. Well, the law wanted Alabama to serve Alabama patients. Myself and George and Deke, we make up 70% of ownership. And generational Alabama businesses that our families have run, the 3 of us, add up to 509 years. When you bring in everyone else, that's your next 30%. Well, that's 651 years of Alabama families running businesses that we represent. I'm very, very proud of the group. Dr. Williams. Where's Dr. Williams? I'm going to tee you up by talking about Ernie. Alabama A&M, their research facility adjoins our farm. We've always had decades worth of partnerships. If Ernie Siebert needs a place to bring students, well, we got a place, don't we, Ernie? Well, we wanted to give a way for students to be a part of this. That's why we quickly figured out Lewis sits on the board of Adaviv, MIT grads. Got some smart friends, don't you, Lewis? Yeah. Well, they built a nice robot that you saw in the video, and Ernie's going to bring out students, and we're going to learn some technology that they wouldn't have access to at all. Ernie said, well, you need to meet Dr. Williams. I said, well, where is he? He said, he's in Birmingham. I called Dr. Williams. I want to come see you. And drove down that night. Dr. Williams, in his 48th year of veterinary medicine, 4 years board chairman, trustees, Alabama A&M. But we didn't talk about anything but your role, which is, of all these conditions, it's hard to talk about preventing suicide. But Dr. Williams isn't afraid to talk about it, are you? And so I knew Dr. Williams needed to be a part of this team when we had that conversation. Alan Neal, we crossed paths with a brace around my neck, didn't we? Yeah. So we met. Alan lives in Florence. He drove me home because I couldn't drive because the pain was too bad. I'd broken my neck. Lewis took a cold towel, put on me so I wouldn't pass out. So everybody down that row, everyone on the second row, third, 4th, go back to the 5th. All these 23 months we've been together. Dr. Carney, Dr. Harari, Rami, he's the first doctor that's told me, don't call me doctor. Rami's a good example of all of us have sat in each other's house at one time or another and discussed this. But Rami, he told me that he's ready to be a part of a program, of a license that will enable him to talk to patients that are terminally ill. And that's all I needed to know and hear. They are Dr. Carney, Dr. Harari are Huntsville's GI doctors, part of Huntsville Hospital. They're the 20-year men. We got 20-year men, we got 20-year women, 30-year women, and it just all adds up over and over and over again of experience in Alabama, experience in medicine. Dan and Fritz. Dan Gross, Fritz Meyer. Fritz, Auburn grad, along with me, but he's just a few years older than me, so I like thinking he's older. But Fritz, when we plant a crop, we're planting a billion plants, but we're going to be planting them 300 or 700 at a time. And Fritz has done that for years. And being in horticulture, he stepped in to the medical cannabis field 8 years ago. Dan Gross, where are you, Dan? Where's Dan? Dan's on the end. Director of processing. So you have director of cultivation, director of processing. Again, Dan, 8 years. But what's special is Lewis, Fritz, Dan have worked together. And that's so important in getting something turned on time and getting it right, is everyone has worked together. What brought us so close together is we've all been patients. We've all had family members, and we all know why we're doing this. All right. Help me get a presentation going. The right one? Okay. You don't even have to read it. I'll tell you, consistently provide high quality. And you don't even have to say medicine. If you consistently provide high quality of everything, the outcome is good. And so in all our businesses, whether they've been medical, dealerships, farm, since we are owners and operators of our own business, that is what drives our quality. We're responsible. It's us. We all agree that we're doing it for one reason, and it's the patient. Don't bother reading the fine print. You've got cultivation. That's us. We're not just growing plants for yield. Those are individual tables of individual varieties for individual conditions. Processing. Fritz can do everything that Dan does, and Dan can do everything that Fritz can. We cross-train. That's processing. Again, it's about the patient, the dispensing. that's where we get the feedback, and that's where we have gotten it, is when patients actually tell us it worked or it didn't. And that's why that's a circle and not a line. That allows us to feed right back into cultivation and make adjustments that we can then process and get perfect for a patient. And around and around and around we go. And it gets better and better. And that is a main reason I wanted to be a part of an integrated license, is that circle. If I'm just one part of it, I can't be a part of that consistent high quality. This is me. This is Laurie. We picked out those colors. We picked out that furniture. It is so important to have a place where someone under enormous amount of stress can just sit down and think and be quiet before they talk. And they may be a parent talking to a child of 50 bringing in their 80-year-old mother or father to discuss medical cannabis, but it is a quiet place for someone to sit. This means so much to me and my family. Those rooms, all our dispensaries have it in them, because you can see it on someone's face when they just need to sit down. So we've got that. That's our education center. We have dispensaries, but the first real estate we look for is, where do we put our education center? We're doing something that we haven't done before. There are questions on and on and on and on. And that's part of what we believe in is education. Spend an enormous amount of time getting this right. Laurie and I went from point A to point B and right back to A. B is medical districts. And I learned real quick, you don't want to drive any further than you have to because it hurts. Every one of those dots represents our dispensary locations that we found almost 2 years ago and began leasing then. That's another vetting process right there that was good. When you walk into a medical district right beside a hospital, whether it be UAB, whether it be Huntsville, Coleman Regional, Gadsden Regional, Riverview, DCH, when you say, I'd like to be right here and have medical cannabis, you better be able to explain it, because the person that's going to allow you to be right there is putting their name on our license too. And everyone knows it when they do it. It was real important for me to be in medical districts. It says and speaks to our intent. People, skills, healthcare, that's us. We're all going to be accountable for this. The commission has some hard choices ahead of them. How we operate a license will be held accountable ourselves. We've put our name on it. We've owned and operated our own businesses, serve people in every way we can. The bottom left, that's George Payne, 1869, great-grandfather. Darden, you recognize top right? That's anyone in Huntsville knows that spot and know the other 8 also. Deep. You've served a community well. And that's another thing you've taught me is once you work, then you go serve. And I've watched you do it. And you've taught me that. Middle picture. That's my mom's backyard. Now we talked about a bank vetting you. Barbara Bragg will vet you. So we built our facility on the farm in my parents' backyard. We're not going anywhere and it's not going anywhere. I'll do my best to answer all your questions. If I can't, I've got Darden. I'd love for you to meet him, ask him questions. Megan, Lewis, and that's who I'd like to thank the commission for giving us this opportunity to stand here. We're Alabama. I tried to show that as a number. Our 500 and our 600 worth of generations went over 1,000. I quit counting. I didn't even count Eddie over there. We're Alabama. We're ready. We know why. We're doing this for the patients. We're doing this for families of the patients. We're doing it for our neighbors. We're doing it for our friends. And again, thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. I know we've got some questions from our commission members, both present and online. So anybody want to be first with a question for Bragg Canna of Alabama? I know. Go ahead, Dr. Blakemore.
Mr. Bragg, thank you for your presentation. Could you discuss your financial commitment that you have with Bragg Canna?
Yes. And are you asking, in essence, my percentage or
no?
How much dollars do we have?
Typically, we've seen people with the number of 15 million all the way to $30 million of resources to allocate towards this venture.
Our commitment is 12 million. We have the ability to add in at any time more.
Sam, were you asking like overall capital plan outlay or something like that? And Dennis already stated 12 million on his side of the partnership. That maybe we're talking about, Dennis, is the entire big picture as well.
Yes. Yeah, that 12 million gets this up and running. We built a lot of it already. That's why we can meet the 30 and the 60-day requirements. But our ownership group here, whether it's 10, 15, 20, we're ready to do what it takes. We're ready to last however long it requires us to last.
And how many people are you looking to hire?
We'll be under 100 startup. I quit counting when we went over 40, but that's to fully operate an operation. You need to be in that 60 to 80 range worth of employees.
Then one of my last questions, are you guys affiliated with any multi-state operator or is it completely Alabama?
Yeah, you're looking at everybody right there and it's 100% Alabama.
On that point, Dennis, how many of your current team members here have been maybe a part and contributed to the Mississippi business?
Okay, well.
Like Darden?
Well, everybody.
Okay.
How about that for an answer?
That's why I was curious. I mean, what kind of a hand have they had? I know they probably, some of them have had, but I think that's kind of what I was asking is how much they have.
There's 5 of us that are constantly driving back and forth. from Alabama to Mississippi and back. And that's been the best way to validate everything we know.
Probably some other commission members have a question maybe about your Mississippi operation.
Okay.
I can always ask
Go ahead.
the same one.
Go ahead, Dr. Jensen.
So in your, so far, how, you've been there 3 or 4 years, you said? How long in Mississippi?
Mississippi is now at the 1 year mark.
1 year, okay.
Mhm.
So I take it in that period of time, you may have not had any regulatory or compliance issues in the state, okay?
I think Mississippi's only allowed it for about a year. Is that right?
That's right. We got our first dispensary license in August. We turned on cultivation in December. So it's been a full year.
Yeah, they just got on
right
to doing the medical.
What is nice is what we did in Mississippi is timeline was what is required in Alabama. So gives me confidence.
So do you have and I guess you must have an idea now about what it's the cost for a patient?
Yes.
Monthly?
Yes,
maybe?
that's the $25 to $45 a product, but monthly you're in that $200 to $300 range, and it really depends on the condition and the patient. The whether on an annual basis, it's going to be $1,500 to $3,000.
They don't have anything else.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Gamble.
Just want to say thank you for your commitment to be 100% Alabama owned. I really appreciate that. And just curious question about your logo. You mentioned that early on. There was a reason.
Yeah, there is. That's Caladrius. Roman mythology had a white bird that could stare into a sick person, and the stare pulled the sickness and the illness out and fly it into the sun and leave it there, and the bird returned unharmed. And for Laurie and I, that's what medical cannabis meant to us. And I wanted to use it in a way that, again, would demonstrate our intent, that it's medicine, and that it can help.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Dwight. Any other commission member, any of you on the online on a Zoom call want to, Dr. Harvey or Dion or Dr. Saliski?
Have one.
Go ahead, Dr. Jensen.
Question relating to the timeline. So you've said you've built a lot of facilities already at the farm.
Mm-hmm.
What have you got left to do? I guess.
Not much. Cultivation facility is fully built. To meet the 60-day window, we knew we had to build it before. Totally. So we have a 15-day startup procedure. We can cultivate by day 20 and meet that 30-day requirement that we put on ourselves.
What about processing?
Processing is the
Packaging,
same.
I guess.
Yes. That's the beauty of having Dan and having the equipment already. We've been doing a lot of work in Mississippi, and it's real easy to turn that on in Alabama. Our Coleman dispensary, we never quit building it, and we're poured the parking lot this week. That's another 30-day window we can hit. We have our first dispensary that's ready to move into right across from Coleman Regional Hospital.
Yeah, and so the others, you have some of these timeframes up to 280 days. Do you
those were
see that to be the same, or?
Yeah, those are dispensary startups. So you've got your 30, 60, 150, 280, 280. So those are different locations there. So our next one is Tuscaloosa. That's the easiest one to step into. And then you have Birmingham and Huntsville. And then you have the third would be Gadsden. So that's we'll start the same day, but they require more work.
And Huntsville's pretty quick, 60 days. Is that already, I guess, a standing building?
Yeah, yes, it is. It is.
Completed.
I think Dr. Jensen may imply, and Dennis, is there any way to get some of the other dispensaries up quicker?
Yes, those are the dates that we put in our application.
Okay.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
that's old.
But that was
Yeah.
a year ago,
Yeah,
more
that-
than a
that
year
was-
ago.
Standing here today, we'll start all 5 on day 1. So those higher numbers do shrink because we'll do them all 5 together.
Dr. Blakemore's got a question.
Yes, are you guys going to be capable of creating a pharmaceutical grade product per the law?
Yes.
And then any of your pharmacists want to discuss operations with your dispensaries, how they will operate?
Yes. We wanted to model our operations off of a pharmacy, and the best to discuss that. Darden, Megan.
Yes, we're gonna operate them.
Do you mind taking the microphone, Dennis?
Thank you. We plan on operating them just like we do the using the specialty pharmacy module, the model. Specialty pharmacy, when I first looked at this with Dennis, I guess 2 years ago, I said the rules and regulations that Alabama's wanting the dispensaries to operate, I said, we do that already. We operate a specialty pharmacy. We are licensed in Florida, Tennessee, and Alabama, of course, and we mail out specialty medications to patients on a daily basis. And there's a lot of high touch there with those medications. Those are medications that are life changing medications, and very complex, and lots of side effects, as you know, Dr. Blakemore. And so a lot of counseling, and I have close to, Dennis asked me last night, but I think I did it in my head. We have 24 pharmacists on staff, and when I brought this idea up to them over a year ago, at least half of them want to be involved in the dispensary. Megan is our head of compliance for specialty. And with specialty pharmacies, there's so much reporting and so stringent guidelines you have to operate under. You have to have a compliance officer. And when we discussed this with Dennis and showed him what we were doing, he tried to hire Megan, but I said she's not for hire, but she will be available, and she is the compliance director for Bragg County now also.
What software will you guys use
For the
dispensaries?
We use BioTrack that has an API that ties into Metric.
And will you guys be able to track diversions? What would you do if you guys notice any medication missing?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a diversion program in place. Obviously, we have physical security with personnel. We also have technological security, and then we audit ourselves weekly and do a random audit with our metric system to see if we've overprescribed or underprescribed, and we have a really consistent base on that. I've opened up over 15 dispensaries in the state of Florida. I was one of the original 5 licenses that I was an owner and operator of Liberty Health Sciences. So that program is very similar to the program in the state of Alabama because it is oil only. So we have really good track record with seed to sale tracking.
Something I've been curious about is how you guys will handle expired medications. You guys have a protocol for that?
Absolutely. We have a protocol for a disposal of that product if it's an oil-based product. It gets mixed with ethanol. And then we have a agent that goes in there that solidifies that. And then any of the biomass materials such as flour, that would go into a compost similar to the ADAI's hemp program for their disposal. So we worked with ADAI on helping define that disposal protocol. And so all of that's done under security surveillance. Our video system also has audio monitoring. So we have SOPs for that, and we do it every day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Blakemore. Anyone else have a question before we dismiss the Bragg County team?
Mr. Chairman, I have one.
Yes, Mr. Harwell.
Are you growing in greenhouses or in Mississippi? I thought I saw some pictures of greenhouses.
Yes, in Mississippi, we have an indoor grow. In Alabama, we have a greenhouse.
You have greenhouses in Alabama.
Yes.
Do you see a problem versus greenhouses versus indoor?
No. What I have learned is it's about control. So you noticed in the video, and that was Fritz's hand hitting the relay switches, that our greenhouses, if you're standing in them, you can see them move. The curtains open and close, the curtain rises and lowers, the fans come on, speed up, slow down, cut off, lights come on. It's all automated, sensors monitoring everything. Fritz, Lewis, we can control it from our phone, touch it and check on it anywhere in the world.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Harwell.
So then how do you control humidity
Yeah,
in there?
we're able to control temperature, control humidity, control water, control sunlight.
So you have air conditioning? Oh, I mean, what controls the
Yeah.
humidity?
So we can add humidity or take it away with heat.
Okay,
Thank you, Dr. Jensen. Anybody else have a question before we dismiss the Bragg County team? Well, Dennis, thank you so much for bringing your team of folks. That's a lot of folks to bring up down here in Montgomery. But appreciate your presentation. Great job.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you,
all of
Director. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank all of you for coming today. We appreciate you showing up. We'll see if we can prepare for Wagon Trail Med Serve and LLC in just a moment before we have a lunch break. So Joey, if you want to make your folks available here shortly.
Ready as I'm going to be. As soon as I get my heart rate calmed down, I'll be in good shape. Not quite. That's how I feel. I understand, and I'm gonna try to bring the energy back in before. Yeah. Yeah.
Well. That was a lot of fun. Oh. That's his sister's boyfriend. Years ago. No, that's.
Looks like it's screw out.
Well, I am impressed. I heard that Harold. Ever in the operative? Yeah. Brittany.
Okay, commission members, if you want to go ahead and find your seats, we'll go ahead and begin. We're going to be pushed for a lunch break.
I appreciate that.
But before Joey Robertson begins with the Wagon Trail MedServ group, I'm going to ask Mr. Justin Aday to make a few comments pertaining to his application for the benefit of our commission members. Justin?
Mr. Chairman, this is applicant number 1656 Wagon Trail MedServ LLC. You have the complete application, the applicant summary report. There were no pass-fail items noted in the application. You also have a brief in support of the application that was presented by the applicant.
Thank you, Justin. Appreciate that. Joey, you know the routine?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Peters will put the time allotment up here in front of you on the counter. So just kind of if you or any of the team members need to be watching that to keep track of your time remaining, and I'll let you introduce any other speakers that come before us.
Good deal. Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joey Robertson. I am the president and CEO of Wagon Trail MedServ. My father-in-law and I, or Donald Stansberry and I, along with our partners, represent a true Alabama majority-owned and operated applicant for an integrated facilities license. I want to thank each of you for allowing us to make this presentation today. Our goal today is to leave no doubt in your minds that we are the best applicant in the state of Alabama and that we will represent this commission and the patients of Alabama better than anyone else can. From the beginning, we have taken to heart the commission's own words in its application guide that, quote, in every instance, the primary consideration of the commission in awarding any license shall be the merits of the application submitted, including, but not limited to, the applicant's solvency, stability, suitability, capability, projected efficiency, and experience. We scored well previously, and today you are giving us an opportunity to show we are objectively strong on those merits on any scale the commission uses. So let's take a moment to talk about Donald and me, along with the origins of Wagon Trail hemp farms. So Donald recently retired from Saya Construction in Birmingham, one of the largest excavating companies in the Southeast, after 38 years as VP of Operations and a partner. My background is in medical imaging and patient care. Donald has owned Wagon Trail Farm in South Coleman County for over 30 years, and I began working on the farm while dating his daughter and have helped manage it since marrying her 22 years ago. In 2019, after substantial research,
Donald and I made the decision to enter into the hemp industry. Realizing that a higher THC content was the only difference between hemp and marijuana, our business plan was built around the assumption that medical cannabis would only be a few years behind. Wagon Trail Hemp Farms was formed on 19.66 acres of the existing farm, and managing the new business became my full-time job. We sought to build Alabama's first fully integrated hemp company. Within a few months of receiving our grower's license and our processing and handling license from the Alabama Department of Agriculture and Industry, or the ADAI, we built our processing facilities and grew several acres of our own hemp crops in our fields and our greenhouses. In the fall of 2019, we began accepting the first hemp harvest approved under Alabama's hemp pilot program, and have since processed hundreds of thousands of pounds of hemp biomass from farmers around the Southeast, converting these crops into thousands of liters of concentrates to be distributed directly or used in the production of millions of finished good products such as tinctures, gummies, pet treats, and creams. Wagon Trail's objective in the beginning was to aid hemp farmers by providing knowledge and services. Within a few months of operations, we found the biggest bottleneck in the business and industry was finding a home for all the concentrates we were producing. As a solution, we started to manufacture our own lines of products as well as products for many of our customers. Almost immediately, we started to see the positive changes in our customers' lives. It was with those changes that our true mission was born as a company: provide safe, affordable, high-quality products to the people who need them most. Being honest and fair has not always been to the benefit of our business, but we have maintained our integrity and stayed true to our mission. And we believe that that is why we have succeeded while many others have failed. We have maintained an unblemished record with the ADAI, our farmers, clients, legislators, and patients, while building our facilities to the highest possible standards with a large enough scale to serve the entire state of Alabama's medical cannabis needs. At this time, I would like to share a video of our existing CGMP functioning production facilities. So with the exception of the dispensaries in that video, all of those operations have been running for the last 4 years. The CGMP certified production facility for finished goods has been operational for about 2 years. So moving on. We project that Alabama's patient database will eventually build to roughly 100,000 or 2% of the state's population. At our existing cryoethanol extraction facilities, we can process about 1,000 pounds of biomass per shift, resulting in an average of 35 liters of 95% plus purity distillate. This is enough distillate to make over 3 million 10 milligram doses. That's a daily's run. After receiving the full panel certificates of analysis, we know that this 1 liter of distillate is 97% pure and passes all QA standards. So full panel testing. Assuming that that 1 liter of distillate is medical cannabis derived THC, it would produce over 97,000 10 milligram doses or 194,000 5 milligram doses. Currently, our CGMP production facility is geared to produce around 50,000 ready-to-consume products per day. And also, I want to tell you that it's CGMP certified, not practicing CGMP standards. This rate can easily be scaled up as necessary. The existing operational infrastructure and capabilities of Wagon Trail allow us to project a much more aggressive timeline than most other applicants. Now, I'd like to turn for a moment to some of the relationships that we have formed over several years. First, our farmers. Alabama has some of the best farmers in the world, and hemp is a unique crop that requires special attention compared to others. Education was key to making this industry sustainable. We spent countless hours and educated ourselves and then hundreds of additional farmers in the areas of regulations, genetics, cultivation SOPs, and all were at no cost to them in hopes that everyone involved would grow and thrive together. Second, the ADAI. Wagon Trail has maintained continuous licensure and an unblemished record since 2019 with the ADAI. Unlike most in the hemp industry, we embraced our regulators and often asked for more oversight. The relationship formed has been based on trust and a mutual understanding that working together would only make the program stronger. We encourage you to reach out to the ADAI hemp program for their opinions of our operations. I'm more than confident in what they will tell you. Third, our clients. Wagon Trail has worked with hundreds of different wholesale and retail clients across most of the United States. We have successfully manufactured, sold, and delivered millions of doses of hemp-derived products without any issues. In fact, we have processed and manufactured goods for many of the applicants across several categories that are seeking your approval now. With this experience under our belts, we are more than confident in our ability to service our 5 med-surg dispensaries, along with any wholesale opportunities that will arise from other awardees. Fourth, our local officials. Wagon Trail has from the beginning had unprecedented support from local legislators, law enforcement, city and county officials who appreciate our commitment to education, quality, and community involvement. This support was put to the test when we began to ask our local legislators to adopt the resolutions set forth by the AMCC allowing medical cannabis operations in their jurisdictions. After touring our facilities, the Coleman County Commission, Coleman City Council, and Good Hope City Council all adopted the ordinances unanimously. The Decatur City Council also passed a resolution after the time that I spent with them explaining the industry and the benefits to their constituents. Many letters of recommendation are included in our application, including letters from state senator, state representatives, economic development, city council members, mayors, and county commissioners. In fact, I'd like to show you the video of Dale Greer, the director of Coleman County Economic Development Agency at this time.
I know from a layperson that the medical marijuana is an issue that's been there forever. I mean, I've had family members with cancer, a lot of problems there. And I just think it's something that's needed in Alabama. I thought it was important, and I believed that for a while. And when I came down here and looked at what they were doing and what they were proposing out of this facility, I was even more convinced that it could be well regulated here, it could be well maintained here, it would be quality production, and that I think tons of people would benefit. The part that I had a real question about, I wanted to know, how are you going to protect that? How are you going to do it? When they tell you all of a sudden somebody's going to be growing marijuana and processing and doing something with it, we're just going to make it legal where it's done right. Well, at my age, I've seen it for years and years and years where that wasn't the story. That wasn't what you were trying to accomplish. I go in manufacturing facilities all the time, and I saw what existed here, and I thought, man, this is a pharmaceutical production. It is not medical marijuana hemp. Somebody growing the marijuana is going to be pulling it out of the fields and putting it in and making a product out of it. It's scientific, it's proven, it's professional. And what they're doing here is a great asset for this community, I believe. From the first time that I saw this facility down here and toured it, that I didn't see how there could be 4 more that were further along than Wagon Trail. With the processes that they were already doing, the buildings, the equipment, all of the protections that they had in place, I was just blown away, and continue to think that, it's got to be one that fits. Mr. Robertson told us as we were going through on the tour, 2 different times we came down and toured it to make sure we got all the right groups, legislative delegation and things. And every time he talked about what their goal and objective was and what they wanted to do, that they would meet whatever the regulations were. And I mean, everything I've seen from them implies that that's exactly what they're doing. I would be genuinely surprised if they are not one of the 5 that would be licensed as the integrators. I just think they have everything in place. They have the experience, the facilities already here. And you got to show me 4 more that were better prepared. It'll be good for Alabama. It'll be good for Coleman.
He was not paid for that. So the fifth and most important relationship is the reason that we're all here. That's our patients. Since 2019, Wagon Trail has distributed millions of doses of hemp-derived cannabinoids to patients across the United States. We have helped tens of thousands of patients have a better quality of life. This is the real reason that we wake up every morning and we work as hard as we do. The countless testimonials that we have heard about how life-changing our products have been for our patients is what drives us. I would like to share a few testimonials from some of our current and longtime patients at this time.
I was diagnosed with MS in 2006 and just started having a lot of problems with my MS, from vision to walking, holding things, and, you know, all the medications they put you on. I was roughly immediately put on over 29 different medications. And Amanda came to me and said, "Hey, let's try this." And it's been just a blessing since day one.
It was around 2019. I was diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer, and it was metastasized to my omentum and colon. I went through really hard, rough IV chemo, lost my hair within 12 days. When you're faced with the word cancer, it changes everybody's life around you. I had a friend that had used Wagon Trail, and I reached out to them and asked if I could come and tour.
I came to know about Wagon Trail in 2017. I got diagnosed with leukemia. I didn't want to keep having to do chemo like that. So I started looking into alternative medicines and things to help me. So just a quick Google search started teaching me all about it. So that's how I found out that hemp-derived THC would help with nausea and help with pain. And I just searched around here. So I started taking CBD and immediately noticed the difference, to the point where even my kids noticed the difference.
It's helped a lot with sleeping, muscle spasms. I have issues on my left side. And so at night, that's when I have a lot of trouble with spasms and cramping, and it just relaxes my body. And when my vision flares up, I was completely blind at the time when I started, and it immediately started clearing one side, and it cleared this side enough that I can see shadows and I can see out of this eye. So it's great for pain at night and just about everything.
I mean, you can't function throwing up 9-10 times a morning, and then you have to take another chemo pill at night, and you're laying there nauseous, can't go to sleep at night. Then your hair falls out. Like, the hemp just completely changed that. I can function now. I can be a normal human.
It's helped with my nausea. It's helped tremendously with chronic pain. I had anxiety for 20 years and couldn't drive. I couldn't stay by myself. I couldn't live by myself. When I met Wagon Trail, my entire life was changed because I drove for the first time in 20 years after I started these products. I'm telling you, my life has totally changed, not just for the cancer, but for my anxiety was impressive enough for me. It took 1 week and I was driving.
There was a good bit of time there where pajamas were my daily outfit, and I had been watching way too much TV and just trying to stay busy at my house. And now, after starting the products, I'm able to get out and volunteer 2 or 3 days a week. I'm out on the go. I've been blessed enough that I can get back some of my normal life. As far as I can tell, I have not had any side effects. The safety of it is I can take it at any point in time during the day and function 100% with no problems.
I'm not sure if there's ever been an allergic reaction to hemp-derived products.
I have had 0 side effects. I mean, there's a reason why all the people before us used it, because it worked. I mean, why not use something like CBD oil that helps without all that cost? And without the hair loss and without the body aches and without the nausea and the pain, especially with the Gleevec, like my whole body would tense up like I was having a seizure all over. My kids were terrified. It put me in the hospital twice for 3 days. You don't want your kids seeing that.
So I've personally got to know these people the last few years. And guys, I couldn't do it without Wagon Trail. The staff here, I give it a 15 out of 10 because they have just they've changed my life. They changed my family's life. They're just amazing people. And I get teary-eyed thinking, where would I be without these products?
Help these people struggling. Quit with these prescription medicines all the time that we are dependent on for the rest of our lives. Let us try something else besides Phenergan for nausea or Zofran, which is going to knock you out, make you tired. Let us try something that I'm the type that it even gives me energy. Nobody can function being in pain all the time. Nobody can function being nauseous all the time. Let us try something different that's not going to kill us from the inside out.
Take the time, tour this facility, speak to the employees, speak to the owner, go out and speak to people like me who have tried their products and see how the lives have changed.
So I hope you understand now that I've been here every time, of course, to try to receive a license, but that is exactly why I'm here every time, to help build this program and further help people that we've already been helping for years. So lastly, let's talk about the relationship we have formed with our partners. We've been asked why we chose to partner with Fluent, a multi-state cannabis operator, in light of our previous success in the hemp space. The short answer is that experience is key, and the patients of Alabama deserve speed to market, but without compromise of any kind. Our best chance to give them that is to lean on the experience of others that have already navigated the obstacles of the medical cannabis space and showed great success. During this process, Donald and I vetted several potential partners, but only one stood apart from the rest. Robert Beasley, the CEO of Fluent, was the only person that sat down with us and asked us how they could help us achieve our goals. Robert and his team expressed a genuine desire to form a true working partnership and not use us as a straw man company. Other groups we talked with wanted to use our name, experience, and residency to gain the license and have us walk away with the buyout. As our conversations with the Fluent team members progressed, we realized that we shared not only the same goals for the patients of Alabama, but also the same morals, ethics, and principles. At this time, I'd like to introduce Robert to discuss Fluent's role in MedServ and how he sees our future together.
Thank you, Joey. Good afternoon, members of the panel. Guess it is just afternoon. I know we're all getting hungry. Let me tell you a little bit about Fluent and who we are. First of all, we are a multi-state operator. We're in 3 states. The key part about these 3 states are Florida, Texas, and Pennsylvania. First thing you should know is they're all medical states. We are only a medical company. We only have medical patients. To address a question that was asked earlier of a prior applicant, we have never participated in any way in any lobbying effort to bring a state into recreational cannabis. In fact, in recent times in Florida, we're the only MSO that declined to participate in the effort to bring recreational cannabis into Florida. We did not participate in that campaign. We are a medical company. We have medical patients and medical products. As part of key of this relationship that was brought to us, we declined several partnership opportunities in Alabama. And late in the game, we were told about Joey and his operation, and I went up there and met with these guys and saw what they were doing and saw how far along they had come in the hemp industry and how they had bet on hemp and had really pivoted and moved and become such a massive processor of hemp. We understand the challenges of a vertical integration system, and a vertical integrated license it's not easy. You have to be many things, and it's There are several models in the United States history, but not many presently today. You have to grow it. You have to manufacture it. You have to process it. You have to package it. You have to ship it, and you have to retail it. That doesn't exist in today's agricultural economics. The cotton farmer isn't running a store selling the shirts. Many agricultural enterprises don't follow all the way through. Just growing it is just the first step. We understand the vertical nature of it and how to operate in a vertically integrated environment. Florida and Texas, two of ours, are both vertical in licenses, meaning in those two states, we grow everything we sell. We manufacture it, we process it, we package it, we ship it. And that's a big challenge. And it's hard to understand the many challenges of being 4 or 5 different companies in one. A look at our Florida footprint to get a feel of the scale is we have 43,000 indoor cultivation square feet and 56,000 square feet of outdoor cultivation. You hear these numbers thrown around all the time. That's actual canopy space. That's not the building size. That's the actual growing plant size. We have 3 current facilities in Tampa, out in Zolfa, which is Hardy County, and Polk City. We have a greenhouse out there, and we just opened a 4th facility. Participating with Joey and his group, this will be the 8th facility, integrated facility that I've participated in standing up and bringing into operations. And so we've been there. As far as production, you can see we produce about 7.4 million milligrams of edibles a month, 17,000 ounces of flower. Of course, how flower is not going to be permitted in Alabama. Pre-rolls and vape products. Per dispensaries in our existing 33 locations, we sell 1.3 million milligrams of vape products and 224,000 milligrams of edibles every month. Our retail footprint in Florida is currently 33 stores with 34 and 35 under construction now and will be open by the end of the year, first of the start year. We also have a retail footprint in Pennsylvania. Interesting about Pennsylvania, these states, the regulations are slightly different in the multiple states. Pennsylvania requires the pharmacist presence in every store. In Florida, we don't have a pharmacist presence in every store, but we do have supervision by pharmacists in the operations. A little bit different twist on the same model. Pharmacy presence is important. It's important for patient care. It's important for drug interaction. It's important in a population like you're going to have in Alabama. It's very similar to our Florida population about circa 2017. These are, at that time, our patient population, our customers, average age was 53, first time to cannabis. These people didn't come in as experienced users of this product. These people were escaping a regimen of medicines that they were finding an alternative to. They needed help. They needed more than just, here's a gummy, go eat it and tell me how it works. They needed guidance. They needed to be brought along. They needed help in ways that even their physicians weren't able to provide. We've already been there. We've already developed these educational resources. We've already understand what the patient needs are as far as the ability to bring them along in the process. The first thing that they try sometimes doesn't work for them. Doesn't work for them on methods of dosage. Doesn't work for them on amount of dosage. It takes a minute to work with these patients and bring them into this program to be successful. As far as our retail performance, again, I discussed some of this, but we serve 42,000 patients in Florida. We have 94,000 transactions a month, and we have about 6,000 new patients. Now, Florida's accruing patients. Now the rate is slowing. We're still accruing about 6,000 new patients per month, all medical. And that's because of the position we have taken in that market. That's because of the product offerings we've taken. It's because of the types of formulations we have offered. We're specifically targeting that medical market in Florida. Our financial highlights, we're doing okay. You know, we're going to have $92 million probably in Florida in 2023, about 38 in EBITDA, and about 19 million cash for operations. I want to show you our Tampa facility. The reason I want to show it to you is not to brag about what we're doing. The concept of scale in a vertical integrated operation is the utmost importance. That's what we're bringing. What Joey and them are doing right now is fine. They're working at a very appropriate scale for where we are today. And that's why we're able to turn it on. They're able to turn on tomorrow. He's bringing you product today that they produced. So we're able to turn this on after putting a few stores on the ground. The rest of it's done. We're going to outfit the indoor facility. All of the equipment that you saw in that video is ready to go. And so turnkey is what you're looking for. That's what Joey and them provide. When we come in, what we provide some money. We also provide the understanding of how to get from here to there, which is scale. And scale is critically important when you have a vertical operation, because as I mentioned before, you're 4 or 5 different companies in one. When you're 4 or 5 different companies in one, any one failure along the link creates a bottleneck. So you have to have everything brought up. I kind of treat it like I talk about it like it's an equalizer or an old stereo set. You got to have every dial brought up at the same time, because that low one is your problem. And so getting scale proof through the entire vertical integration is critically important. We've been there. We've done that. We started small. We're big now. Big-ish, not compared to the MSOs, but we're big-ish. And so we've been there. We've already made those mistakes. We've already covered that ground. I got a whole warehouse full of equipment that didn't work more than about a month. And so we just are going to be able to guide them through and help them. Let me show you what's going on in Tampa to give you a perspective as to where we've ended up. And this is our campus. And I think there's a video. This is more than farming, unfortunately. Farming is the very first step. And cannabis isn't like any other crop. It's a dangerous crop to deal with to some extent as far as consumer standards, because it's a bioaccumulator. They're using cannabis over in Chernobyl to clean up the catastrophe there. They use it to clean up biological disasters everywhere because it accumulates all the nasty stuff in the environment. You have to constantly be in tune to that. The amount of pesticides that you can use that are labeled for cannabis today, 0. Which means you have to control your pest and your mold and your mildew and your funguses without using all the materials and pesticides that farmers today use in Alabama. We're not going to use any of them. We can't, because it accumulates the materials inside of that those pesticides bring to it, and then you can't get it out. So you have to be very careful when you grow cannabis. It is an attractant to everything around in its environment. It accumulates those items. You have to be aware of that. Then you have to manufacture it and process it. That's chemistry going on. That's manufacturing. That's not the same people that grow things. Those are different people. Those are different trades. Those are different trainings. And so it's not a farming operation. It's only farming in one step, and then it's manufacturing. And then you get into your kitchen and you're doing formulations. You're producing a product. You're producing an edible product. You have to formulate. You have to take raw materials and put them in the right concentrations, more chemistry. Now you're cooking, now you're chemistry, now you're producing manufacturing. Then you package it. You package it and you got to get it on the trucks. You got 5 stores. You got to fill those retail shelves and you got to keep inventory going. Now you're running an inventory control system. All of those things in one company. You don't see that elsewhere, and it's a challenge. And many companies fail because of their inability to understand all of those steps. And that's what we bring. That's what we bring to Joey and those guys. So why are we here? We don't want to own this company. We don't want to come in here and bring Fluent to Alabama. We just want to help these guys out and be a partner. We decided that after passing on several others. I really like these guys. I really liked what they were doing. They were capable. They're ready. That we didn't have to bring in everything. They have most of what they need. They just need to learn how to grow. And that's why we're here. We're going to be a 30%, 35% owner. It's going to be his operation. He's the CEO. And we're going to be there to stand beside. He has access to our entire universe. He has access to our head of compliance, who's here today. She runs compliance and quality control in multiple states. She's reading Alabama statutes and regulations on the ride up to be ready if you guys had any questions. I'm not sure that you do, but she's ready if you do. He has full access to our laboratory. We have a whole host of chemists and PhDs ready to go on formulations. He has access to all of our resources, and that's what we bring to the table. What's he going to bring to the table? The Alabama know-how and talent and connections and the desire to be a part of this community and remain here. We will not buy out, step over, this will not be us. I can assure you of that. They need the money. We can help them with the money. We're here to provide the financial support. And so that's what we're doing here. It's a little different than the other MSOs you've heard come in here. We're not interested in being in the state of Alabama, except in support of Joey and his group. So at this time, if there's any questions, I'd be glad to take them, or I can wait until afterwards. But thank you. Thank you for your time and your patience.
So let's move on to a few issues that we had regarding the process. I'd like to start by saying that MedServ has not been a part of any litigation filed against the AMCC. We have complete faith in this commission and its staff to get this process back on track. The opportunity to stand here today in an interview instead of an appeal speaks highly of this board and means everything to us. We believe the only people working harder than we are to get this right for Alabama is all of you. The current retabulated scoring from USA placed us at number 6 spot. Kick that out, scores are gone. Leaving that aside, we scored 696 out of a possible 700 on commission scoring. That is 99.4%. Commission scoring was not kicked out in recent litigation agreements. So we achieved that score without ever knowing about the 10 megabyte workaround and with an application written entirely to the 10 megabyte limitation the entire time. Even without that extra material, we have been able to demonstrate our ability to perform on the merits that the commission prioritized in the application guide and throughout all the rulemaking meetings leading up to the applications. Now, let's move on. As I said earlier, I would rather spend our time discussing why we're the best candidate in Alabama for an integrated license. Number one, our facilities are already in operation and have been third-party audited and certified as practicing CGMP standards. It takes years to build facilities and work out the kinks of large-scale operations. It is no easy feat to become CGMP certified. We are ahead of the game and have already shown that we practice safe manufacturing. We are proud to say that we scored 100% on our CGMP audit. We have the most operational experience of anyone in the state. Number two, we're the first fully operational integrated hemp facility in the state of Alabama. There are very few differences between hemp and medical cannabis. The plant itself does not look, grow, or process any differently, and it's all the same plant, cannabis sativa. We have already grown and processed several 100,000 pounds of hemp and distributed millions of doses of products safely across the country, all of which incorporated third-party testing to ensure the potency and safety of each product sold. Number three, we are here to stay and make this a true Alabama operation, as Robert mentioned. We are a true Alabama majority owned and operated company. Our years of dedication to the hemp program, patient advocacy, and to this process should prove that we are not a straw man company looking to use someone's name and residency to gain a license. We will not be making calls and setting meetings to sell our license the second that we hear our name announced as an awardee. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity for us to make a difference in Alabama's healthcare, and we will fully use it. Number 4, we have listened to everything this commission has asked for in an applicant and translated it directly into our application. I have not missed one single meeting. In fact, I was called out by Director McMillan the one time I did show up a few minutes late. So this process and license have always been way too important to us to have turned over to anyone else. Over several months of meetings, I picked up on 5 major characteristics that you were looking for in an applicant. First was speed to market. So we checked this box while already practicing the highest industry standards. The only thing affecting our aggressive timeline is waiting for our license. Number 2, operating in rural and underserved areas. Our base of operations is in Coleman County, where diverse, high-paying jobs are not easy to find. We are already working with economic development along with the AIDT and Wallace State Community College to create and fill new jobs with great pay and benefits. This will help build the community that we have always been a part of. Patient access to dispensaries in underserved areas has also been a concern we've heard several times. Our dispensary locations were not chosen to be in the highest population areas, but instead to follow the interstate and major highway corridors, allowing patients in the underserved areas to have better access. Support from local officials. As I mentioned before, we have full support of our local legislators and law enforcement. I would not have believed in my lifetime that Coleman City, Coleman County, Good Hope City, and Decatur would all pass medical cannabis ordinances. We spent countless hours helping to educate law enforcement and community leaders about what to expect in the future and how their constituents would benefit. Fourth is our ability to work with the ability to work with a licensee after operations commence. We have been this commission's biggest cheerleaders and have been supportive in every way possible. Before, during, and after all the setbacks, Wagon Trail MedServ has remained a positive voice in the media and in the community. Accepting that this is a completely new program and that the learning curve would be steep, we have continued to show faith in you as commissioners to do the right things. Ultimately, I believe we share the same objectives of picking the right applicants to best serve the patients. Our goal is to have the same working relationship with the AMCC as we have with the ADAI. You have all demonstrated strong work ethic, empathy, and the ability to get difficult tasks accomplished. You all deserve your appointed positions, and you all have our respect. We look forward to a long-lasting relationship with you. Fifth is a demonstration of character, morals, and strong ethics. The members of our application team reflect the same values that I do. If they didn't, we would not have entered into a partnership. I will not allow the values of my values or the values of our company to be diminished by this venture or any other in my lifetime. I value my relationship with God and my family far more than any monetary gains. It's impossible to put a price tag on eternal life or even the legacy that I'm building for my 3 daughters. If I have not demonstrated these things to you as a commission already, then I will. In closing, and I know I'm running over, I apologize. I'm certain that this is the last chance that we have to receive a license, which makes this your last chance as a commission to get it right for Alabama. Wagon Trail MedServ has clearly demonstrated every characteristic each of you has asked for in a candidate for the last 2 years. We are a true Alabama working partnership that has been fighting for patient access long before this commission was formed. We have worked tirelessly throughout this journey without ever asking for anything in return. Today, I want to finally ask for a couple of things in return. First, please recognize who Wagon Trail MedServ is, and we represent the true legislative spirit for which this program exists. Second, understand that we've prepared ourselves for this moment for years and have served Alabama's patients well while they waited on this medicine. 3, understand that we have won the hearts and minds of legislators and law enforcement across the state. They now stand with us to bring this program to life. And lastly, we all have friends and family who would immediately benefit from this medicine. We will work harder than anyone to make sure Alabama's patients do not suffer a minute longer than they must. While there may be other strong applicants, excuse me, none should stand out more than Wagon Trail MedServ. We have walked the walk and talked the talk since 2019, has shined brighter and worked harder for this opportunity than anyone else in Alabama. Please do not let the healthcare of Alabama's patients fall into the hands of companies that form with the sole intent of maximizing profits and making their shareholders happy. December 12th should weigh heavily on each of you. You are not just picking 5 companies that day. You are controlling the future of Alabama's patients' healthcare. Give us that opportunity and we will not let you down. Thank you all for listening to our presentation. If there are any questions, I, along with my team, would love to answer them at this time.
Thank you, Joey. I know we've got some questions from commission members, so who wants to go first? Go ahead, Dr. Jensen.
Do I understand that you're going to have pharmacists in each of your?
So currently, we do not have pharmacists hired to work in each of the dispensers. I know that that's a priority for the commission. So in the last year's time, we've obviously had a lot of time to modify some of the things we were looking at doing. I have 2 pharmacists, Rita K. Freeman and Dr. Delmas Vance, who are both ready to help in the instrumental portion of training and then be involved directly in the pharmacies as well. We're hoping to bring on more pharmacists to help with that. If they're not able to be in the pharmacies full time, we will utilize a call system to where if there's a question, the patients will have availability to call and talk to the pharmacist about those. But our intent is to eventually, yes, have pharmacists in each dispensary location.
Yes, clearly one of our concerns is the client education, is this is a new thing, and how do the people come in and learn about the products and what they should be used. Well, the doctors obviously prescribed it, but they need that additional, I think.
Right. And what I would say is my initial plan, before obviously realizing the emphasis that each of you want on pharmacists, and I understand it completely. Our initial plan was to bring in the network of registered nurses that I've known for years, have them trained as certified dispensers and put the nurses in the dispensaries as our certified dispensers.
A decent alternative, but
well,
not quite, but yep. Okay, and so your time frame, obviously you're pretty ready to go except for the dispensaries.
Yes.
And so you have these timelines here. Have they changed over the last year since you submitted this?
So there's a few things, yes. There's a few things that will allow us to be more aggressive on the dispensary timelines. Number one, we've actually added additional cultivation space. So we'll be growing by about an additional 1/3 of what we anticipated on initial cultivation startup. So cultivation was going to be what slowed us down just because of product production. And we didn't want to open a lot of dispensaries across the state just so that patients would go to the dispensary and not find the product they were looking for. So we've expanded that. If the commission allows, obviously I know we have to ask permission for this. We want to also work with some of the independent cultivators to be able to bring in some of their additional biomass and turn that into the concentrates and finished products. Now, I get that we have to ask permissions for that, but my concern is and will be for the cultivators that by the time their crops are ready, most of these processors are not going to be up and running. I do not want them to have to sit on their product in Alabama's temperatures, if not properly climate controlled, to have their crops ruined while they wait on someone to process their material.
Mm-hmm. But again, back to the dispensaries, you got Decatur a year.
Right, that was a ground up.
Montgomery 500 days. That's way long time.
Those were both ground up builds.
Okay.
So, you know, we can shorten the timelines on that. I'm confident in that. It's a matter of we're bringing a whole new workforce into the state to train all of these people. And if we try to bunch everyone up and train everyone at the same time, honestly, we were worried that mistakes could be made. So rolling them out in a staggered form was for availability of products, but it was also for the availability of workforce and training.
Okay. And then looking at the ownership, there's one that says NA, but they don't add up to 50. Is there a corporation involved in this somewhere?
They should add up. I'm not sure what that is, but Donald and myself, which will be Wagon Trail Community Development in this case, own 51%. Fluent has 13%. And then our 3 partners, which will be Also, additional partners, which would be Robert, Pat Barkus, and Jessica Scholl on the additional 19%. So we hit that 100% mark.
Dr. Jensen, that's similar to yesterday. I believe one of the companies is publicly traded, which.
Yes, that is Fluent.
Yes.
Oh.
So that is why the numbers do not equal 100 based off the sheet you have.
Okay. And for Fluent, have you had any compliance or regulatory issues in Florida?
Nothing substantial. We've been operating and we were the golden child of operations. In fact, DOH used our facilities to tour other states when they were developing their programs. And we were operating in perfect compliance for many, many years. There's been a little bit of a regulatory shift in Florida in the last year or so, and everyone's getting fines now. The new department direction is no more warning letters. You just go right to fines. And so we've now, in the last 18 months, we've picked up a couple $100, this, that, or the other during the inspections. The program in Florida is rigorous. They inspect our facilities often on a regular pattern, and then also surprise inspections. They inspect our stores and our books and everything very rigorously. And we have had a couple non-compliance fines with regard to paperwork and some security. I think we had a security camera not pointing in the right direction. So we have had a few. We've not had anything that we would be ashamed of or that we wouldn't think merit any kind of disclosure from a materiality point of view.
Okay, and then one final question as far as Florida again, what's kind of the patient cost on a monthly basis? Out of pocket, what did the
out of pocket? So, the good news of competition is price always comes down. Our ticket price in Florida has come down to about $63 per bag per ticket item, if you would. We have tremendous amount of discounts. So we'll run a first time patient discount, which includes a booklet package that allows a continuing discount for products. And that is because we mentioned this earlier. These patients come in, they don't really know what they need or want or what works for them. And so we let that discount package extend to all the products so they can just try a little, because there is a dialing in process with each patient. There's an awful lot of time that you have to take with the patients. Once they get set on what they need, they'll come back at that same thing. Of course, we have first responders and veteran discounts. We also then run discounted rollout products. So if we have a new administrative product and we want people to try it, we'll run discounts on those programs. The average cost to a client for the type of products that are available here is going to be about $25 for a 100 milligrams of something, and we use hundreds in increments of 10, which is kind of becoming the industry standard for dosage. It's an easy, understandable dosage. So it's about $25 for that 100 milligrams of something.
And I guess someone mentioned earlier that patients tend to come roughly 2.5 times a month. So does that mean it's going to be like, 75 at most for a monthly?
That's after they settle in, that's about right. You'll find patients consuming more in the beginning of different types of products. Again, they may have a larger bag in the beginning, a larger ticket, because they're trying things. And then after a while, they'll settle into a more regular pattern. And having that product available is key. And I know everyone talked about speed and y'all want to hear speed, and Joey's going to tell you speed to market. But there's a lot more important things than speed. And one is getting it right, having it consistently available. Once we get that patient on a program, imagine that you went into your pharmacy and they didn't have what you needed that you've been coming to.
Happens regularly now.
Happens regularly now,
Yeah.
right? Well, why is that? That's something in the chain. Remember, vertical is not easy. It's something in the chain that failed that patient. And we want to make sure because we are the chain. So we need them in there about 2.5, 3 times a month, and they need to have their product, whatever their product is. And so you have to have that flow established, and you have to have that production. We mentioned that earlier. One of the things we came in and said, okay, if they want to move this many stores, I can build you a store tomorrow. What you really need is the product on the shelf in that store, because we can't get it from anywhere else. We have to grow it and manufacture it. So one of the adjustments we did early on was increase production on the front side. They have the through flow in the manufacturing side. So we're going to push more biomass through, faster store ramp, but most importantly, reliable, available products. In an early case like this, you guys have had a frustrating start, but it's just beginning. Our frustrations on getting a vertical operation up is tremendous. And that's what we bring as experience. In many cases, you want to be able to continue have that product there all the time. And a lot of your operators are going to run out. It happens. I'm not throwing, it just happens. And so you have to be prepared to have a robust inventory system. We need a compression of about 7 to 1, which means for every product sitting on that shelf that the customer walks out, I need 7 times that volume in the inventory. And that's what allows you a good compression that has that reliability. You know, there's not just one package of Advil on the shelf at Walgreens. There's some in the back too. And so getting that inventory compression is very important. They come about 3 times a month. They're going to dial in on their product. So we need to make sure we're flowing that product out.
Thank you, Robert. Any other commission member have a question or comment? Dr. Harvey, Dr. Saliski, anybody online? Yes, Dwight.
What is your anticipated cost of startup?
What did we put into our model? Was it $8 million, I believe? $8.5 million was our anticipated startup. So our anticipated startup costs are substantially lower than other applicants you would see because we already have millions of dollars of infrastructure in place. So that was why. And the other part of that was we didn't want to, we kind of understood the assignment as a conservative approach. This is what works, realistic numbers. And that's how we approached all of our startup costs and finances that we put into our application.
Startup costs are not an issue.
No.
Right, quick, Mr. Robinson, Dr. Harvey, Judge Price, Dr. Saliski, if any of you are still there and want to have a question. Okay.
This is Robinson. I don't have anything.
Okay, Mr. Harwell.
Thank you, Joey.
Yes, sir.
You've been here more than I have.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Tell us about your growing operation.
So our current growing operation is going to start in hoop houses, but or greenhouses, but they will be built out specs similar to what Fluent already has in their Zolfo Springs location in Florida. So we're not worried about the humidity and different things like that. We'll be able to counter that. Most of the operations, of course, are going to be automated in that as well. We have a second phase, which is a total indoor vertical grow facility. We're using the cultivation space in the existing greenhouses so that we can get that speed to market like we're all trying to get. But once we move past that, our goal is to be that vertical grow inside total complete climate.
So that first 45 days to be in a greenhouse.
Yes. Yes.
Anyone else have a question for Joey or Robert or anybody else? Joey, thank y'all for coming today. Bringing your presentation from Wagon Trail MedServ. Done a great job.
Appreciate it.
Well, our commission members and staff and Haley, if you want to retire to the back, we'll try to squeeze a lunch in right quick. all of our guests and our presenters. We're going to start our afternoon off a little behind schedule, but not bad. We kind of got crunched at lunchtime, so we'll catch back up as the afternoon goes along. But our next presenter will be Alabama Always, an LLC. And before you come up and start your presentation, I'll ask Mr. Justin Aday to make any comments relevant to your application for the benefit of our commission members. Justin?
Mr. Chairman, this is applicant number 1659, Alabama Always LLC. You have the complete application, the applicant summary. There were no pass-fail items noted in the application. You also have the written brief and presentation materials printed that are included in your materials and provided for you today as well.
Thank you, Justin. Who's going to come up first?
I will, but we're going to start with a video.
Okay, before you start, I'm going to kind of just explain something to you. Miss Peters will have your time displayed here on the countertop. So if you go through your presentation, just make note of how much time you have left.
Yes.
But the floor will now be yours. So we'll hear from Alabama Always.
Good. We'll go ahead and start with the video.
I am Dr. Daniel Board, former Deputy Superintendent of Public Schools in Alabama. I'm an investor and a board member of Alabama Always. Over the last year, we invested a very substantial sum of money to build a cannabis growth facility standing behind me. We built this before we received a cannabis license to be certain that we could meet the statutory 60-day grow requirements in the Alabama law. The legislature also required that Alabama citizens and people with 15 years of experience in agriculture control any company that gets a license. We assembled a very diverse group of Alabama citizens that meet all those criteria as owners of this company.
The Alabama statute requires that applicants shall demonstrate the ability to commence cultivation of cannabis within 60 days of application approval notification. The legislature included this requirement to ensure cultivators would be ready to grow so that medical cannabis products would be available to Alabama patients as soon as possible. This requirement means that those who are not ready to grow, who have spent nothing on facilities, should not be given a license. Join country music superstar and Alabama native Teddy Gentry. He and his wife Linda are our largest shareholders. We spoke to him at his cattle farm outside of Fort Payne as he discussed their interest in medical cannabis and why they are invested in our mission, serving Alabama patients. Teddy, tell us about the South Pole breed of cattle that you developed here in Fort Payne to feed on natural grasses without grain supplements and no fertilizers or pesticides used on the soil.
They're kind of bred and designed to be grass cattle, to survive on grass or hay, and no grain or corn, and therefore a lot of people raise them organically so they have organic grass-fed beef. But if not, it's still a very tender piece of meat. You can see it's very gentle. You have to have gentleness to have tenderness. We found that over the years.
We understand that Alabama Always organic, natural growing methods for cannabis was one reason you and Linda invested in the company. Any other reasons?
Well, I think it was the group of people that was involved. I knew a lot of the people from Montgomery that were involved in the project, and then my good friend from Texas, John Marshall. He's a businessman. I had him look at it from a business standpoint and everything. We're in it for the right reasons. I mean, like I said, if I never make a penny off of it, and we get to find out, and we get to help people with the research that we do, then I will be very happy. It's not a money thing to me at all. Me and my wife, we've been blessed over the years, and we just think this could be a blessing to other people as well.
Anything else?
Alabama Always, I think, is a group of people that are interested in trying to not just produce cannabis products. Me and my wife's interest in the whole project is to doing research. I lost my cousin Jeff Cook with the group Alabama this year, our lead guitar player and fiddle player and high harmony singer, to Parkinson's, and it was very devastating. In a very short period of time, he went from over there playing guitar with me to passing away this past year. they had a program on TV here tonight, and they interviewed several veterans that were coming back, and one of them said, the medical marijuana said it helps me much better than the legal drugs that they put me on that leave me all spaced out. I can't even function. And it just touched me that these guys should be able to get whatever they want if it helps them. They shouldn't have to worry about anything else except trying to help these guys that have given so much for us in our country.
Alabama Always has 30 Alabama shareholders. 7 are board members. 4 of our 7 board members have decades of farming and agricultural production experience to meet the requirements of the law.
They include Richard Lindsay, cotton and cotton farming. Linda Gentry, cattle farming. James Dixon III, timber industry. Ben McNeil, cattle farming and crops. Our remaining board members include Dr. Daniel Boyd, education. Shannon Milliken, attorney. And Mike Bruce, our chairman, represents the healthcare industry.
For a tour of our cannabis grow and processing facility here in Montgomery, Alabama, meet Robert Tonello, our master grower, who's also director of construction of this facility. Robert, can you tell us what this place was prior to our purchase?
Absolutely. This facility originally started in the 1970s as Central Alabama Greenhouses. It sat actually vacant for quite a few years. This 26-acre facility was used primarily for ornamental plants. The only part of the former greenhouses that we could use was the heavy gauge steel superstructure that was fully welded, something rarely found in greenhouses at any price. Most Alabama greenhouses have thin walls, thin high tunnel steel hoops. They're built specifically for single crop use for a season, like growing tomatoes. They have dirt floors that may be covered in plastic drain cloth, have open sidewalls, and temporary thin milled plastic coverings for a roof. This roof covering is often lost in storms, and the hoop houses are always plagued with insects, mold, and weed problems that promote disease and infection. They're very cheap to build, but are for seasonal use only because they have no way of controlling the temperature, the humidity, or the amount of natural light provided. They require routine use of herbicides and insecticides for the control of these pests and disease. Now, medical quality cannabis cannot be grown commercially under these conditions. Growing cannabis commercially on a large scale requires a fully enclosed greenhouse where you can regulate the temperature, the humidity, and the number of hours of light and dark, all of which are necessary to grow cannabis successfully. These facilities must produce and harvest medical grade plants 12 months of the year, with a new crop starting every month to continue this cycle. We can maintain control of the interior with our polycarbonate roof that allows natural sunlight from above, our insulated blackout PVC sidewalls, and our floors, which are made from concrete, and some with gravel inserts for drainage. We control temperature and humidity with large fans, AC units, and dehumidifiers. Cannabis is genetically identical to its sister plant hemp. They share the same highly efficient vascular bundle, like many grasses and bamboo. Both are used globally as bioremedial plants because their root systems clean the soil by translocating, literally sucking up toxic chemicals, pesticides, and heavy metals. After the Chernobyl nuclear accident in Russia, contamination zone was repeatedly planted in cannabis, resulting in a 40% decrease in radiation contamination. This is why we will plant our medical cannabis in clean, organic soils and our fully climate-controlled sealed greenhouses, using integrated pest management to control pests and plant disease. We use predator insects to control pests without pesticides, and we use natural sunlight and airflow to combat mold and powdery mildew. The oil we extract from cannabis flower used in our medicines must be free from molds and pesticides, commonly found in hoop house soils where other crops were grown. Discovery of pesticides in cannabis oil during lab tests in part per millionth would require the grower to destroy that batch of cannabis. Now, any doctor will tell you that chemicals and contaminants do not belong in medicines used to treat people, some of whom may have autoimmune issues. These contaminants can trigger harmful side effects where cannabis is used for treatment. So now you've seen our drone footage of the facility. So let's take a closer look at how cannabis plants move through our greenhouses. In greenhouse 1, it's divided into 2 production rooms, one for the adult moms used for clones and the other room for juvenile plants post-cloning. After the young clones are fully rooted out in 12 to 14 days, only the most vigorous plants are selected to move into larger containers using our proprietary living soil blend. Repotting happens in the head house, number 5, and the plants are fed with our in-house brewed compost teas. They will spend the next 30 days in greenhouse 2 being hand pruned and branched from multiple flower buds. Their final journey is into one of the 12 available flowering rooms located in greenhouses 3 and 4. This is where we start the light deprivation process, beginning their flowering cycle. Once the plants are flowering, we continue to daily prune and support the flower canopy. Their harvest date is determined by the trichome size and color. It's like knowing when to pick an apple. The next step post-harvest is to move the wet trim flowers into one of our 3 climate and humidity controlled rooms where they hang until they reach the exact level of dryness, similar to a giant humidor. When the flower is ready for pre-processing, the flowers are grounded to a determined size by our technicians. And before the extraction process begins, each batch will have their ID tags, their weights, and phenotype identified, where a sample will be sent out for third-party testing. The finished batch is placed into an airtight storage vessel and placed into cold storage until the lab results are returned. And this approved cannabis flower is now ready for supercritical CO2 extraction into finished oils for medicine.
Processing medical cannabis for patients is a highly involved scientific and technical procedure. Join Dr. Greg Gerdeman, our Chief Scientific Officer, as he explains medical cannabis extraction and product formulation.
I came to the medical cannabis industry with a background in neuroscience and biochemistry with a PhD in pharmacology from Vanderbilt University. For over 25 years, as a biomedical researcher, college professor, and cannabis scientist, I've studied and published respected scientific findings on how cannabis works in our brains and how our body's own internal cannabinoid system works to promote wellness. And I regularly give accredited continuing medical education to physicians on the subject of cannabis as medicine. There is a real craft and science to the proper drying of cannabis after it is harvested. This is not like hanging tobacco in a barn. It requires careful control of humidity in the kinds of easily sanitized spaces like we've created, including our walk-in freezers. Unfortunately, in the cannabis industry, many companies have started using questionable remediation techniques, such as the use of ozone or radiation, in order to eliminate molds and other pathogens that they weren't properly controlling during the grow. This is entirely unnecessary when plants are not only grown, but also dried with the controlled environment and hygiene that a medical product requires. Dried cannabis is either cold pressed or ground to a fine powder, depending on the product pathway.
Something that really will set apart Alabama Always is our exclusive use of entirely solvent-free methods to produce the medicine. Some of the cannabis flower will be cold pressed to express the natural resin, which allows us to formulate products with the natural raw cannabinoids that are underappreciated, and they are very therapeutic for certain conditions, including autism, and they're non-psychoactive.
This alone will give patients in Alabama access to forms of medical cannabis that other companies are very unlikely to produce. As for the bulk of our dried cannabis, it will move to a specially constructed room for grinding, extra ventilated to ensure worker safety, because inhaling powdered product can be dangerous and allergenic. Now, typically in this industry, when cannabis is ground down, it is packed into an extraction machine that douses it with alcohol or even explosive solvents like butane or propane. These solvents pull out the cannabinoid molecules, but then they must be removed themselves because they're toxic and dangerous. That cleanup requires multiple extra distillation steps and solvent recovery, which takes time, manpower, and a lot of electricity. It exposes workers to hazards, and it adds critical control points where problems arise. And it creates risk of solvent contaminates in the finished medicines.
And most of our ground cannabis is going to be extracted using a truly state-of-the-art revolutionary extraction system that uses only supercritical fluid carbon dioxide, both to extract the medicine molecules and to de-wax the product.
What this means is that medicines created by Alabama Always will always be 100% solvent-free because our medicines will never touch them in the first place. This is so important because patients who use cannabis have conditions that make them medically vulnerable. Many of them are very sensitive to these solvents, and they will be taking this medicine every day.
Our extracts would literally be safe to consume directly out of the machine, but instead they will be moved into our nearly completed state-of-the-art formulation laboratory to create precisely dosed, well-formulated medical cannabis products that are approved by the commission, like tinctures and chewables and other products in the future. Security, of course, also extends to shipping our products to our dispensary system around the state. So Alabama Always has already purchased vehicles that will be securely fitted with internal safes. There will be protocols like in-cab video monitoring and route tracking that can be shared with law enforcement. So moving our medicines to and from the facility will be done seamlessly and responsibly.
Getting the product to patients is of paramount importance. Join Mickey Griffin at the Montgomery dispensary location as he discusses our investment in dispensing locations throughout the state.
Alabama law requires companies applying for integrated cannabis licenses to operate 5 retail dispensaries initially in areas where local government has passed ordinances for dispensaries. Finding sites under the existing law was extremely difficult. I'm standing here at the Montgomery store located in Midtown, right off of Interstate 85. This was a former credit union, which is ready to open with a few minor interior changes and exterior security upgrades. The store already has a permit from the city of Montgomery and could be open within about 4 weeks. We will bring in our display cases and reconfigure these counters slightly to accommodate our point of sale terminals. The side office will be reconfigured as a consultation space. The safe for the products and the cash collected will go in the current back office space. The credit union left working security cameras behind, and there is a drive-through for established customers to conveniently pick up their orders. The store could be ready to open just as soon as they can harvest a crop at Hunter Loop Road. We can train employees and be ready to sell products to patients in less than 60 days. Our other locations in Alabama are Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Gadsden, and Mobile. If the Alabama Medical Cannabis Commission allows future expansion, we are ready to move forward to other locations. Alabama Always is ready for business.
Thanks to you, Chairman Vaughn, and all the members of the commission for taking the time today to learn more about Alabama Always. As you can see, our investor group has put a lot of money and time into building a state-of-the-art cannabis growth facility here in Montgomery. We're proud of all the people associated with Alabama Always. Our team has done a fine job, and we appreciate your consideration.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Daniel Boyd, board member of Alabama Always. Our company was founded in June of 2021 by Mike Bruce, president of Ivy Creek Healthcare and others across the state of Alabama. Here today are my fellow board members, former House member Richard Lindsay, who grows and processes cotton, and former Montgomery City Councilman Ben McNeil, a cattleman and businessman. Also presenting today will be our interim CEO, Jim Eaton, and our Chief Scientific Officer, Dr. Greg Gerdeman. On this slide here, we have 28 of our Alabama shareholders, which is a diverse group of men and women, beginning with our largest shareholder, Linda Gentry. African-American owners, including myself and several others, including former Senator Hank Sanders of Selma, represent the committee also. On slide 4, we have representation from all parts of the state. We assemble folks in agriculture that also are a majority of our shareholders as required by the law. These dots represents the hometown of our Alabama shareholders, and you can see it's dispersed throughout the whole state. At this point, I would like to recognize some of our special guests who are our guest holders. Senator Hank Sanders, if you would, please. Thank you. Also, Mike Bruce, I'm sorry. Thank you. Teddy Gentry, please. Thank you. And would the shareholders please stand, all of you? Thank you. From the beginning, in 2021, Alabama always was laser focused on meeting all the criteria set forth in the cannabis statute by the Alabama legislature. This slide lists all the key statutory requirements for an integrated license, starting with building a grow facility that is ready to commence cultivation of cannabis within 60 days of getting a license. That is a mandatory requirement under the law. The legislature included that because they were serious about getting this medicine to the people of Alabama sooner than later. This 60-day cultivation requirement and the requirements for at least 5 retail dispensaries kickstarts that process. The legislature also required licensees to show serious financial strength by requiring companies like ours to demonstrate the ability to build and sustain statewide medical cannabis business for a period of years and to get a $2 million performance bond from an insurance company, guaranteeing our performance to the state of Alabama. We have already shown you our state-of-the-art grow facility, cannabis extractor, and one of our dispensaries here in Montgomery. We will now show you how Alabama always meets and exceeds the statutory requirements for an integrated license to grow and sell cannabis.
Thank you, Chairman Vaughn, Commissioner, board members, staff. We appreciate the opportunity to come before you today. I served in the legislature 35 years. I know a little bit about the sacrifice that you guys are making to work on this board, and we appreciate your sacrifice. I'm Richard Lindsay, and I'm the finance chair of the Alabama Always Board. A group of us got together from all across the state of Alabama. Each investor paid in his part, his share. We raised $15.2 million. And that $15.2 million is the capital contribution that is represented on the statement that you see before you. It was filed with our application in December, and it was verified by our Birmingham accounting firm prior to December the 30th when the application was filed. We had spent about $803,000 at the time of the filing, and that was primarily startup cost and purchasing the property that the facility is on here in Montgomery. We've since spent an additional $5 million building out facilities, buying equipment, and making plans to launch the company full speed when licenses are awarded. Our time last fall was spent finding and leasing 5 stores, and we've already seen that in the presentation today, where they're located. And we also were planning the build out of our grow facility here in Montgomery. We had to hire architects and engineers and order equipment that took quite a bit of time to get that equipment in for delivery. We drafted our business plan, and we worked on our build out at the Montgomery location, as well as preparing for the staffing of the 5 stores that we have across the state. Next slide. This slide recaps our efforts. It shows that we've drafted a business plan, that we've established a banking relationship with Valley National Bank, which is a cannabis-approved bank and is very important in this process. We are a cannabis customer. We've raised the capital and put it directly in the accounts at the Valley Bank, And we've met all the requirements of ownership for Alabamians, 51% or greater. We also have farmers that are on this, they're invested in this, which is 51% or greater as well. Next slide. Alabama Always is committed to giving back and to working with the communities we serve. We located in an Alabama Opportunity Zone in West Montgomery. This state has designated this area as being in need of jobs and investments, and it requires that we make medical cannabis available to all the citizens of Alabama who qualify with a medical condition. We will offer discounts to those without health insurance. Next slide. As investors, we've taken a considerable risk in order to be sure that we would be ready to begin cultivation promptly when the licenses were granted. This is something that we felt was required by the law. And on the slide that you have before you, there's a partial list of what we have spent our $6 million on getting ready to open and operate our company. The first item was, of course, the 26-acre site here in Montgomery. Next was the money that we've spent to plan and design that facility. We had to do site prep. As you saw in the presentation, we had an old facility. A lot of work had to be done, irrigation, drainage, permitting. We had to make equipment purchases, major electrical components such as generators, fans, air conditioning systems, grow lights, lab testing equipment. And one item that I can't tell you much about, but it's a supercritical green mill CO2 extractor. And Dr. Gregg will give you a little bit more information about that piece of equipment. Work continues today as we speak at the Hunter Loop location. And it is nearly complete, and it will be ready in January to begin production. Thank you for the opportunity today.
Good afternoon. I'm Jim Eaton. I'm the interim CEO of the company, and I'm going to be real brief. Just a few points. While that slide's still up there, just in terms of the lead time to do all these things. For example, the electrical panels took 9 months to source and get here. They're not readily available because of the sheer amount of construction that goes on. The LED supplemental lighting panels, we were initially told when we tried to start buying them last January that the delivery would be 9 months. So instead, we went straight to the manufacturer who promised us that they would be here in April. We were shooting for June, since you were awarding licenses in June, to be ready. We actually didn't get those until August. So I'm just trying to give you a sense that if you go out now to start building one of these facilities, you're looking at 9 months to a year, just because a lot of these things are not available. One other thing, the Green Mill supercritical CO2 extractor, in order to put that in our application last year and to be sure we could get one, we went ahead and purchased that in December of last year, which required half the money to be put down, $300,000. That was a $600,000 item. The next slide, real briefly, we planned this out like you would if you're starting a business. We put a detailed business plan like anybody does with estimating our revenue and all of our expenses, and that's what this slide is about. That went into our application. So there's several pages of our business plan. So we planned out what everything costs, including cultivation, salaries, federal tax obligation. You know, there's a 280E federal tax code provision that puts a serious bite on anybody in the cannabis business, which is not talked about much, but you got to contend with that. Next slide. So one of the legal requirements under the statute is integrated license applicants shall have a performance bond of $2 million. It's very clear that you must have that, or a commitment letter that's a firm commitment for that $2 million bond. Now, a bond does not mean cash in the bank. It means a third party is going to pay the money on your behalf. It took us 3 months working with an insurance underwriter to get this bond. They investigated us. They wanted to know that we could grow cannabis. They looked at our bank balance. They looked at those the business plan that you just saw. And finally, in December, we started in late August last year. About the second week of December, we got this bond, that's the contract, and this is the actual bond from Continental Heritage Insurance Company. We understand others have looked through the applications. I have not, that we're one of only 2 companies that actually has the bond in hand. And I think that's an important thing to note. One other thing, real quickly, we're not associated with any multi-state operator. Robert Tornillo that you see here and Greg Gerdeman, myself, we were approached by friends from Alabama to come up here and help them start a company. We had been involved in a company in Florida that Robert was a shareholder of. I was their lawyer. Greg was their scientist. That company got a license. We stood it up. Robert grew cannabis for 3 years there. It was sold. We haven't been in the cannabis business since. So we're not, some giant MSO that's coming in here. One point I would also note, the statute says that the legislature did not want out-of-state MSOs, these are multi-state organizations that sell recreational cannabis to be involved in Alabama. If they could be a multi-state operator, but not if they sell recreational cannabis. I don't know who does and who doesn't, but it's something that you should consider. But we are not that. One last thing, and I'm done, is all 5 of the retail stores that you're about to see from in a little bit more detail here with Ben McNeil are under lease, and they can all be fully operational before we finish growing the plants in about May. So nobody, I don't think, can do this any faster and get 5 stores open than our company can. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Ben McNeil, and I'm the board member in charge of helping mount our retail sales operations. Our family company just recently sold all our United Food and Fuel stores that we operated across central Alabama. So we do understand hiring people, distribution of product, sales, as well as inventory control. Now, this map, it shows current 5 stores that we have already under lease, ready to be converted into the operational cannabis dispensaries in, next slide, Montgomery, Birmingham, Gadsden, Mobile, and Tuscaloosa. You saw a minute ago, Mickey Griffin of Aronoff. Now, he helped us find our greenhouse site and these 5 stores. Mickey has already identified another 6 locations with stores suitable for dispensaries across the other cities around the state, shown here with the light green stars on this map. And on the list, of course, to the right. When our first 5 stores are open and operating and have sufficient patients signed up in the Alabama Patient Registry, we will seek permission to open additional stores to serve patients in all parts of this state. Okay. Alabama always will have qualified managers in each store with a preference for those who have been previously trained and worked in pharmacies. They will be taught about the products and the extensive requirements for compliance with Alabama law at the point of sale. Our federally qualified banking partner, Valley Bank, plays a key role in compliance for all store sales. Our point of sale terminals will use their system, powered by Green Check certified, an automatic compliance system that requires our employee to verify answers to 18 data points, including verification of age, their identity, and Alabama medical cannabis card from each patient. Now, this is a partial list of all the data that must be verified and encountered into the terminal for each sale, including matching up the metric seed to sale tracking system for all products. before the system will be allowed to make a sale to be completed. Now, this ensures that every sale is compliant with the law and regulations prior to the product being sold and going out the door with the patient. Next slide. Now, here are the payment options allowed by Valley Bank compliance system with our point of sale terminal. Valley Bank will give us electronic credit for customers' personal checks, payments, and apps like CanPay for cannabis purchases and instant credit for cash payments we deposit in their smart safe. Now, this smart safe will read each banknote and deposit that into our bank account electronically. That means our employees cannot open this safe. An armored car will come periodically and remove the safe and install an empty one. We will never have employees coming and going with cash from the store, and their access to the money will be prevented. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Greg Gerdeman. I'm also going to be filling in a little bit for Robert Tornello, our master cultivator and cultivation director. He had a family emergency, and if he could be here, I know he'd agree with me that it is an honor to present to you. Thank you for your service. And it's an honor to present on behalf of this incredible group of investors for Alabama Always. I thank them and you sincerely for taking medical cannabis seriously. All of the cannabis footage that y'all saw in the video were from our previous operation in Florida, and we are very ready and eager to repeat and improve upon that with organic and at scale here with local talent. And I feel like local talent. I've been here a year. Robert has built an outstanding facility with which to do that. This is a true hybrid design, controlled environment, and sunlit greenhouse, especially designed for cannabis based on our successes and previous challenges serving the regulated medical cannabis industry in Florida. Let me reiterate from the video that any typical hoop house style greenhouses will be very limited in Alabama to grow cannabis in a short season. Operations that are adjacent to commercial ag are going to have some trouble because they'll find that cannabis is not only sensitive to pathogens, but also drift from conventional pesticides. That was really kind of the point about talking about remediation and nuclear waste in the video. But the concern is conventional agriculture pesticides. We will produce sun-grown, soil-grown cannabis in quantities capable of providing not only our own stores, but also for sale on a wholesale basis to the independent dispensaries and processors whom you all granted licenses last week and will need scaled production in order to survive as businesses. If you grant us a license on December 12th, depending on necessary inspections and approvals, Alabama could be ready to commence cultivation within weeks before the end of January. I promise you that no one who has not already built out their cannabis facility can even approach beginning to cultivate at scale in that soon. And I am not talking about dropping in a shipping container or sort of grow pods. You've heard a lot about that. We know all about that. Let me emphasize, we know how to grow in pods. We chose to invest to grow the right way from the outcome. Robert and I grew in 8 30-foot long containers in Florida, but it wasn't for production scale. It was only as a backup safety for preserving our genetics in the case of a hurricane or another catastrophic failure. Let me express it this way. If you look back at our last slide again, I was showing that's our greenhouse 1. It's our first of 4 greenhouses, the smallest one. It's days away from completion. Since this picture was taken, walls are up, lights are hung, fans are going up. If other cultivators were awarded to start with pods, in the first year, we could produce more in this first greenhouse alone than the other cultivators combined in this state. I know the efficiency of pods. Moving on, please. This schematic shows you the steps that will then occur month to month to get a cannabis grown, harvested, and extracted. Products would be made and could be available in our dispensaries ideally by May, maybe early summer. This is the whole production cycle. I could honestly talk an hour on this slide, but I've got 7 minutes left. So there's some key points to make. First, about our extraction process, and second, about in-house analytical quality control. Our extraction methods, as I mentioned on the video, will be entirely solventless. You've heard about that term. I hope that I'd be happy to answer questions about it. It's a term of art. And to be specific, we're going to be using cold, dry sift pressed rosin for some products. We're also going to be using this CO2 extraction system you've heard referenced. That is not typically, you don't usually refer to CO2 extraction as solventless, but what this Green Mill Parallel Pro real-time winterization system has that we own at great expense allows for the use of supercritical fluid CO2, which is compressed and heated to a state that acts both as a fluid and a gas. It does dissolve the cannabinoids and remove them, but once you release the pressure, it's gone. There is no residue whatsoever. And so I call it a completely solventless extraction stream because there are no chemical solvents for patients to ever be exposed to or workers. There's more I'd love to share and tell you about. We've already bought a PCR machine for in-house microbial surveillance and pathogen control. I know how to use it. I've taught students how to use those things for years. We have an HPLC, a light lab cannabis analyzer. This is the same instrument FDA uses to test cannabis potency in its hemp sort of surveillance programs. Next slide, please. Constructing a proper cannabis grow facility, even if you're retrofitting, cannot be done quickly. I'm just going to be very brief here because we're running short on time. I've sure learned so much being here in Montgomery for a year out at this construction site. The number of skilled tradesmen, concrete, drainage, getting this pedestal transformer from Alabama, power took 9 months. You can't do anything quickly. We've done the work. We can ramp up quickly to grow at scale. We're perfectly situated in West Montgomery to serve all parts of the state. Then we'll produce efficiently and be able to wholesale cannabis to independent processors and dispensaries. Next slide, please. A word about myself as chief scientist of the company. I have been in Montgomery for more than a year now working on this. I'm not an owner, it's my job. And by the way, I'm one of many jobs that have been created in West Montgomery, as I've mentioned. The science of cannabis has been my job and my passion for over 25 years. I've researched cannabis, how it affects the brain and body, the biology of the plant, its agronomy, and natural product extraction. I've conducted grant-funded research from National Institute on Drug Abuse, National Science Foundation, the USDA. And when I started the medical cannabis company in Florida, I resigned a tenured college professorship of biology to do that. That's because the science of cannabis as medicine became my life's work a long time ago. I've got some images of me studying brain electrophysiology in the lab at Vanderbilt in '99, and then studying cultivation and extraction 20 years later. I think about how cannabis works in the body and brain as medicine every day. I have been honored to publish in publications like shown, internationally prestigious journals like Nature Neuroscience. I also am proud of publishing chapters in books like this, the Cannabis Grower's Handbook. And I can promise you that when I started doing this 10, 15 years ago, it was a risky proposition. It was not fashionable to be involved in this. But as a serious scientist, it's been important to me all along that cannabis, as it is reintroduced as the legitimate medicine that it truly is, that we educate with real science and evidence and not just wishful thinking. Next slide, please. So I've never just focused on research, but also on applied science and scientific education. I've taught all manner of students, pre-med, medical, pharmacy students. I've taught CME lectures to physicians at the Mayo Clinic, at Tampa General, and for nonprofit organizations, including some that are listed here. I want to highlight the Association of Cannabinoid Specialists because it's run by my friend, Dr. Jordan Tischler, who I point out because he was recently chosen by the Medical Association of Alabama to run the curriculum for training physicians in this state to certify patients. I commend you for that choice. Dr. Tischler and I would be happy to put on educational events in Alabama, combining my expertise in cannabis pharmacology and neuroscience and his clinical experience. I've learned from people like him for years. Education of employees will be a big part of my job at Alabama always. Employees who are growing and extracting the flower need to know how and why we maintain strict protocols for hygiene and quality, because this is being made into medicines. They need to maintain accurate records and inventories to be able to audited for accountability regularly, requirements for GAP and GMP certifications.
Dispensary employees need to understand what the various products are, how they're used, and any appropriate warnings about overconsumption. We've got curriculum we're going to use. We're going to be working with our board chairman, Mike Bruce, to find staff from his healthcare contacts and pharmacies and the hospitals he manages. On this picture on stage is also a good friend and expert, Dr. Ethan Russo. And I'm running short of time, so I'm going to be very quick and say, next slide, please. Dr. Russo's project currently is called Breeders Best. Please look them up, breedersbest.com. It's on the slide. They are our genetics partners, our nursery partners. They are going to provide proprietary, unique genetics, truly special. I can tell you, not all cannabis is the same. There are thousands of so-called strains with various different names, but we are going to have very specific proprietary genetics that will allow for Alabama Always to create medicines differently. Let me skip to the last slide here, because this is all about caring for people in need. You know, over these 25 plus years, I have come to know so many patients with serious debilitating illnesses, people who have found dignity in their last days because cannabis is real medicine. And I want to close by expressing our sincere thanks to you as a commission, because despite anything else that has gone on, this commission has never failed to say that cannabis is real medicine and it needs to be to patients as soon as possible. That's our mission. It's your mission. I'm very thankful for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gerdeman. Anybody got any questions, commission members or Dr. Gerdeman or anyone else on their team? Yes, Dr. Blakemore.
Excellent presentation. In regards to, I know we have a lot of shareholders out here. Have you guys identified who's going to be doing your day-to-day operations?
We have hiring plans for bringing in qualified, in terms of the dispensary, you mean? We've got leads in the
Just overall from seed to sale.
We have identified sort of second in commands for cultivation. I think actually, I'm very glad someone that we've neglected to put in this presentation is Mr. Tim Spearman, who's going to be directing processing with me in the laboratory. Very well qualified, has got tremendous ideas about outreach and workforce training for minorities. He's very involved in that in various disciplines. And we intend to work closely with pharmacists and healthcare providers as far as finding the most qualified staff for meeting all of the needs of inventory control and work in the dispensaries.
So just to speak to the retail side a little bit. So as we've gone around assembling these dispensary sites, we've also started to try to identify looking for people in each community to be a store manager, maybe that has pharmacy background, maybe they either were pharmacist or pharmacy tech, somebody to run the operation there. And Mickey Griffin of Aronoff, because they work all over the state's been very, very helpful with this. So we've got a list of people. We're just waiting to activate them. And out at the grow, we think at full tilt, it'll probably be 60 people out there, which is a fair number of jobs, you know, for here in Montgomery. So.
Thank you, Mr. Eaton. Any other commission member have a question? Yes, Dr. Jensen.
Yes. So some of you had an operation in Florida. Did you ever have any regulatory compliance challenges there?
No, we did not. We passed all of our compliance checkpoints and with our harvests, we never had any kind of product recalls or disciplinary actions.
Okay, and then why and who did you sell it to?
The company.
Yeah.
Well, Jim might bet there were a few different suitors at first. It wasn't mine.
So I was the lawyer for the group, not an investor, but I helped him, you know, procure the license and set up the company. There were 5 investors there. Robert Tornillo was one of the investors, and he had the greenhouse. So once they got the license, Florida didn't have any basic capital requirement, and those folks had spent $4 million on sprucing up the grow facility that Robert had and the pursuit of the license over about 3 years. So then you needed, and Florida allowed you to have 25 stores. So like True Leave went out immediately and built 25 stores. So this group started talking among themselves. This is the 5 owners about which one of them were going to put up the money. Okay, we had 2 very well-heeled people that could have done it, but there began to be a bit of a squabble over who was going to put up what. This looked like it was going to turn into a lawsuit between the members. Okay, they're all clients of mine, and I'm like, let's not do that. You know, that was going to ruin the whole thing. So after about a year, we were standing up the company and growing cannabis. They decided that they would sell to avoid having some big blow up. Robert stayed on with the company after it was sold. Got the license, doctor, in August of 17, sold in December of 18, owned it for about a year and a few months. And Robert stayed on 2 years as the CEO of the company and the lead and the master grower for the company. And then since then, none of us have been involved in the cannabis business.
What was that company?
The company that was called, we called it Three Boys Farms. They immediately changed the name to One Plant. One Plant was acquired by Cresco Labs, right, which is a large, MSO, but that was our involvement in it.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have a question? Commission members or anyone online? Representative Lindsay, you touched on something a while ago, and maybe some of the dates or the days to commence operations on some facilities, they may be outdated. Was that, how old are these numbers, for instance, on the dispensaries? Do you think, I think 5.5 months is the earliest one dispensing, or the earliest one can be open for business, the one that you own. Is that one being built out? Go ahead, Mr. Eaton.
They're all, so the one here in Montgomery literally would maybe be 4 weeks, and we won't have any product in 4 weeks.
Okay.
As you saw from that one slide, the earliest we think we'd have product with the grow cycle would be sometime in May. And all of them could be fully operational before May.
Okay.
Because they're all retail stores.
Yeah.
The one in Gadsden, we may put up a few petitions, some point of sale things that we'll leave the carpet in there, for example. So, Aronov's really good at sourcing retail stores. It's what they do all over Alabama for lots of people. So that's the kind of store we have. So all of these would open at the same time in May or June as soon as we have product.
Okay, thank you. The numbers may be getting dated by now.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Hart. Go ahead, Mr. James Harwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do y'all have any concern about growing in a greenhouse in Alabama?
Go ahead.
I would like to address that. No, we don't, because of the climate control. It is a really innovative design. We are using natural sunlight through diffused polycarbonate, but it's extensively air conditioned. That's part of the discussion that I kind of snipped through, but we have over 35 5-ton AC units. The greenhouses are going to be divided in different rooms so that different cultivars can be handled differently. And we have dehumidification, a lot of airflow. During the summer, we will have a luminet over the top to actually cut down on some of the solar intensity, because we'll have way more light than we need. So no, I'm actually very excited to grow in Alabama in these greenhouses. These are a better operation than we grew successfully in Florida. And we even had water wall, sort of swamp cooler style methods that we succeeded in Florida, which we were told you couldn't do. We agree we don't want to do that here. These are really, it's honestly like an indoor, very easily sanitized grow that uses the sun.
Yeah, Alabama growing in a greenhouse is completely different.
Right. Yes, sir.
And when you got 99 degrees outside.
Yes. When we're out there with the guys working to put it up, even in this temperature,
It'd be hard for air conditions to keep it.
Well, listen, I'd love for you to see it. I mean, we have a 5-ton AC unit for every maybe 900 square feet. I mean, it is over-engineered when it comes to environmental controls.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Harwell. Anyone else? Any of our commissioners online have a question for Alabama Always?
Dr. Gerdeman?
Yes.
This is Jimmy Harvey. I was very interested in your extraction method. Is this unique in the industry? I mean, because it's the first I've heard of this after listening to a lot of testimony.
Yes, sir. I consider it unique in the industry. There have been a few different manufacturers over, and thank you for that question. There have been a few different manufacturers who have attempted to do what we call winterization using only CO2. And they have, when they've been able to do that, they also still lose a tremendous amount of the cannabinoids, making it very inefficient. And again, if I can back up, most ethanol extraction, most CO2 extraction, you come out with what's called, people call it a crude extract, sort of first packs, very black and kind of nasty. I've worked in lots of extraction methods. And again, you have to do what's called winterizing, which is basically a term of art, meaning you put it in extremely cold ethanol and the heavier waxes from the product precipitate out. Then you have to filter that, you have to distill it. You see these rotary evaporators, and then you've got to do post-processing, use typically another distillation method. And then you have to do solvent recovery. I've seen some pictures, some of the images you guys have seen. I love working with some of this fancy chemistry to reclaim solvent and whatnot. But again, to your question, the Green Mill Parallel Pro with real-time winterization is, I believe, an engineering masterpiece, frankly. It's not, I sold this company on a $600,000 machine, I can tell you that. The engineer who created and patented the machine has been working closely with me. I've extracted with some of their previous models before. It is actually not available right now, this machine, to be perfectly, tell you all about it, because the Green Mill, the company, cannabis industry has just not been investing that much on this kind of upfront capital, and with all the supply chain issues with happened, the pandemic, and companies going under, Green Mill hasn't been able to keep up production of this particular machine. But we have a long-term service agreement with the engineer who has the patent, who is become a good friend of mine. And so, yeah, I truly think that even if this was commercially available, it would take somebody 18 months to get it. And no one is going to have a system like this that is what I'm going to bill as truly solventless.
Thank you, Dr. Garderman. Anyone else have a question? I requested with our commissioners a while ago to try to ask questions that could be addressed with a yes or no answer, and they said there's no such a thing. And I understand why. We're dealing with new ground. We're literally plowing new ground, aren't we, Representative Lindsay? For sure.
Thank you for.
Anyone else have a question before we dismiss and move to our next one? Well, thank all of your team for showing up today. It's impressive for all of you to be here and on behalf of one another but great presentation, great video. Appreciate you, Mr. Eaton and Dr. Garderman.
Thank you.
All of you, Mr. McNeil, Dr. Boyd, thank all of you for coming today. As we're gearing up for Hornet Medicinals, any commissioner needs to take a bathroom break, do so right quickly.
Well, I know that.
Shannon.
Yeah.
to hear from Hornet Medicinals as our guests are seated and or exiting. We're somewhat behind, but not too far. I think we have most of our individuals here representing Hornet. Are you missing someone yet? Well, we're go ahead and locate who. Dr. Ross, I'm sure he appreciates that. We'll hold off for just a minute or two. The bathrooms have been slammed here today for some reason. Hold it, President Ross, just a second. I'm going to ask Mr. Justin A'Day to make a few comments pertaining to the Hornet Medicinals application for the benefit of our commission members. So Justin.
Mr. Chairman, this is applicant number 1660 Hornet Medicinals LLC. You have the full application, the applicant summary. There were pass-fail items noted, and the applicant has provided response to its show cause notice. You have that response in your materials. You also have a brief in support of the application submitted by the applicant in their printed presentation materials.
Thank you, Justin. Dr. Ross, I guess as you and your other presenters come up to the podium, just have either you can introduce all of them or they can introduce themselves, whichever you prefer. Is there a clicker there on the podium? If y'all got okay, that'll be fine. You can operate that if you choose to, and Ms. Peters will put the computer up here. I'll have the screen with a time allotment in front of you. So be mindful of that as you progress through your presentation. So the podium is yours. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Chairman Vaughn, commissioners that are present and those that are here with us virtually. First of all, I apologize for my tardiness. I had one of my former colleagues who held me up, making me promise I didn't get into a filibuster. So I am here. But into my former legislative colleague, Director McMillan, I am Quentin Ross, Jr., and I am chairman of Hornet Medicinal and the current president of the Alabama State University. Now, I don't have a personal interest in Hornet Medicinal. However, my position as chairman is synonymous with my being president and CEO of Alabama State University, which authorized by its board of trustees through resolution to enter into a mutually beneficial partnership with Greenlight Corporation called Hornet Medicinal. Let me begin by thanking this commission on behalf of our team and on behalf of our state for the work that you have done and are doing, because this work is truly life-saving and life-changing. I'm proud that during my 15 years of serving as Alabama State Senator in District 26, in which this building sits, I had the opportunity to co-sponsor medical cannabis legislation during my time in the Senate. But at that time, the will of the body just wasn't there, as all so well known by Director McMillan. But today is a new day, and Alabama has embraced this innovation to help her citizenry. We want to thank you for your time and opportunity for us to share why we know without a doubt that Hornet Medicinal would be a unique and logical choice for an integrated license in the state of Alabama. For clarity, Hornet Medicinal is 51% owned by Alabama State University and 49% owned by brothers Jim and John Mueller, who you will have the opportunity to hear from shortly before we get into our presentation. I'd like to introduce members of our team. Jim and John Mueller, who are here with us today, owners of Greenlight, well-established and award-winning multi-state cannabis operator with an impeccable track record. Dr. Tangela Petty, our Vice President of Institutional Effectiveness, Strategic Initiatives, and Transformation. Mrs. Mia Williams, Director of Continuing Education. Retired Lieutenant Colonel Gregory Clark, Vice President of Institutional Advancement. Dr. Kennedy Wakesa, Associate Provost of Academic Affairs. And Dr. Fime, Director of our well-established ASU Cannabis Plant Research Program. Lastly, while not a member of our membership team, ownership team, the gentleman probably doesn't need an introduction, but we have former State Senator Gerald Dow, who's with us here. He's the chair of the Board of Trustees at Troy University, but he is also the one who was the brainchild behind us coming together to do something extremely special in the state of Alabama. Again, I want to thank you for this opportunity, and we will begin with Senator Dow.
Thank you, Dr. Ross. I look around this room and I may be the only one here that's not being paid to be here today. I guess you wonder then, why am I here? Before I tell you why I'm here, let me tell you a little about my background. Most of you know me. I know several of you on the board personally. I served 40 years in the legislature, 8 years over in the Capitol and 32 years in this building. This is my first time back in this building since I left in 2018. I'm not a lobbyist. I'm retired. I served 40 years representing East Alabama. I was in the legislature in the health care committee when the Carlisle law was passed. I heard in public hearings the need for medical cannabis. I heard the pleas from the people who were looking for help for their kids. But in 2014, it was election year, ladies and gentlemen, and nobody wanted a pot bill wanted to have to vote for a pot bill. Let's just lay it like it was. So we changed that bill and put $1 million in the budget and asked UAB to do a study of the benefits for medical cannabis. And that's why the foundation for this bill today. Paul Sanford handled that bill in the Senate, and I know you've heard about Mike Ball. They both handled that bill, and it came through my committee, and I had the pleasure for voting for it. So that's why we're here today, and that's why that we understand the importance of this. A little bit more about my background. I spent 38 years in the military. I joined as a PFC, and I retired as a brigadier general. I went from peeling potatoes to commanding troops. I spent most of it in the National Guard. But the little leadership I possess and what I used in the legislature, I learned from the military. The military trap requires you to either meet the skills or get out of the way. And I met that obligation, and I fulfilled my obligation to this state and this country by serving in the military. As I said, I served 40 years. I came with John McMillan in 1974. John got promoted and moved up to Commissioner of Agriculture, and I served with his brother, who was a great statesman and a great individual. Not only did I serve in the military, but today I serve on the Board of Trustees at Troy University. I've been on the Troy University Board for 30 years. I was on the Troy University Board when we moved from Division II to Division I. We just won the conference-ship, and we're going to play in the bowl in Birmingham, and I hope you'll all come and support the Trojans. We're going to play Duke, and that's a great. I tell you that to give you a little reference for you who don't know me about why I think I have an opportunity to be here and to talk to you about this bill. I realized when this bill passed two things were going to happen. It was going to create a brand new industry in the state of Alabama, something we'd never done before. And I understood something else. And I know it's become quite apparent to you on this committee. There's going to be a lot of money involved. Some people are going to make a lot of money off of this license that you're going to grant. A lot of money. More money, more zeros than I can count almost. So I began to think, why can't we benefit more, get more benefits to the state, all the people of the state of Alabama? So I came up with this crazy idea that why not Troy apply for application, take that money we're going to make and give scholarships to kids. The reason you're seeing the decline in enrollment in colleges today is because of the cost. No kid wants to go to college and work across the stage and have facing them when they get that diploma of $40,000 or $50,000 or $60,000 debt. That's hurting us. That's dumbing down our country. And I said, there should be some way that we could gather some of that money that's going to be made instead of giving it to people who are going to buy condos and airplanes and jets and sports cars. And I used to going to say Rolexes, but most of them I've seen already got a Rolex. So I don't think we need to go there. Why not take that money and revert as much of it as we can back to the state of Alabama? So I came up with this god-awful plan. Let Troy University apply for a grant application, get an application, and become a processor, cultivator, and distributor. So before I got too deep into it, because let me tell you one thing about retired. If you're not retired, you got a lot of time to think. And so I began to think, and I said, first, before I go any further, I need to make sure, can we do this? So I called Tim Melson, Senator Melson, Dr. Melson, who's a close personal friend of mine. As you know, I consider him one of the most intelligent people in the legislature. He's an anesthesiologist. Not only does he put you to sleep in the operation room, but he's been known to put you to sleep in the Senate. And that's for another story. But he's a great guy. I ran by him the plan I had. I said, is your bill prevent that from happening? No, in no way. In no way does it prevent a university from getting a license. I said, and I told him my idea, and he said, go with it. I think it's a great idea. So I went one step further. I knew Austin Latham real well because he worked for the Legislative Service Department, came to us from the University of Alabama, one of the smartest lawyers I know. And I asked Austin the same question. He said, no. I said, do me another favor, Austin. Read the bill over the next 2 days, because I know sometimes you overlook things like that, and let's talk back. I called Austin a couple of days later. He said, in no way does it prevent a college from making an application and being awarded a license. So with that in mind, in the meantime, I read the bill again. And I got to be honest with you, when you're retired, you got a lot of time. I've read this bill about 8 or 10 times. And I find something a little different in it every time because it's a pretty complex bill. But I began to realize that it gave preference to minorities. I'd known Dr. Ross. I came to the legislature with him, and he came to us in 2002. Been there 20-something years. You got to remember, you can't serve in the Alabama Senate unless you're a resident of the state of Alabama for 1 year. So I knew he met the 15-year requirement. I knew Alabama State met the requirement because they've been an institution for 153 years. And I knew one thing else. There's no doubt they're a minority university. There's a federal court case in Knight versus the state of Alabama where the federal court said Alabama State University is a minority school. And it went even further, John. It said you got to give them extra appropriation for 10 years. And we gave them $10 million. So the federal court has said they're a minority. So there's not a question about it. So that's why I was a little perplexed when I saw one of the last rating and you didn't count them as a minority university. There's minority university and a minority application as anybody you've got, and maybe more so.
So my plan was this. I went to him because several times Dr. Ross had questioned me about, can you find some use for the property we got in Bruton? Bruton was a normal school given to the university. And it's hard, I don't mean to be negative to Bruton, it's kind of like, wow, well, it's hard to get industry into Bruton. They're not near an interstate. They don't have access to the main thoroughfare, and they're outside the 50-mile limit to become a supplier for the automobile industry. So it's hard. So I thought, what a great fit. Normal school at Bruton, buildings already there, substantial buildings can be converted, a place that needs jobs, and a place that Alabama State already owns. So you won't have to buy property and you won't have to buy buildings. But let me tell you the main thing that made me excited about this when I talked to him was the scholarships and the new curriculum. This is unique. This is unique to anything you've heard up here. Alabama State will give a minimum of 50 scholarships a year to kids. Any kid that qualifies, not just in this field, any kid that may go on to be a doctor, a lawyer, a pharmacist, nurse, or teacher, might even be a legislator, bless the heart, or might even become governor. But that opportunity will go to 50 kids, a minimum, that would never had the opportunity that you and I've had to go to higher education. The other thing is, it will create a new curriculum. It will create a curriculum where they can license cultivators, license processors, and license transportators and distributors. So it'll be so much better for the rest of the industry. They can go out and hire somebody that's already been trained in this field. And ladies and gentlemen of the committee, another thing that what's going to face you after this, as tough as this has been, your next major task is going to be discipline those who make mistakes and sending inspectors out to make sure they're not violating the law. Alabama State can train your inspectors, certify them, and give them a license rather than you having to do it. So this is a great part of this. Dr. Ross and I agreed, and we looked for somebody who we could partner with. Because your bill and this bill and the legislature bill were very explicit. They gave you directions to follow. They didn't complicate. A lot of times people think the legislature is not very smart, and some of us wasn't. But there's some smart people in the legislature, and Dr. Melson's one of them. He put in that legislature on 7 different occasions that you needed to have skills, expertise, and knowledge in the field. He didn't just put that in there to fill pages. Skill, expertise, and knowledge. And you've already heard why. It cuts down the mistakes. 80% of the mistakes that'll be made when you issue this license will be made to those who have never done it before. Just remember that, and that'll be most of your workload that you'll have to do. Dr. Ross and I flew to Kansas, and I saw my first ever marijuana plant. You say, God, you're a pretty old guy. Sure, you've seen some out hunting and fishing. Maybe I did. I just didn't know what they were because we hadn't had any much. All of our great marijuana growers in this state are doing 10 and 20 and that more. They're not here in Alabama that you can go out and talk to. So it amazed me that in the last application, you didn't classify Alabama State as a minority. That's just beyond my comprehension. Somebody just overlooked that, I'm sure. The Bruton property I mentioned is already there. So after our meeting in Kansas City with Green Light and Jim and John, we asked them would they partner. They were a little reluctant. And let me tell you why, because this is so unique. There's never been in the history of any of the applications in any state a private partner policy where the private industry partnered with a public entity to do this process and bring more benefits to the people of the state. Never. And this is a unique application. We wanted a company that was licensed, experienced, worked in multiple states, and had no blemish record and had the financial ability to do this. And let me remind you of one other thing about Alabama State. Alabama State gets this license They will be the only licensee that will be evaluated and examined by the Alabama Department of Public Accounts and by the state audit. So they will always be transported. Think about that. The others you'll get reports from their CFOs. You'll get reports from their financial people and their lawyers. The state of Alabama examines the accounts of Alabama State University every year. The examiner of public accounts, I know that. I get the report from Troy every year. As I told you, I serve on the board of Troy trustees, and I'm very proud of that. But I get those reports. So after Dr. Ross and I traveled back, he went to his board and got permission from his board to pursue this endeavor. Outside the box, never been done before, but it's different. You know, the interesting thing, and I told you, I've been here a long time, 40 years, like John. Anytime you come up with a good idea in Montgomery and somebody don't like it, the rumor mill starts. The best way to kill a great idea in this state is a rumor mill. And fortunately, I still got eyes and ears in this state. And the eyes and ears in the state begin to tell me what those rumors. Surely this board's not going to fund a black university into this business because mostly minorities are the ones abusing marijuana to start with. Surely this board is not going to fund a college. They don't really qualify. The rumor mill persistence in this state, it's killed more good ideas in Montgomery than anything else. I've seen it. John's seen it. If you've been here 40 years, you've seen it. Kill a good idea with a rumor mill. Unfortunately, a lot of people in this town drank the Kool-Aid. They believe those facts. And it began to determine that this application began to slide down the scale of probability. It began to reduce the opportunity to get a license. So for those who drank the Kool-Aid and those who helped spread the Kool-Aid, because rumors are driven by three things. Jealous. A lot of institutions were jealous that they didn't come up with this idea. And let me leave you with another thought. If the court told you today to start over and throw every one of these in the trash can, you'd have at least 5 universities put in an application just like this because they realized the benefits they could gain from it. So it's unique. It's outside the box. I'm proud of it. I'm not the smartest guy that's ever come down this pipe. When I first got here, they said, Dow came down here on a load of pulpwood. That's probably pretty so, because I was pretty naive when I got to the legislature in '74. But I think this is a great opportunity. It's a great opportunity to make a difference. When you as a member raised your hand and took the oath of office to support the law, and this is the law, it doesn't give you the ability to change this law. It doesn't give you the ability to add or take from this law. You're to abide by this law. And you took an oath of office to do that. You can't delete or add to it. And the legislature went a little further. They gave you specific instructions. This is not just a brought up bill. This bill was written by the Legislative Service, National Latham and his group. They write every bill that's introduced in the state and the Senate. They write every amendment that's introduced in the state and Senate. And that's to our advantage because it keeps us from winding up with a lot of our legislation being challenged and going to court. They will tell you if a bill is unconstitutional. They will tell you a bill is, you can't do that. That is important. So the guidelines that they put forward in writing this bill, they gave you some specific, and I'm not going to go over the outline of what those requirements are. You know them. Resident requirement, 15 years. Certainly Alabama State represents that. Financial bond. One thing that's been quite a point of contention is the 60-day cultivation startup. Ladies and gentlemen, they didn't put that 60-day in there just to say, hey, can I make 60 days? The real reason the 60-day limit is in there is to prevent what's happened in other states. Many other states issued license. People got their license, sat on their license, and began to market and sell their license. Many states, I even understand, I know my time's running out. And I'm filibustered, got a cloture petition. Anyway, that's why the 60-day limit's in here. But 7 times in the bill, they told you to favor experience, knowledge, and skill. They didn't just put that in the bill page. And 5 times it said demonstrate. And let me tell you, I can tell you I can fly, but I can't demonstrate to you to fly till I get up in that chair and flap my wings and fly around here. Demonstrate has to exhibit it. So I'm going to leave you with this. This application meets every box that you've squared in that legislation. It checks every box, but it checks one more. It maximizes the benefits to the people of the state of Alabama by returning some of this money to the taxpayers, by creating scholarships. And if you create scholarships at the Alabama State, they're also going to create a curriculum to train those people. You won't have another better opportunity to fulfill your obligation on this board than to approve this license. And let me leave you, if I leave you with nothing else, let me leave you with one thing. How could you face those kids that won't get those scholarships if this application is not approved? How can you look them eye and tell them you're denying them the opportunity that you had? There'll be doctors, lawyers, and all those things. This is a very important part of this. This maximizes the benefit to the state of Alabama. Thank you and for your time. And I've sat where you are. My seat wasn't hardly as hot as yours is, but I've sat on boards like this, and I appreciate your willingness to serve on that. I hear Bobby singing some passion around a cloture petition because I'm going to have to quit. I've taken too much of your time. Thank you.
And now we will have our video presentation.
Welcome to Hornet Medicinals, a pioneering venture that combines the rich legacy of Alabama State University, ASU, with the visionary expertise of Jim and John Mueller, the founders of Greenlight, one of the largest multi-state medical cannabis operators in the nation. Together, we're uniquely positioned to define the landscape of medical cannabis in Alabama, with a shared commitment to excellence, innovation, affordable patient access, and training the next generation of leaders in the medical cannabis industry. Alabama State University, with 153 years of historical significance, is deeply rooted in the state's heritage. ASU's horticulture and agronomic experience spans decades. Our board chairman, Dr. Quentin T. Ross, as former Alabama State Senator and the 15th and current president of ASU, brings invaluable leadership experience in K-12 and higher public education. ASU's rich history and expertise serves as the foundation of our partnership. For over 10 years, Jim and John Mueller, the visionary leaders behind Greenlight, have managed over 65 cannabis licenses across 7 states. Their expertise extends beyond cannabis, as they've successfully operated highly regulated businesses under the purview of USDA, FDA, and the Department of Transportation. Greenlight's exceptional record of safety, compliance, and efficiency in the medical cannabis industry is a testament to their dedication. Hornet Medicinals emerges as a collaboration that brings over 120 years of commercial, horticultural, and agronomic production experience, including over 10 years of direct medical marijuana experience. This includes timber production at the historic Bruton campus and ASU's established hemp program. Our board of advisors includes Dr. Alafemi Ajayi, ASU's Industrial Hemp and Specialty Crop Program Director. This program conducts cutting-edge research on plant-insect interactions and exploring the potential use of chemical compounds in the cannabis plant for pharmaceutical purposes. The Muellers and their Director of Product Processing and Cultivation, Paul Chapman, contribute over 28 years of commercial cannabis cultivation experience. We are committed to driving innovation and knowledge in the cannabis industry. Our security philosophy is unwavering. Greenlight's fully monitored network and security operations center, complete with live video monitoring and state-of-the-art alert systems, ensures the highest level of security. ASU's experience in maintaining safety on a 172-acre campus with thousands of students highlights our commitment to public safety. Hornet Medicinals takes immense pride in the opportunity of revitalizing the historical Southern Normal School in Brewton. This campus will be the hub for our best-in-class cultivation, processing, educational training, and secure transportation operations. The Brewton facility will be finished in 3 phases. The initial grow room will be operational in 60 days, fully operational phase 1 in 105 days, followed by the completion of phase 2. Our goal is to create jobs, internships, and provide affordable medical cannabis access and education to the community, a responsibility we proudly embrace. Innovation is at the core of Hornet Medicinals. One such endeavor is participating in the REX program, which will utilize kiosks placed in our dispensaries, offering patients real-time, direct virtual access to a state-licensed pharmacy consultant, ensuring the safest and most informed outcome for our patients. Hornet Medicinals represents the perfect synergy of experience and expertise. Our collective knowledge gained from operating in highly regulated medical cannabis jurisdictions and responsibly managing public university resources uniquely positions us to provide safe medical-grade cannabis to Alabama patients. This, coupled with our commitment to developing a school-to-career pipeline for the next generation, underscores our vision for the future. In collaboration with ASU and Greenlight, we are poised to create world-class medical cannabis facilities in Alabama and groom the next generation of leaders in the medical cannabis industry. We invite you to join us on this remarkable journey towards a healthier and more prosperous future for the people of Alabama.
Good afternoon. Alabama State University, we are extremely excited about being at the forefront of educating our community and our students on the cannabis industry. Academia now has the opportunity and the potential to support cannabis and career pathways through academic programs.
Ma'am, can you state your name for our reporter, please? Okay.
Tangela Petty. I serve as
Tan-
the Vice President of Institutional Effectiveness, Strategic Initiatives, and
Tangela-
Transformation.
Tangela Petty.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Through our College of Business and Administration, we will be able to teach our students the business aspects of cannabis by preparing them to serve as product managers, marketing, and sales associates. Our College of Health Sciences will be able to educate our students in health information technology and management, as well as our College of Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics. Our students will be able to be certified as dispensers immediately. And additionally, our students will be able to secure employment in the plant cultivation as bud tenders, dispensary technicians to meet and respond to the dynamic evolution of the cannabis industry. Alabama State University is flexible and will continue to find ways to expand quality for workforce development to support Alabama Works.
Good afternoon. I'm Mia Oliver Williams. Alabama State University's Division of Continuing Education is committed to providing education and training for our students as well as the broader community. With that, we are prepared to offer high-quality educational training programs that lead to certifications in cannabis medicine and healthcare, cannabis agriculture, cannabis compliance and risk management, and the business and enterprise of cannabis. As for workforce development, our goal is to train, upskill, and certify Alabamians in one of the fastest growing industries in the U.S. Members of the community can be certified as cannabis cultivation and extract and product specialist. Training and certifying Alabamians supports Alabama Works' initiative to keep Alabamians working in Alabama. This is not just for Hornet Medicinals. We are here to support everyone in this state with training and certification in this industry.
Good afternoon. I'm Colonel Retired Gregory L. Clark, and I serve as Vice President for Institutional Advancement and Executive Director at Alabama State University Foundation. Piggybacking on General Dow, scholarships, that's what gets us going. This is going to give us an opportunity to not only piggyback on those 50 scholarships General Dow talked about, but we're actually projecting around 100 scholarships a year that we're going to be able to touch young men and young women that's matriculating through our university. We also project that over the next 5 years that we'll be able to give out a little over $2 million in scholarships. This is certainly will touch our community, and we'll get these young men and women out into the Alabama economy and start paying into our tax base. So this is a great partnership, and we look forward to making it come to fruition. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Kennedy Wekesa. I serve as the Associate Provost for Academic Affairs. Research has to be a key component for this to be successful. Alabama State University has a strong biomedical research focus and currently has several research centers and institutes that are funded by many different organizations, such as the National Institutes of Health, National Science Foundation, the Department of Defense, and NASA. We have top-notch faculty members and students who are trained in these centers. Some of the centers that we currently have on our campus are the Cancer Biology Research and Training Program that has a focus on prostate and breast cancer. We also have the Center for Nanobiotechnology. This center has research focused on vaccine development and solutions to worldwide complex medical issues. We also have the Center for Biometrics Engineering and Advanced Materials that is focused on the generation of new types of biomaterials that can be used in different types of health-related issues. And finally, we have our new Institute for Advanced Health Technology. This institute is dedicated to contributing to the health and wellness of our local, state, and global community. The institute provides the opportunity to bring together expertise in biological, computational sciences, and enable progress in understanding how we address diseases, new therapies, and new techniques. So this is a type of center that will actually move this type of event next to the next generation. ASU is at the forefront of innovation and technology and was one of the recipients of a grant from Innovate Alabama to actually perform research on cannabis. At this point, I'll have Dr. Femi talk about that project.
I am Dr. Olufemi Ajayi, the director of the AMP program at Alabama State University. The university was one of the very few universities in the state that was awarded the first license of AMP cultivation in 2019 when it was legalized in the state of Alabama. What have we accomplished so far? So far, we've successfully graduated a couple of master's students. One of them is actually currently serving as the clinical research associate in a health institution. And another one is also serving as a research associate in California. Currently, we have state-of-the-art facilities. We recently constructed a greenhouse, the size of 7,200 square feet. It's climate controlled, it's dedicated to the cultivation and research of cannabis. And also we partner with professors within the university and across the university. So we are into research into the potential biomedical properties of cannabinoids, such as THC, CBD, CBG. Also, we are looking at the potential impact of pests on the fluctuation of the levels of CBD, and THC, because growers, they don't want to test out above 0.3% THC. So we are looking into research on that. And right now, I'll now hand over to Mr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman,
Members of the commission, thank you so much for having us. My name is Jim Mueller with Greenlight. Both myself and my brother will be presenting on behalf of the company. We've been in business together now 25 years and haven't killed each other. We have been in the cannabis space for the last 10 years. So that makes us grizzled veterans in this emerging industry. We are extremely excited to partner with ASU in this groundbreaking industry and this groundbreaking application. I think you probably heard from some other applicants that talked about with various universities. This is different. This is a applicant that's a 51% owner of this company. John and I founded Greenlight. Prior to that, we had a company called Acres in Eureka out on the West Coast. We operate 65 licenses across 7 states. We have served in the last 12 months, this is key, 1.2 million patients. So in the last 12 months, our operations have served 1.2 million patients. A lot of folks have come up here and talked about what they're going to do. We've actually been practicing what we preach for the last 10 years. We are a significant size company. We'll generate plus minus $240 million this year. We're extremely profitable. We're the only large cannabis company that's actually doing dividends to our shareholders. And we are a multi-state operator that has built this company from ground up. We don't have a large backer. We don't have big funds behind us. We don't have one of the large public companies behind us. My brother and I have grounded out and built this company brick by brick. One of our keys to success has been speed to market. In a 12-month period, we built 17 dispensaries and over 150,000 square feet of cultivation across 3 states. No other cannabis company, not the largest, not the smallest, nobody else has ever done that. We also have the ability to get plants quickly in the 60-day time period, as you saw from our presentation, up at the Bruton facility. We have an internal construction team that builds everything out across all of our operations. A couple other things I want to touch on is the REX program. We have a similar pharmaceutical type program in Arkansas. This is a new technology and next level. In Arkansas, we have a patient number. You pick up a phone, you can call a registered pharmacist at our dispensaries and talk through your medical needs. This is an interactive live stream operation under the REX program. I think we're the only applicant that has this. And finally, before I turn this over to my brother, commitment to security and compliance. You saw some of that in the video. We are extremely proud of our record. We have a very large security and compliance team. We've had no issues across the country in doing this for over a decade. Very proud of our track record. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to my brother, and he's going to get into some more details related to cultivation and processing. Thank you very much.
Thank you all, and I'm going to be very, very efficient. Basically, my brother and I wanted to come down here. We're the owners of this operation, and we wanted to talk to you firsthand, in person. We have a team of 620 people that work at Greenlight today. So we have everybody from extraction to cultivation, 15 people that sit in compliance, full vehicle crew that goes and drives 200 deliveries every single week. We're serving about 12,000 consumers every single week as we sit here today. As far as extraction and how these facilities will operate, as we're redoing the Bruton facility, we believe in indoor growing in a medical market. We don't believe in greenhouses. The hemp program is great to do that kind of stuff, but in a medical grade market, it's got to be state of the art. And that's basically what we're going to do at the normal facility. So we've got the technology to do this stuff. We've done this in the past. We were the second person out of 60 to get up and operate in the state of Missouri in a 96,000 square foot facility. So we like to move quickly. And most importantly, we want to be the lowest cost producer for medicine in the state of Alabama. We see we can deliver medicine. I've heard some other of these presentations at about $3.50 per dose. And I think what you have to do that, you can't come in here and pour in $50 million into these facilities. You got to be very efficient, have LED lights, have been able to stand this up before. We're now at the 38th state that it's been operating in this business. And now is not the time for the state of Alabama to basically practice. We've done this before. The facility will be state-of-the-art. Our extraction method is both CO2 and ethanol. We've done that across the board. All these grams we're producing, we have the in-house staff, in-house testing, all these other things that you heard from people talk about that they're going to add and bring on. These are happening in our facilities as we sit here today. I want to leave a few minutes left for Dr. Ross to kind of walk you through why he's passionate about this and why this makes sense, not just for this group here, but also I speak all over the country. I'm on podcasts nonstop. This will be industry news around the country if we are awarded a license. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Ross.
You're John Mueller, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Dr. Ross.
Thank you. And quickly, while we still have a few minutes, again, I want to thank this commission for your commitment to the work of providing medical relief to thousands of Alabamians. But I'm a proud graduate of Alabama State University. My parents are graduates of Alabama State University, born in Mobile, Alabama. I know there was a question about my residency, and I said, well, I don't know why that is, but I am from Alabama, been in Montgomery 32 years. But the fact of the matter is that, Alabama State University understands your charge with this life-saving and life-changing. Through its mission of teaching, research, and service over 156 years, Alabama State University has saved and changed hundreds and thousands of lives. From the prominent role in the civil rights movement to its most recent call to action in the COVID-19 pandemic. Our partnership with Moderna, Dragonfly, and the state of Alabama aided and saved lives of thousands of individuals in the river region and beyond. Our campus health team tested and vaccinated thousands of Alabamians, even those who wanted to go back to work at the Hyundai Motor Manufacturing. While calls across the country demand that institutions of higher education retool themselves and meet the immediate needs of the workforce, Hornet Medicinal represents that type of entrepreneurial partnership needed in higher education where academia and business meet. This unique partnership with an emerging industry epitomizes what our state promotes through Innovate Alabama, helping innovators grow roots in Alabama by implementing programs and policies that support Alabama's innovation ecosystem. When the commission approves an integrated license for Hornet Medicinal, it will be as we are designated the nation's first state-sponsored institution of higher education for Blacks. The approval by this commission will be recognized nationwide as the first minority-owned integrated license through a collaboration between higher education and business, which in turn will be a model of innovation for the state and the nation. Again, I thank you all for your commitment to saving lives and changing lives in the state of Alabama. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Dr. Ross. You might want to stay there. Some of our commission members I know have questions for you and your team. So anyone want to start off? Dwight Gamble.
Yes, sir. How will this be financed? How will the financing work?
Yeah.
The university being involved.
So we're providing a debt structure to the operation, which we proved up in the application, $10.5 million in the first one. And then we basically, we generated about $80 million in EBITDA this year. So any additional funds that we would need, we see that as that's about 75% of what our budget is to stand up this business and operate. So that's how we'll be funded. And then obviously the scholarships and all that other stuff that are built in there would is actually in the budget that you guys can look at, as well as if and when there's profit margin, then they would be able to utilize that for additional scholarships.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Gamble. Anyone else? Any of our commissioners participating online have a question? Dr. Blakemore.
Just want to review with you guys. Maybe you went over it, but can you guys go over the days to commence operations for cultivation and dispensaries?
Either one. So we have 1,560 square feet in the front of the gym facility that you're looking at. If you're looking at the application, that would be up and operational in 60 days. Like we've done the pod before. We have a pod that we own today. We could ship it down here if we thought that was more efficient, but we can have that first section up and operational in the 60-day time period. And then what we say is phase one is basically 15,000 or 16,000 square feet off the top of my head that would be up and operational in 105 days.
And then just regarding dispensary operations, are you guys going to work with Alabama State to fully get that staffed? Like, are you going to use students, or like, how's that going to work?
Actually, I think the most exciting one is one of their facilities right down the street. I don't know which way I'm facing here, but the 32 Commerce. Thank you. We see that as a place that you guys are going to be able to send the regulators out, train, et cetera. We're converting that to a dispensary right on Commerce Street there. So then we have 4 other locations that are spread out throughout the state.
And I may add to that, Jim Mueller, I may add to that, that we have a full training facility in all of our other states. So we can bring residents from Alabama up, train them under our best practices, send them back down here, both students as well as employees we hire here. So we have a whole training team and whole training system based out of Kansas City.
So is that 149 days you have on your earlier application still applicable for the dispensaries?
We are opening, that's on the outside. We're opening dispensaries, and these are all retrofits. Like I said, we have construction teams. All of our dispensaries look the same. We have the same flooring, the same back walls, the same tech stack. So we have all that stuff already warehoused. Like we've opened up 31 dispensaries in a couple of years, 17 in a 12-month period. So we have that dialed in, and we're opening up dispensaries in 90, 100 days now.
And will you have pharmacists at each location, or are you relying on your call-ins?
We are not. We will not have a pharmacist full-time on each location. We're going to use the rec system.
Okay.
And additionally, we do this as well in the other states, where basically we have a set room aside. Somebody can get on the phone with a pharmacist. I question some of the people that say they're going to have a pharmacist in all locations. There's some real licensing issues associated with that, in our opinion, that they would potentially risk their long-term license. So having a dedicated source that's available to the public is, I think, the key.
So I imagine if you're in all these states, you're involved in recreational cannabis production. Have you been active in lobbying to have those laws passed in other states?
We have started in all of our states in medical cannabis. Other than Illinois, we ended up winning one license in Illinois. We have one store there. Every one of the other states has the couple that we are selling recreational cannabis have flipped while we're a medical operator and the state allowed recreational cannabis. We were involved in the state of Missouri's not lobbying effort, but we were involved in state of Missouri's collecting signatures for recreational cannabis.
And finally, you wanted to be the low-cost provider. Can you give me an idea what that cost is? I know that's hard because of all the different dosages and things.
No, I really don't think it's that hard. Actually, we're seeing it now, and obviously all the market starts up here and it works its way down, as you're seeing in every developed market. So supply and demand comes into play in that. But we believe, and this has worked specifically in Missouri. We sponsored 40,000 medical evaluations in the state of Missouri, and to get those consumers coming in the door and not gouging them, if you will, out of the gate. We see a $3.50 for a 10 milligram dose should be the normalized number coming out of the gate, which I don't think anybody else wants to touch or give up that margin, quite frankly. But I believe, at least when somebody walks in our dispensary, once they come in once, we generally keep them. And if you look at, we've been voted best dispensaries in every year since we started that program in Missouri, as I'm mentioning here now, and our stores do double the average. So I think there's something to be said for that. And we also see this commission and us and everybody else is in charge of attacking the black market. And if the more that price is up there, you guys we're relatively smart on the tax rate on this, unlike some of the other folks on this to keep that rate low. But we attack the black market, we attack the opioid crisis, and we don't see anybody that's giving a presentation up here as a competitor. That's not the competitor in this equation. It's about serving these patients and then providing them the service and the medicinal value that we're delivering in the store. And if we can be the lowest cost and lock them in with a good experience, they'll keep coming back.
And I also add to that, we do have across all of our states, we have a program for veterans, a 10% discount, seniors at 10%. And then we also consult with patients that are low income. So they can come in, they'll meet with our general manager, they'll basically plead their case, and then we put them into our system at a 20% discount. So we do have a low income program as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jensen.
I use
Anyone
my
else?
time. I use my time, but one thing that I need to make you aware of as the board members, the Hudson Alpha demonstration yesterday was very impressive. Remember, and I'm not sure all you commissioners know this, Hudson Alpha receives a state appropriation every year for 25 years. We give them about $2 to $3 million a year. So they not only will work for they have the obligation to provide their information to anybody in this field. The lady made a great presentation yesterday, but it's not just to them. We as taxpayers have availability to that information. I think that's something you really need to consider. Great work she's done, great work, but it's available to everybody. It's not just available to I don't remember the group that's appointed, but it's available to this group or any other.
Thank you, Senator Dial. Anyone else have a question for Hornet Medicinals? Thank all of you, President Ross and your team, Senator Dial, all of you.
Thank you.
For
Thank
coming
you very
today and
much.
bringing your assembled team. We
Thank you for
appreciate
the
your time
opportunity.
today.
Yes, thank you.
We need to quickly move on. We're kind of on a time constraint. We have a little less than 2 hours to have 2 more presentations because we have to exit the State House by 5 o'clock. So keep that in mind as we move forward. So as Sampson Growth is preparing their presentation, we'll get set up and we'll not have much downtime. Are all of your folks from Sampson here?
We're here.
Okay. I tell y'all what, before we start y'all off, I'm going to have Mr. Justin A. Day make a few comments pertaining to your application for the benefit of our commissioners. And then you'll have the podium and Ms. Peters will put the time clock up on the counter so you can see your time. So be mindful of that as you go through your presentation.
It's fine.
Justin, if we can have order in our room here, we'd appreciate it. We need a quiet audience so our commissioners can hear what's going on. Justin?
Mr. Chairman, this is applicant number 1664, Sampson Growth LLC. You have the complete application and the applicant summary. There were no pass-fail items noted in the application. You also have written brief in support of the application that the applicant submitted.
Thank you, Justin. Are you Mr. Nyathri? Mr. Carr?
Yes.
I'm Mr. Bill Carr. I got you. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Mr. Carr. You have the podium and she'll put the time thing on the counter for you.
Thank you, Director
Thank you.
McMillan, Chairman Bond and Commission. My name is Bill Carr. I call the Wiregrass my home and my entire life. I grew up in Sampson and currently live in Enterprise. I greatly appreciate the commission giving our team this opportunity to speak directly with you. The Sampson Growth team thanks you for your faithful service, your ability to endure seemingly endless lawsuits from other applicants, and most recently, your commitment to the evolving process to get to the finish line. If I don't look like the kind of person you'd expect to see asking for a medical cannabis license, in my practice, I'm a CPA, conservative CPA. I'll admit I never thought I would be either. That was until I first began to operate in the hemp industry and began to understand the potential of the cannabis plant to help suffering Alabamians. Since then, I have made a commitment to deploying that potential to help those that need it, and I have been eager to participate in this medical cannabis licensing program. Through the years, I have founded, capitalized, and operated a number of companies. You can see the list of those companies in our application and the brief we submitted last week. And I hope you'll see that my life work has revolved around providing services to Alabamians. You'll also see that most of those businesses have been in underserved and rural areas of the state.
I'm going to allow two of my team members to speak, Kyle Nethery and Jim Louie. And they'll be talking about how we would turn these goals into reality. But before I do, I want to make some commitments to you. I will provide the necessary funds and oversight and resources to execute on our team's commitments. We will make medical cannabis available to the rural and underserved communities at accessible prices. And finally, the other commitment, I will never lie to you, neither will my team. I've spent my life operating within the rules of highly regulated industries and complying and cooperating with government agencies. I've had oversight from the SEC, from the PCLB, State Boards of Accountancy, the IRS, the state of Alabama, the FINRA. We just had a company 60 days ago go on the NASDAQ as a listed company. So I've always operated in regulated industries. So now let me introduce to you our team members. Success in any business is who you surround yourself with. At the time that we got in the hemp business, I employed a recruiter to find a CEO that would be very experienced and trustworthy in that industry. We interviewed people all across the United States and really in South America. While the buck stops for me, I learned a long time ago that when founding and operating a business, there's no substitute for the extraordinary chief executive who understands not only the ins and outs of business, but also the various stakeholders involved. We've been blessed to have Kyle come into our lives just when we needed someone to make Samson Growth a reality. I trust him. I understand what I'm signing up for. I'm putting my name and my reputation on the line. And I want you to know that when you hear from Kyle, you'll be hearing from me. I'm proud to call him the leader of our vision. Secondly, Jim Louie. Jim's biggest contribution to our family was he's father of two of my 8 grandchildren. Jim and my daughter Lauren met at Huntington College here in Montgomery. He grew up in Moulton. He followed his father and his grandfather's footsteps, joined the Army when he got out of school. When he was in the Special Forces, and then he came back to our area to work in the agriculture operation. I could not have accomplished near as much as I have without his assistance. He'll tell you that we talk at 6:20 every morning. We meet every Saturday morning at 7, and we debrief on what's going on in the operations. And so let me turn it over to them at this time. I want to again thank you for your patience and your time, and we'll be happy to answer any questions. So Kyle, if you want to come over.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Yes, like Mr. Carr said, my name is Kyle Nethery, and I'm the CEO of Samson Growth, and I'm also the CEO of Samson Extracts, which is one of the large hemp processors that Mr. Carr additionally owns. So just want to say, it's day 5. We got a couple more days going through these presentations, but I think sincerely, we do want to thank you all for giving us the time to come and just tell a little bit about ourselves. Applications, you have a good bit of time to make them. You can make them look pretty, but I think nothing's better than getting to kind of tell our story and the things we've done and so forth. So just kind of kicking out, and Mr. Carr, I was operating a large cannabis facility in Michigan. I was employed as a general manager and director of operations. I'm originally from Bossier City, Louisiana, so I'm not from Michigan. And snow's not fun if you're here from the South. So the minute the HOA person told me I needed to shovel my sidewalk, I was like, I'm probably need to get back down south. But started my search because I saw an opportunity that with the recruiter that Mr. Carr was talking about, and a lot of my focus was coming in and helping run the hemp processor, but there was also this opportunity that we're looking at medical cannabis. And what really made me make that jump was Mr. Carr and Jim. They were a part of my process when I was interviewing, and there's unique elements to when I was interacting with talking with them, and what you typically don't see in terms of ownership, when you're talking about this industry, is people that have patience, willing to fight some of the tough problems that go along with cannabis processing, and really having a long-term vision for doing that, not to mention wanting to do it on their own. And that's really one thing we want to start speaking about kind of here today as we highlight. You know, we are going to shape our presentation a little bit differently today, but we do want to spend a material amount of time in the presentation highlighting our ownership, which is Mr. Carr. It's one person. It's Mr. Carr says yes, Mr. Carr says no. We answer, I call Mr. Carr, hey, Mr. Carr, can we do this? Okay, we'll try next time. You know, it's one call. We don't have to have a spider web graph of all of this intricate ownership structures, creative financing, all of that. Mr. Carr is the owner, and he is a lifelong Alabamian. Other pieces to that, farming, Mr. Carr. Business acumen, Mr. Carr, all of these things. So that's what we're going to kind of spend some time here highlighting, because we want to highlight some of those characteristics in the statute that do outline what would be a desirable applicant in this process. So I want to start off with the integrity, moral character, and reputation side of this. Like we just said, Mr. Carr is the sole owner. It is his funding. It's not debt structured. It's not creative financing. There isn't an MSO that's coming in to help us out. Those types of things, the buck stops with him. It's his money, his decisions. And Mr. Carr, I think, was humble talking about his accountant. Mr. Carr actually founded and managed Carr, Riggs and Ingram back in 1997. It's headquartered in Enterprise. It is a top 25 CPA and advisory firm in the country from an accounting perspective. They house over 100,000 clients in the United States, Mexico, Puerto Rico, and they have lived in highly regulated spaces, especially when you're dealing with corporate accounting, public accounting, and those types of things. That Carr, Riggs and Ingram has 4,000 professionals that operate in that company, and over 400 partners. So to say that that's quite the achievement, especially, and I think there's an incredible amount of pride that Mr. Carr has for that, knowing that that's an operation that's headquartered there in the Wiregrass, Enterprise, Alabama. And one other thing to kind of tie on to this is, you know, there's people that have money and there's people that have integrity, and, you know, we know all that. But one thing we certainly want to highlight is that Mr. Carr's successes as a result is because of his integrity and his morality. And we also know Mr. Carr has a great reputation in the Wiregrass and across the state of Alabama based on his contributions that he's taken on. So financial ability, that's a big one. I know that, you know, there's a lot of talk about financial ability and so forth. Our financial position, we did put that in our application, and that's readily available. And, you know, when we submitted the funding on the financial capability side, it was unencumbered cash in a bank account that belongs to Mr. Carr. And that was a figure that exceeded 9 digits. I think that shows you the position and the intention of how Mr. Carr wants to operate and wants to make sure it's done right. And our sufficient capital documentation, we had outlined without revenue somewhere in about 42 million in spend going into the FY26. That may go lower, but that's something we want to be conservative in what we're estimating. It's better to go higher than it is to go lower because there are surprises in this industry. Capitalization to operate and maintain. Once again, and I really want to emphasize this, it's Mr. Carr's funds and his money, and it is liquid capital that was submitted as a part of our application. And also, and just like you heard, Mr. Carr is committed to providing the funds and providing the resources in the unlikely event that it's going to be needed. But as we kind of just spoke, it's going to be highly unlikely just based on the capital that was committed in our application, what we saw in the sufficient capital exhibit. Criminal history, no. This is where I'm actually grateful because it made it really easy in this application when we were doing the all-nighters to get it in. It's one person and we got to get it good. So, I mean, that's what we get to highlight. Mr. Carr has no criminal history. Bankruptcy history, absolutely no. This makes it really easy once again. Tax compliance. Want to reiterate, Mr. Carr ran a top 25 CPA accounting and advisory firm. where he can square away on taxes. And I think that's one commitment he can definitely make is no tax issues, and has helped tons of companies through these various situations. And throw this little nugget in there too. In the last year, if you've had someone that's attended Troy, a relative, a friend or family member, took some accounting classes, they would have attended the William H. Carr School of Accountancy. Quite the honor when you're talking about someone who's made such an impact on the Wiregrass. And Dr. Jack Hawkins, who's actually is the chancellor of Troy, he endorsed Mr. Carr as a part of this process due to Mr. Carr's business acumen and his integrity, and the hundreds of students that have graduated from Troy who can ultimately credit their personal success to some of the opportunities that Mr. Carr was able to create through CRI. Regulatory history, no issues here. Mr. Carr has an exemplary record with regulatory requirements in Alabama and other jurisdictions. Once again, accounting firm has helped many companies and clients through regulatory issues, financial issues, and on the advisory side of that across many professions. And even on the regulatory history side, we are a hemp processor here in the state of Alabama. So we do have to abide by regulations through ADAI on the processing through there, but we'll touch on that a little bit more here through the presentation. Business practice litigation, no. Business experience and ability. We've talked about CRI a lot here, but we're actually going to be detailing out some slides that also demonstrate Mr. Carr's diversification of enterprises that he's has taken on, and where his business acumen is not just strictly in accounting, but it goes through manufacturing, agriculture, and amongst others. So to go through some of these companies, first one, this was a company that was acquired, Badger Sportswear, Statesville, North Carolina. Made uniform apparel, team wear, spirit wear. Pretty good chance if you had kids that played team sports or things like that, they were potentially probably wearing a Badger Sportswear made outfit. All Metal Acquisitions. They're in Slocum, Alabama, in the Wiregrass. Manufactures metal building components. All Metal Building Systems in Slocum. Steel fabrication company that makes pre-engineered building structures. Same thing with Coastal Acquisitions of Florida. Similar companies, same function. Ozark Safety Services based in Montgomery. They manufacture highway signage. Ozark Traffic Management. They make traffic control systems, also based in Montgomery. Ozark Distribution Services based in Montgomery. They make traffic safety supplies and also other coated products. A recently acquired company that Mr. Carr sold was Ozark Striping, also based in Montgomery. They specialized in pavement marking for streets and so forth. Ozark Materials, a recently acquired company, pavement marking materials so that the streets could get striped. Linden Lumber LLC based in Linden, that is a sawmill that Mr. Carr operates. P River Pallet Company based in Geneva. P River Pallet Company makes a lot of specialty pallets for our sod operation that Mr. Carr owns and operates, and that is located there in Geneva, Alabama. Emaus Foods based in Albertville. They make a lot of food products for national food chains, hotel hospitality companies and so forth. So a large food-based manufacturer. By the Sea Resorts, that is a company that Mr. Carr operates that has 11 hotels in Panama City Beach, as well as 2 group retreats and 4 restaurants. And then the Bridges at Tartan Pines based in Enterprise. That's a golf course that's been revitalized by Mr. Carr. Operates a driving range, pool, restaurant, bar, pickleball courts, because that's the cool thing now. So they're starting to add a lot of those in. But once again, as you can see kind of over and over in here, there is a diversification of experience and a lot of commitment to that Wiregrass region of Alabama that we're so dedicated to. Now on this next slide, I'm going to introduce Jim Louie. Jim Louie, as Mr. Carr said, he oversees a lot of Mr. Carr's businesses, especially on the agriculture side. So he's going to speak to some of the farming.
How y'all doing? My name's Jim Louie. I'm originally from Moulton, Alabama, in Lawrence County. I now live in Geneva, Alabama, in Geneva County. I oversee and manage multiple companies and operations for Mr. Carr. So in the fall of 1995, Mr. Carr bought his first farm. It consists of 180 acres, and we still refer to it as the farmhouse. It was a balance of row crop fields and pasture. So in the spring of '96, he had a neighboring farmer come to him. They wanted to farm peanuts on 60 acres of it. And they ended up trading. They went in halves in 1996. In 1997, Mr. Carr decided, well, I can do this myself. So fast forward to the early 2000, mid 2000s, and I come along. When I come to work for Mr. Carr, we were farming around 2,000 acres of cotton and peanuts, running 600 head of brood cows and about 400 acres of hay fields. Now, over 25 years later, Mr. Carr's agriculture operation spans over 21,000 acres in production, ranging from row crops, brood cows, stocker cattle, hay, sod, hemp, pecans, and greenhouse operations. In addition to that, he owns and manages over 6,000 acres of timber. So the farm's based in Sampson. Sampson's got a population of 1,800 people, and it's located in Geneva County, Alabama. Geneva County's population is around 26,000. So Geneva County adjoins the Florida state line, and Sampson's about 8 miles north of the state line. It joins Walton County, Florida, and Holmes County, Florida. The farm primarily operates in 3 counties in Alabama and 3 counties in Florida. So it's made up of Carr Farms. Carr Farms operates 4,950 acres that consist of pecan orchards, hay, hemp, and a 1,300 head herd of brood cows. DC Farm row crops. DC Farm row crops 12,700 acres of peanuts, cotton, soybeans, and corn. DC Farms is made up of 3 locations that work independently of each other. One location in Calhoun County, Florida, one in Jackson County, Florida, and one in Sampson in Geneva County. Then there's Green Grass Farms. Green Grass Farms grows sod / turf grass and services Southeast Alabama and the Panhandle of Florida. Green Grass Farm grows 3,500 acres of Bermuda, centipede, and zoysia grasses. Green Grass Farm has its main location in Sampson, with 2 locations in Walton County and 1 location in Jackson County, Florida. Then there's Crimson Cow Company. Crimson Cow Company annually buys between 6,000 and 10,000 head of calves and yearlings. So we bring these calves in, we precondition them, background them, put more weight on them, and resell them in load lots, or we'll send them out west and retain ownership of them at the feedlots. So that brings me to kind of how in my how I remember how we're here now. So the 2018 Farm Bill passed. So one of the coolest things being in hemp and cannabis that I've witnessed is, since we've been growing, is how people's perception has changed. And in my opinion, CBD helped open that door. And CBD opening that door has changed people's perception towards marijuana. And it's really been cool seeing that. And here's a perfect example. So when the Farm Bill passed, I knew hemp had passed in that recent Farm Bill, but I didn't say anything to Mr. Carr because of what had happened in the past. So I believe it was 2014 when Florida first tried to pass medical marijuana. I believe that was right, but it didn't pass the first time. So we're meeting one Saturday morning, and Mr. Carr's got his head, I'm on the other side of the desk, and he's got his head down, reading a P&L or balance sheet or something. And I said, hey, Mr. Carr, and by the way, he owns land, we operate in Florida and all this stuff. And so I say, Mr. Carr, I said, hey, Florida's fixing to try to pass medical marijuana. And he looked up at me just as serious as he could be, and he says, Jim, we're not growing marijuana. I said, yes, sir. So when the hemp thing passed and the 18 Farm Bill, I just didn't say anything. Well, one Saturday, he starts asking me about hemp, and I said, well, let me make a few calls. Well, from that, we started growing hemp annually up to 375 acres. And then also came Sampson Botanicals and Sampson Extracts. And Sampson Extracts, Kyle will speak on more in just a little bit. But so Sampson Botanicals is a greenhouse operation based in Sampson. At Sampson Botanicals, we propagate hemp clones and start hemp seedlings for Carr Farms, because Carr Farms is the one growing. We'll start anywhere from 150,000 to 500,000 clones or seedlings a year for Carr Farms to plant. Also, Sampson Botanicals propagates and divides ornamental grasses that are sold and shipped throughout the Southeast. One thing we started at Sampson Botanicals, I guess it was in 19 when we started building greenhouses. We started a test. So that first year we grew. So if we walk out into a cornfield or a cotton field or whatever, we see uniformity across the field. Well, that first year we grew hemp, man, it was killing me. We would have supposedly the same genetics, and it'd be like 4 different plants. So then in 2020, we started picking out genetics that we liked, and we started phenotyping within the genetic for our in-house experiment. So telling y'all all this, the farm is a very large, diversified agriculture operation, and it's based right here in Alabama, and that Mr. Carr started, he owns, and he operates.
Yeah, and I put a little stat together. I remember in the Greenway Botanicals presentation, the cultivation, Ms. Hatchett had talked about the square footage versus the acreage thing. So I just put the stat together. But that acreage that Jim just talked about would be 1.18 billion square feet. So we can tie those two together, but just thought that was a fun stat after listening to the cultivation presentation last Monday. But going into Sampson Extracts, like I said, I moved to Alabama in March of 2022 with the primary goal of operating Sampson Extracts. And man, it's been a journey. I'll tell you what, going from a regulated cannabis state into hemp, you think you know a lot, you really learn a lot, especially when you're looking at hemp, which is a nationally legal crop. And so some of the safeguards, things like that you're used to, like with metric system and those types of things that you have in regulated cannabis, you don't really have a lot of that in regulated hemp because every state does a little differently. It's more traditional farming than you would see in manufacturing facilities. But I would say in the last year, almost close to 2 years since I've been there, we've made that thing go pretty good. And we are focused on CBD there. It's GMP certified. But what I meant by going really good is year to date, we've extracted 750,000 pounds of hemp. That would be years and years and years of Alabama medical cannabis cultivation. Why I want to highlight that is the size and scale that we're doing at Sampson Extracts, utilizing ethanol extraction. When you see a lot of the cannabis facilities that will be built as a part of this program, the distillation unit might be the size of like a pair of double doors or something like that in size. Ours is 4 stories tall. So all of our equipment, you can't do 750,000 pounds a year in this time span and go to the store and buy the equipment like we will be able to in medical cannabis. We have to understand the extraction fundamentals so much that we have to make it happen on equipment that it wasn't originally designed for. So a lot of our facility, if you go look at it, it looks much more industrial, kind of like I'd compare it to a midstream oil and gas operation with towers, stainless steel everywhere. We're using dewatering centrifuges that you would see in a separation process in upstream oil and gas. And so, but to do that, we have to understand the fundamentals very well. It's easy for someone to go buy a plug and play unit, have someone train you on how to do it, and then you learn how to do it and you can train it. We've had to figure that stuff out ourselves. And it's something I'm incredibly proud of because for those that are familiar with farming, the white super sacks you might see peanuts in or things like that, 750,000 pounds is 1,500 of those bags. I mean, it's incredible. As we'll talk about some in our cultivation, if you took our harvest weight to a dry weight estimate, we'd probably estimate for medical cannabis, you could grow somewhere 6,700, 6,800 pounds. That's a bad day for us at Sampson Extracts. So I just want to really make sure we highlight that maturity of what we're doing there at that facility and the extracts that we're making there as a company. On top of that, we've almost processed 35,000 kilograms of CBD distillate. That is a substantial amount of distillate. When I operated regulated cannabis, we were high-fiving over 150. And that's over a month's time span or so. But having that much in this amount of time, just to show you what that would contribute, because it is an 80%, a target 80% CBD distillate that we're looking at. If you were to turn that into 100 milligrams of CBD edibles, that would be close to 278 million 100 milligram edible units. So once again, I am biased because I am the CEO there at Sampson Extracts, but I just want to highlight that there's a very large mature hemp operation there in Geneva, Alabama, and we happen to be the ones running it. Transportation, highlighting a couple of other companies that Mr. Carr has been affiliated with as a controlling investor, as an operator. But Ozark Logistics, recently acquired, based in Montgomery. They were a logistic provider with a dedicated fleet. And Mr. Carr also owns Trailer World, based in Ozark, which is their manufacturer of utility trailers and a third-party seller of others. So tying it back, now that we've passed the business factors of that statute, suitability of location. So our application, we did turn in all the zoning, all of our property bases, our if we're leasing, those types of things. All of our properties satisfy what's in the application from the location side. And then we meet all the standards established in the act as well, when it charges with implementing those regulations. So to touch on, before we get into the operations and personnel side of it, wanted to highlight a little bit of financial ability and why we do think this is a strong point for us. And so the commission's challenge is to make sure that these companies that are receiving these licenses are capitalized well. Because if there will be tough times in the cannabis industry, especially as an operator. There's mishaps that can happen in cultivation that leads to gross revenue loss in terms of crop loss. Manufacturing specs might not be met, and we have to have companies in the industry that can take hits like that because they will happen. It's manufacturing. I think a lot of the applications and presentations, you build it and it'll be great, and cannabis just starts popping out all over the place, and you can sell it in those things. That's a different cannabis industry than I'm familiar with in terms of being an operator. It's incredibly challenging. You're dealing with a plant that has it's very, very testy and what it can take. It takes on yeast in a great way. It takes on mold. It's prone to pests. There's a lot of these challenges, and we have to make sure that these businesses are capitalized well. And also to put onto the other part, and make sure that the funding is secure and it's not overly creative. Like we've said many times, Mr. Carr is funding this operation. He has a commitment to make sure that the business, if needed, will be funded properly. Going to go through this pretty quick. We've done a lot of this, but once again, money's in place. Mr. Carr's made the commitment, and the taxes. I mean, we've talked enough about the accounting side there. But what we want to do is we're going to go through some of our team members to highlight our expertise in this industry. We feel like we've built a great team, and we just want to go through them. And what you'll see is you'll see a lot of fancy titles, the chief this, the chief that, the director this. We're not ivory tower executives or anything like that. I think it's quite very opposite. Even at Extracts, we're the ones a lot of times pulling the all-nighters, fixing a pump, rebuilding a pump, doing a lot of those things. And if a manager can't work on the weekends, we go in and we cover the shift. That's kind of the mentality we have, kind of the motto we have. No one's too cool to do anything. So when you see this isn't going to be people that are sitting in an office in Birmingham or Montgomery. We're at the facility every day operating it because we're operators just like we are leaders. So to start off, go through Jim. Jim, of course, Mr. Carr made an introduction there, but Jim's a native Alabamian. Like I said, from Moulton. He went to Huntington College where he got his BS, veteran of the U.S. Army, and his agricultural oversight of a lot of the agricultural businesses that he spoke about with Mr. Carr. And then he also oversees P River Pallet Company, Sampson Extracts, and the Bridges of Tartan Pines. Myself, like I said, I'm originally from Bossier City, Louisiana. I got my bachelor's in finance at Louisiana Tech, the superior athletic school in Louisiana, must I say. But I'm also Lean Six Sigma certified at Villanova. And currently I'm the CEO at Sampson Extracts. Prior to here, I was a general manager and director of operations at High Life Farms. They were the first licensed medical facility in the state of Michigan. And I oversaw all the facets there. We had roughly 275 employees, 125,000 total square feet, 50,000 square feet of cultivation. And it was about a half and half split of that was greenhouse and indoor. So we did a little bit of both, targeting different customer bases, different products, and certainly there's different costs that are associated with running both those operations. But prior to that, I was at Southwest Airlines as the chief of staff of a big department. I was a advisory consultant at PwC, and I was also one of the builders of the fraud, waste, and abuse program for the Deepwater Horizon oil spill back in the class action days, aka the BP spill. So did that in New Orleans, and yeah, it kind of rounds me out. Aaron Todd, we have as our COO. Aaron was my number 2 in Michigan. So I live in Dothan now. I work in Geneva every day. Aaron lives in Dothan. She works in Geneva every day. Aaron went to Michigan and got her bachelor's in business and accounting there. She is the director of sales and marketing right now at Samson Extracts. It's a good role for her to fit on, especially after she was the wholesale planning director at Cureleaf, overseeing multiple states across the Midwest and working on a lot of the product architecture of some of those dispensaries in that area. She was a sales director and inventory controller for me at Highlight Farms, where we processed and cultivated. Worked for the IRS. It's kind of an interesting kind of career change, but going revenue officer in the IRS and then goes into regulated cannabis. So she did that, and she was also in accounting prior to there. Connor Schilling. Connor's our chief scientific officer. Connor is my number 2 at Samson Extracts. He works in Geneva every day. He went to University of South Dakota, where he got his BS in biology, minor in chemistry. And he's also the COO at Samson Extracts. He was my extraction manager at Highlight Farms in Michigan. So when I came down here, I definitely pulled some of my best folks, as y'all can see. He was an extraction manager in Incandescent in California, an extraction lead at MedMen in Nevada, and then he was also did some work for the USDA. Dave Welker. We have Dave as our chief compliance officer. Dave was a 25-year vet of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI. Dave won multiple awards from Director Sessions and Director Louis Freeh for commendations for some of the work that he did in the Bureau. He was also the Director of Fraud, Waste, and Abuse for the Virgin Islands home repairs from some of the hurricane activity there. And Dave was my first mentor, as you'll see below there, as Dave was the Director of Fraud, Waste, and Abuse for the Deepwater Horizon class action settlement for the oil spill. So we had some fun doing that when the federal court had charged us with building that program out. Saw some things. It was crazy. It was the largest class action behind tobacco. So, you learn a lot going through that type of a process. But we did it together, and we still have a great relationship, and he's intending for this role. He's also the chief of internal affairs as well for St. Bernard Parish Sheriff's Office outside New Orleans. Jason Sweat. Jason, we've gotten to know Jason very well over the last few years. Jason's a native Alabamian. He lives in Andalusia, Alabama. Jason was a staff sergeant, 10-year vet of the U.S. Army, but Jason actually has owned a few dispensaries in California. And one of the cooler things, and why we think this is great experience for us to pull onto our team, is Jason actually is an owner, a co-founder and director of the Santa Cruz Veterans Alliance. And what the Santa Cruz Veterans Alliance does is they have programs in Santa Cruz County where they allow low-income veterans to be able to get free cannabis product on a regular basis. So you'll see, as we talk about here in a minute, veterans are going to be that's a huge cause for us that we're creating this company to as one of our main nonprofit directives on our side. Dr. Harrison Irons is our chief medical officer. He attended Sanford University and got his doctor of medicine from University of Alabama. He did his residency in anesthesiology and his fellowship in pain management. He's currently working in pain management in Birmingham. We think that's a great fit, especially as we know the pain that these patients endure with the causes that we've been discussing over this large amount of time. And he's going to be critical in an advisory role for us to make sure that we're making the right products and the patients are getting what they need. Mike Nixon, he's our director of facilities. He's currently our senior manager of maintenance at Samson Extracts and was a maintenance supervisor at Tri-Delta, which is a large mechanical contractor in the Wiregrass. Mike is, it's been interesting when we have him and now even going into this process. Mike, we have welders now, we have electricians now, we have people that can do controls. We have an intense capability now to do a lot of the work ourselves, which is great because, we can tend to be in a bit of a trade desert in the area we're at around Geneva County. So now we have our own internal capabilities. So when we talk about how do we get these things done, we have that team. Heather Marlowe, native Alabamian, works in Geneva with me every day. She has her BS in biology. We have her as our director of quality, and she's also our director of quality at Samson Extracts right now. Her team is largely in charge of our GMP process overviews and also doing a lot of our testing that we do at our hemp facility. Last month, we ran 650 or so tests on potency on the HPLC, LODs for various moisture, solvent detection, and those types of things when we're trying to make a great extracted product at Samson Extracts. Tracy Brentlinger, native Alabamian, lives in Enterprise, works in Geneva. She's our accounting controller at Samson Extracts as well. She was a payroll administrator at Troy University and 17 years of accounting experience and enrolled agent as well with the U.S. Treasury. So we've gone through the people, and I do want to talk about a little bit on operations now. So to go on cultivation, I've got some lessons learned from my days in Michigan operating on the cultivation side. And basically it's indoor versus greenhouse. It's the ultimate cultivation war in terms of what thinks best. We're going to be combining the two and making a hybrid model. And what I mean by that is, as we've seen some of the questions, the greenhouse does have some susceptibility when you're utilizing water walls and louvers. I know if you get high moisture or high humidity that comes in the greenhouse and your temps aren't quite there, that can lead to some issues, powdery mildew, other types of molds, which can spread drastically through your greenhouse. But what we're doing is we're actually sealing the greenhouses and doing HVAC to control the moisture, the humidity, the dryness, and those factors of the plant. The environment is the most important part to the process. So we're sealing those, and then we're going to be able to control our environment because we won't be bringing in outside air, which is the huge issue there. What this is also beneficial for is we won't be emitting odor into the areas that we operate. That's a big one. You want to be a good neighbor where you operate, and some people think it's cool if you have odor and things like that, but a lot of people don't think it's very cool. So that's another reason why we want to do the HVAC side for our greenhouse methodology. LED lights will be used, great for utility savings on power there. And also, by we're using a greenhouse, we'll actually be able to detect our PAR levels inside of that greenhouse. So if we don't need all of the lights to go on, they actually adjust their PAR levels so we can rely on the sun. So there'll be many days in the summer where we don't use lights at all. We'll just strictly be utilizing the sun. And when you get in some of these winter days like we've had here lately, we'll probably be using more of that lighting that aids in that process. For water, we will be using City of Samson water, and we will be running that through reverse osmosis to remove any of the metals or any other type of particulate that could be harmful to creating a quality plant. And for our pest control, we'll only use OMRI approved pest control methodologies. And the other thing that we've had a lot of success with in Michigan was using beneficial insects. You actually can put ladybugs or other types of productive insects into your crop that eat a lot of the invasive and other pests that you don't want, like spider mites, thrips, forms of worms, things like that. Rock wool will be our media. So we'll grow our plants in rock wool. Why rock wool? It's a manufactured product and it's quality tested. It's the same every time you get it. It comes in a variety of sizes. It doesn't adjust your pH level, and it's aerated, but it still holds moisture. You know, that's one thing is if you have too thick of a soil media, then it'll hold too much water, create mold. Rock wool is great for that. That's what we have experience with. Methodology wise, mother plants will be grown and we will take clones from our mother plants, and that will be the feedstock for our fields. We don't use mother plants very long. We like to go through really one cutting cycle of those and then recirculate them out of the crop, because if you keep taking cuttings and cuttings and cuttings over time for mother plants, you will eventually have degradation on the strain and of course the DNA of that plant. And the other big one, we won't be hang drying in our facility. We'll actually be fresh freezing. So when we do a harvest in cultivation, we'll debug the plant, take the bud off, remove the fan leaves, and freeze that product so that it can, all of the terpenes, and we can eliminate a lot of the degradation. So when we freeze it, we don't have to worry about drying timelines and those types of things. And that's why that feeds into the extraction part. Butane extraction is our selected methodology. This is the second great debate when it comes to cannabis operations, but it handles fresh frozen very well. And why we like those two combinations is butane is great at preserving a lot of the beneficial terpenes and cannabinoids that are brought out in the extraction process. We do ethanol extraction at Samson. All of that's removed in our process. We just make a distillate. We want to make sure we capture that because a lot of those terpenes and other cannabinoids actually have a great entourage effect that can be additionally beneficial for patients with the products that we make. And we can make a live resin product from that without distilling it. Now, with butane, you do have to make other operational considerations, as we do have to operate in a C1D1 room. And what that means is it just has to be protected from the hazardous nature of butane. We'll be using a blast-proof pod system that the equipment will sit in, and it will have built in a lot of the C1D1 capabilities like PPM gas sniffers, excessive ventilation. So if that butane is detected in the process, it can immediately evacuate it out of the building and we eliminate any risk there. But ethanol and CO2, they're great. We're familiar with a lot of that stuff, but there's also considerations that have to be made with those extraction capabilities from a safety perspective. Post-extraction, our live resin concentrate will be decarbed. That's how the cannabinoids activate. And we'll also have wiped film distillation on site. If we do want to distill our live resin down, that would be an opportunity for us to create other SKUs and so forth. Manufacturing. This is different. I think when we start this process, we're really going to be focusing on 4 products. Why 4 products when you can do these other ones? We're believers that if you try to do everything at the same time, they're going to be average at everything. So our focus is that we focus on 4 core products. We make those really well. And then for the retail side, we depend on the network of processors that will be in the operations inside the state of Alabama. So I think the perfect world, I think for our retail locations, 30 to 40% of our own products, and then we bring other products in from other processors and other integrators. Patients want options. They do. We don't think that it'll just be our products. They want options, and that's how we want to support that. Oral tablets, tinctures, and gelatinous cubes and topical creams are the ones we're focusing on. For the oral tablets and the cubes, we're looking at about 200 milligrams in total unit size with 20 milligrams at 10 pieces, and then 300 milligrams of tinctures and 200 milligrams on the topicals. I'm going to kind of for the sake of time, I'm running a little light, but on the goals, these goals are in our application. We just brought them in here on the slide side, but just highlighting some of the accolades that we'd like to achieve over here on the next 3 to 5 years. And then the other one, because we do want to spend some time here, our key vision when it came to dispensaries in our retail locations, we wanted to stay away from the major metros. We wanted to stay away. And a lot of that goes to how Mr. Carr was raised with wanting to focus on rural and underserved locations. So we said, we're not going to Montgomery, we're not going to Birmingham. We don't want to do any of that. So we focused on geographic spread and those cities that we didn't think would get much activity. We own the location where our cultivator and processor is, but on our 5 dispensary locations, we've spent well over $100,000 in rent over the last year because we were serious about it. And those are leases, that is rent being paid, and so forth and so on. Like I said, the cultivation processor is located in Samson. That's a population of 1,850. Our other 5 locations that we focused on was Alexander City, Anniston, Enterprise, Phoenix City, and Tuscumbia. So those were the 5 locations. As you can see, the highest population is Phoenix City, with the rest being under 30,000 people. The other part, one of our key visions was having product that is affordable to patients as well. We want there to be accessibility to that product. We really see our product needing to be in that $18 to $30 range. The cannabis consumer is a price-conscious consumer, and we have to develop our market. We have to have pricing that is effective to have the industry develop. If people come in wanting to charge high prices to have a substantial investment taken care of by the customers, we won't be able to develop a healthy market. And so that's a big focus of ours. Want to put them on the time?
A little bit out of time, but
yeah,
you've covered a lot of ground and mighty impressive. Appreciate your time, Kyle. I'm going to ask our commission members if anyone has any questions to fire away. Go ahead, Dr. Blakemore.
Just one question for you. Excellent presentation.
Sir.
Who's going to operate your dispensaries?
So the dispensaries is Jason. We have Jason right now as our chief retail and marketing officer. So we really see him overseeing the dispensaries really from the operations perspective because there is an inventory filling the stores, the architecture of the stores. But when it comes to the dispensaries, we do want to focus on the pharmacists. We know that maybe that talent may not be incredibly available in those areas, but our focus is that we do have pharmacists in those dispensaries. And at the very least, we want everyone as well as certified dispensers in the dispensary. I know there's the requirement that it just needs to be one, but we would like to have the talent in there for everyone. And as you can see in our financials, we were forecasting on the year basis to have $250,000 to $270,000 in labor at those locations. That's because we want high-powered talent that's in there. We don't want to put $10 to $12 an hour employees and so forth in those positions. We want specialists. We want people that are trained.
Mr. Dwight Gamble.
Yeah, great presentation, and you certainly know your craft. I'd like to know what your current investment is in your present hemp operation. If you could share that with me. 20 million?
Yes, sir. Mr. Carr said 20 million.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Dr. Jensen.
So you said you were quite large in the hemp extract CBD
yes, sir.
business, I guess.
Yes, sir, we are.
And where do you market that product?
It's a product, with it being a CBD extract and it's federal legality, we're a business to business extract provider. So we make extracts so that people can make CBD products out of those.
Okay, so you sell nationally?
We do, yes, sir. We do sell nationally. We've sold to multiple states, and we're an ingredient provider. We don't manufacture goods for end users. We make GMP certified ingredients for other manufacturers to use those.
Okay, and you said the cost was $18 to $30.
I think that's where we have.
What is that for? How much?
Yeah, and for us is we've benchmarked a lot of ours at in the medical, and what we've seen usually operations is that medical is typically at a 200 milligram product, depending on what the state does. Some states are higher, but we've seen that they do like to release caps on those. But that would be it. I think when you're looking at, especially on the gelatinous cube side for 200 milligrams, we need to be in that $18 to low $20 spot. It's a price buyer, and it's important not only for the patients, for them to have the access at that price, but it's how you develop the market. I think if operators come in and are charging outrageous prices to consumers, they're going to go elsewhere, and it's not their responsibility. It's not the patient's responsibility to make us profitable. It's our responsibility to keep our costs down so that we can maintain our own profitable, so that they can still have an affordable experience from the products that they may receive.
Anyone else? I've got a question for you, Kyle.
Yes, sir.
I noticed a lot of your dispensing sites, or actually all of them, are at the smaller, what I would call smaller towns, not the big metropolis areas we would consider.
Yes, sir.
Was there a reason for that? I know there was.
It's because we knew everyone would want to go to those big. I mean, that's an aspect of it, is like we looked for locations because we didn't want people to get left out. Mr. Carr has a rural background. He operates businesses in these underserved locations. Those people need dispensaries too. We could have gotten dispensaries in Dothan. We could have gotten dispensaries in Montgomery, and we said no. And it made my job super hard because those smaller towns, they don't have the same real estate opportunities. They may not have landlords that are most open-minded. So I remember looking for these things and just it not working out kind of on the process of what we needed. And it was painful, but we maintained our vision even though it was incredibly difficult.
Well, I think it's a great idea.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Any of our commissioners online? That's an impressive agricultural legacy that Mr. Carr has put together, and I know he's depending on you guys to protect it.
He is. No, it's we meet with Mr. Carr every Friday, and I feel the heat every Friday. So Mr. Carr's a great guy, but yeah, we got to get the job done for him.
Well, thank you for coming and representing Samson Growth, and great presentation. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
A couple of our commissioners are taking a little moment to stretch.
Stretch or go to
Yeah, just a second. We got plenty of time. I think we're
end
in
of the
good
day.
shape. I think we're in good shape. Sometimes there's benefit in being the last one for the day.
Yeah.
We'll be zoned in. But if are all of you guys from BSWMC
Yes, sir.
here and ready to go?
We're ready.
Okay, as y'all are kind of making preparations, who's going to, look like you got several who are going to present, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Let our commissioners get back in place and we'll kick it off.
Yeah. You got that?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm gonna tell them when I'm. I'm gonna read everything. Yeah. Yeah. Right here. Brief.
Yes, WMC LLC kicks off the presentation. We'll ask Mr. Justin Aday to make a few comments pertaining to your application for the benefit of our commission members. So Justin.
Okay. This applicant number 1667 BSWMC LLC. You have their complete application and applicant summary. You also have a brief that they submitted in support of their application, their printed materials, and there were no pass-fail items identified with the application.
Thank you, Justin. As y'all begin to make your presentation, Ms. Peters will put the time allotment up here on the counters. Just kind of be aware of that time remaining as you move through your presentation, and maybe we'll have time for questions at the end.
Well, you're gonna be glad to know we're gonna go kind of quick for y'all this afternoon.
Well, you take all
Y'all
the.
look like y'all are getting tired up there this afternoon.
Well, I'm not gonna say we're not tired, but you have done your due diligence, and we're look forward to hearing from you today. And
sounds good.
Thank you for being willing to be the last one on our agenda today. But
well, we didn't think we had a choice, so that's why we're here.
Well, sometimes people fret about being last, but I have heard several comments by other presenters that went last.
Right.
So it's not always a bad thing. But welcome today, and we're glad to have y'all here.
Well, we're glad to be here in the opportunity. And my name is Will Wilson.
Okay, just as each of you come and present, I know you got several speakers, so just announce who you are for the benefit of our court reporter.
Sounds good. We ready?
Yes, sir.
Director McMillan, Chairman Vaughn, commissioners and staff, thank you today for this opportunity to present. We can't imagine the monumental task of deciphering all this information you've seen in the last week. With that in mind, we have opted to give you a brief presentation and overview of our company and leave ample time for questions at the end. We are excited here to give you an overview and the application of our submission. We are BSWMC LLC. BSWMC was created to represent our ownership team, the Bassett's, the Smiths, and the Wilsons Medical Cannabis. We will be doing business as Solus. This is derived from the Latin word sol, literally meaning sun. The medicinal plant would not be able to grow without the sun. We believe the sustainability with minimal carbon footprint and a positive environmental impact in this business is paramount. As I said, my name is Will Wilson, and I'm president of Jim Wilson and Associates. I have 30 years of commercial real estate experience. provided leadership and direction in both internal and third-party interests. With me today is our ownership team, which includes Hunter and Cope Smith brothers, Jimmy and Wayne Bassett, and also with us is our COO, Rebecca Adams. Hunter and Cope Smith are the owners and operators of Smith Plant Farms in Union Springs. Hunter has over 18 years of cultivating and farming experience and is a current member of the Alabama Farmers Federation Greenhouse Nursery and Sod State Committee. Cope Smith has 25 years experience in propagation, growing, and processing. He is intimately familiar with cultivating, integrated pest management, and various other facets of farming. Jimmy and Wayne Bassett are the owners and operators of Beck's Turf, Inc. Jimmy has over 30 years of turf, nursery, and farming experience and has extensive background in financing, banking, which has built a strong foundation for his business. Jimmy is a past president of the Macon County Farmers Federation and has been an active member of the Alabama Farmers Federation for over 30 years. Wayne Bassett has over 35 years of turf and farming experience and is president of the oldest zoysia turf farm in the United States. He has a strong business acumen and manages over and supervises over 50 employees. Rebecca Adams currently resides in Massachusetts, but she has roots here in Alabama. She is looking forward to selling those roots back here with us. She has 20 years of business operation experience working with Fortune 500 companies in the pharmaceutical, biotech, college, university, and healthcare industries. Over the past 8 years, she has provided regulation, compliance, and consulting for operation in medical cannabis industry. Her experience includes performing pre-inspection audits, compliance and security audits, metric, OSHA, and EH&S training, and providing operational cannabis consultant for cultivation, processing, and dispensary. Today, we'll be presenting to you on our ownership team, why BSWMC is the best candidate for medical cannabis license, our operational timelines, detailing regarding our facilities, their locations, an overview of our operations, and how BSWMC will continue to contribute to the community in which we serve. We have a brief video to give you a broad overview of who we are. Cue the video. Here it comes. I got it. I got this one. Yeah.
This is State Representative Kevin Warren giving my support for
Do I need to get out of the way?
BSWMC cannabis application. I have known the Bassett brothers for over 20 years, and truly they have proven that they are agriculture farmers. They have operated the Beck Turf Farm in Macon County for over 30 years. Back when I was elected, I realized the economic development dilemma that Macon County was in, and I appointed a task force. Jimmy was one of the original people on that task force. As a result, we reactivated the Macon County Economic Development Authority, and Jimmy served for many years on the Economic Development Authority. As a member of the Tuskegee University Board of Trustees, I see this as an opportunity to enhance and advance our curriculum offering for our students as it relates to the cannabis market. Finally, I just want to say thank you to the commission under the leadership of Director McMillan for the great job you're doing in spite of all the opposition you're confronted with. I ask that you please continue to stand tall to make Alabama a better state. Thank you.
So now you can see this is Beck's Turf, located in Tuskegee, Alabama. The Bassett brothers have an extensive history of growing, harvesting, distributing several varieties of sod throughout the Southeast. Wayne and Jimmy Bassett have owned and operated Beck's Turf and 1,800 acres of farm. That also includes the Wildlife Group, which is 25 acres of nursery for 30 years. The brothers produce and sell over 18 million square feet of turf a year and produce and sell 250,000 trees a year.
Now you can see Smith Plant Farm, located in Union Springs, Alabama. The Smith brothers purchased in business from their parents in 2007. The brothers own and operate this 200,000 square foot greenhouse facility for the row crop farmers. That's over 4.5 acres under roof. The annual produce around 4 million units of vegetables, herbs, and flower plants. These are some of the pictures of a very bountiful hemp crop they produced in 2019. They explained while not altogether profitable, it was a great learning experience for everyone. Hunter and Coat Smith are 4th generation greenhouse producers. Their great-grandparents, Bonnie and Livingston Paulk, founded what is known today as Bonnie Plant in 1918. Their family has owned and operated this business since 1976. Jim Wilson Associates has almost 50 years experience in developing land use for over 24 million square feet of retail, commerce, commercial, and office purposes. JW&A provides administration, financial infrastructure, and successful facilities operating businesses, and have completed over $2 billion of capital infrastructure transactions over the last 15 years.
I'm Billy Beasley. I'm a state senator. I represent District 28, and family of Jim and Wayne Bassett, and then Hunter and Cope Smith and Will Wilson have made an application for integrated medical cannabis operation. And I fully endorse and support them being granted an approval for the application. They'll be involved as being integrated from planting the seeds all the way to the dispensaries. And they have been in the agriculture business for generations in Bullitt County and in Macon County. I think that they would be an asset for the medical cannabis industry in Alabama, and they are Alabama businesses, and I urge the commission to grant their approval.
There we go. Good afternoon. As Will said, I'm Hunter Smith, an owner and the CEO of BSWMC. Our entire ownership team consists of the individuals sitting and standing in front of you here today. We are 100% lifelong Alabama residents, born and raised here in our great state. The 5 of us have all owned and operated successful family businesses for over 30 years. BSWMC is 100% financed by the 5 of us. We do not have, nor do we need, any outside investors. We want to own and operate this company. It is not our intention to secure the license and sell the company. The state of Alabama does not need out-of-state interests coming in this state and trying to change our values. We believe for our company to have long-term success and to make an impact in the Alabama medical cannabis industry, we need to own and operate this business. In the top right corner, you can see our greenhouses that were constructed in March of 2023 on our facility property in Union Springs. We'll discuss that facility in more detail later in our presentation. Not only are we 100% owners and lifelong residents of Alabama, but we are also confident we will be able to commence operations within 30 days of receiving our license. We have met and exceeded the application requirements, and because we have successfully operated multiple agricultural companies, we are confident we will be successful in operating a medical cannabis license. Through the Bassett's and my involvement with Alabama Farmers Federation, our connections throughout the state with other cultivators and farmers is extensive. We already have LOIs with multiple cultivator applicants, dispensary applicants, and processor applicants
who were approved by the commission on December 1st. Our business plan was based on realistic projections showing sufficient capital, which has been financially verified. Additionally, we have the appropriate banking and insurance commitments necessary to commence operations in an accelerated timeframe. We have immense experience already working in a highly regulated industry, and we know we will maintain compliance with the regulations. Now I'll talk about our timeline. When BSWMC is granted a license on January 9th, 2024, our cultivation facility will be fully operational by February of 2024. Initial construction began back in February of 2023. We built those 3 greenhouses and started demolition within the interior areas of the processing facility. The processing facility will be retrofitted and completed in August of 2024. We anticipate, pending the testing process timeline, distributing products to our dispensaries and begin wholesale distribution in September of 2024. BSWMC will meet the regulatory requirements to operate within 30 days. We own the former Dixie Electric Cooperative Warehouse, shown here in this slide, located at 155 Hicks Drive in Union Springs. We have 4 acres inside of a chain link security fence with barbed wire at the top. The existing buildings are currently 8,700 square feet, and when renovation is completed, will be just over 12,000 square feet. We have the full support of our local government and access to land to expand to 25 acre if the market demands. BSWMC has thoughtfully and carefully selected this facility, which has quick access to U.S. Highways 29 and 82 and State Highways 110 and 223. This site will provide efficient logistics and cost-effective delivery of products to our retail locations. The cultivation and processing facility is less than 4 miles from my home. I can be readily accessible to employees, vendors, other licensees, law enforcement, and other local and state regulatory agencies within minutes. We understand other groups may have experience cultivating cannabis in other states. We have direct experience cultivating and harvesting product here in Alabama's challenging climate. As you saw in the video, we have successfully grown hemp, which requires very similar cultivation techniques as medical cannabis. We'll use reverse osmosis to purify our water and an Argus injector system for fertigation and pH adjustment. As you can see in this rendering is our building and new greenhouses. As part of the building renovation, we'll be adding this connector between the 2 buildings to accomplish having everything under one roof. Now Rebecca Adams will speak about our operations.
Thank you, Hunter. Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Adams, and I am the Chief Operations Officer for BSWMC, and I'm honored to be here today. The connector Hunter pointed out will separate the building's operations. All of the dirty processes will take place on the left side of the connector. For example, our dry rooms and waste processing will be easily accessible to our greenhouses, but will be kept away from manufacturing space to help prevent cross-contamination. Our clean processes will be housed to the right of the connector. An example of some of those spaces are the extraction lab, the manufacturing space, the kitchen, and the vault. We intend to process and manufacture our medical cannabis using ethanol extraction. Our final product will be a high purity cannabis oil. Utilizing ISO 9001 quality management standards, we will establish, verify, and certify consistent quality products for distribution to our dispensaries and to the wholesale market. Our facilities will meet the critical patient product demand, so they receive relief to their pain and other debilitating symptoms. We hope to provide high-quality products for patients with debilitating conditions so they can function and have a better quality of life. Hunter will now tell you about our dispensaries.
BSWMC currently holds lease agreements for 5 dispensaries in Montgomery, Greenville, Daphne, Enterprise, and Troy. We deliberately and thoughtfully selected our dispensary locations in close proximity to our cultivation and processing facility to ensure we could provide an ample supply of products to each location efficiently. We will also be able to provide wholesale distribution to other dispensaries located throughout the state. Each dispensary will provide patient access for individuals in 4 to 5 surrounding towns from each location, providing Alabama patients with high quality and safe access. We have designed each dispensary with ample interior space to avoid queuing outside of our facilities. Our goal is to create a dispensary atmosphere that provides our patients with a safe, secure, convenient, and comfortable experience. We believe in creating a warm, welcoming, and safe environment. We intend to provide educational materials for patients to assist them with questions or concerns. In each dispensary, we plan on providing an area for patient consultation to maintain privacy and confidentiality. Our patient assistance program will provide discounts to veterans. The exterior of the dispensary will be secure and have ample parking for patients and employees. BSWMC will be a good neighbor and bring many benefits to each neighborhood. Each building will be renovated and revitalized. We will give hiring preference to local applicants for our general manager and certified dispenser positions. It is our intent to help boost the local economies in each city where we operate our dispensaries. Rebecca's going to talk about staffing.
The ownership team, Hunter, Cope, Jimmy, Wayne, and Will, are the board of directors. As you can see, we have a streamlined ownership structure and a limited number of C-suite positions. We have carefully selected positions that are imperative to an efficient medical cannabis operation, while ensuring our staff are not overwhelmed or stretched too thin. We project 20 employees in our cultivation and processing facility and 9 employees in each dispensary. Employing staff is the first step to operating a successful company, but focusing on employee retention and elevating our employees is our priority. We will strive to create an environment of inclusion and diversity. We are committed to recruiting, employing, training, and advancing talented people of any race, sex, age, culture, religion, socioeconomic background, veteran status, or ability. We will search for a diverse pool of candidates to provide us with a depth of talent, skills, and potential to meet our goals in all levels of the employment within our operation. We understand it's our responsibility to develop and retain our existing team members and create an environment of belonging and authenticity. Part of our team members' professional development, personal growth, and success will be a direct result of receiving a strong training background. Upon the Commission's approval, BSWMC will partner with Cannabis Trainers, a well-established cannabis training company. Cannabis Trainers has been providing training for the safe and responsible sale of cannabis for over 10 years in Colorado, California, Illinois, Maryland, New York, and Massachusetts. Cannabis Trainers will provide our employees training and continuous education on medical cannabis regulations, safety, security, patient confidentiality, checking identification, and verifying medical cannabis cards, as well as patient education. We will also offer ongoing in-house training on preventing cross-contamination, integrated pest management, scouting plants for pests, and pest feeding preferences. Employees utilizing Metric will receive advanced training courses before using our seed to sale program. We will provide annual OSHA, food handler training, and ServSafe training. Our employee training program will exceed the minimum requirements of the regulations. We are also going to offer to the public and patients free educational seminars Some of those topics might include, how do I qualify as a patient? Do I qualify? How do I find a physician? How do I receive a medical cannabis card? What is THC versus CBD? And what are factors that can affect a person consuming medical cannabis? We will offer various seminars to educate the public on medical cannabis and medical cannabis products. As mentioned by Representative Peblin Warren in our video, we have been in communications with Tuskegee University and hope to be able to expand their Certificate of Medical Cannabis program. Now Hunter will discuss our procedures for producing safe pharmaceutical grade products.
Our team has an intimate familiarity with good manufacturing practices, good quality practices, good agricultural and collecting practices, and ISO 9001 quality management. A QA/QC plan will be established for each product BSWMC will produce. We intend to produce high-quality cannabis products. Through our standard operating procedures and our training, we will minimize and prevent contaminations, ensure products are consistent, safe, and effective, and maintain product integrity. Now Rebecca is going to show you our product labeling.
These are examples of our product labeling and packaging. They're impressive, right? All packaging will be child resistant, and our branding and labeling will not entice children. As Hunter mentioned, our good manufacturing practices will focus on production and quality control. Our ISO 9001 will focus on all our departments and our processes. Through our quality control processes, we'll maintain and ensure patient and public safety. We have contracted with a third-party security firm to design our security measures. Security isn't just about protecting the building, cash, and cannabis products. It includes our employees, our neighbors, and the community. Before inspection, we will sit down with local and state law enforcement agencies and public safety officials so they may review our security layout and our security standard operating procedures to address any questions or concerns. We will offer to have the police tour the facility and sign off on the security measures that we have implemented. As an example of some of these security measures we have incorporated into our design to help prevent theft and diversion. Some of these include redundant intrusion alarm systems and motion detectors, secure safes, secure vaults with panic buttons, and 24/7 video monitoring of the interior and the exterior of the facilities. We will have the ability to monitor employees to allow or deny essential personnel limited access to areas where cash and cannabis are located via our electronic keycard access. Each facility will meet and exceed our regulatory security requirements. And if only Alcatraz had our security measures. Hunter will now talk more about safety and security.
BSWMC will not be a nuisance to our neighbors. We will not be an added burden to the police department or the community. We will coordinate with local law enforcement, public safety officials, city officials, and neighbors to ensure there is a direct line of communication, and any issues that arise will be handled immediately. Our security staff will patrol our facilities to prevent loitering, littering, and will monitor the premises to prevent on-site consumption. We will maintain strict inventory control using metric. Before transporting medical cannabis, we'll create a metric manifest, and our secure transport staff will verify each manifest before leaving the facility. All medical cannabis products will be stored securely in the rear of the vehicle in a locked compartment. Our vehicles will be similar in size to transit vans. These secure transport vehicles will meet and exceed all of the regulatory security requirements. All vehicles will be equipped with live GPS tracking systems, video cameras, and will travel variable route plans. BSWMC will have a backup vehicle ready if a vehicle has a breakdown or has been in an accident. We have a strict maintenance plan for all of our vehicles.
This slide is to illustrate how we will separate general deliveries from all medical cannabis deliveries. We anticipate products leaving our cultivation and processing facility to be 2 to 3 times per week. The days and times will be randomized to prevent theft and diversion. Our transportation security is not only important to the security of our products and employees, but also to the commitment to our communities. We don't want to be just another cannabis business providing products to our customers. Community outreach is near and dear to all of our hearts. Our existing businesses currently support and will continue to support charities and organizations, and organizations to give back. We believe in the benefits of medical cannabis and how it will assist the Alabama community. Now, Will and Hunter will speak to a couple of the organizations that they have supported over the years.
My family got involved with Maine in 1994. Maine provides a safe and effective therapeutic horse riding opportunities for children and adults. Maine serves a diverse client base and includes individuals with disorders in physical and emotional trauma. For the past 30 years, we have raised funds through multiple channels for operations on riding and sponsorships. BSWMC will work with Maine to promote the program to service the patients who would benefit from therapeutic riding and additional for medical cannabis.
This slide is very personal to me. Sorry. In the summer of 2018, Cope's daughter and my niece Caroline, that's her in the top center picture. She was diagnosed with Friedreich's ataxia. It's commonly called FA. I'm sorry. FA is a debilitating, life-shortening, and degenerative neuromuscular disorder. Friedreich's Ataxia Research Alliance, or FARA, is dedicated to the pursuit of scientific research leading to treatments and hopefully a cure for FA. Smith Plant Farm has held numerous fundraisers to fund research and awareness for FA. Solus will continue this commitment and expand our outreach both philanthropically and therapeutically to help those across the state of Alabama and throughout the world suffering from this rare disease. We want all qualified patients to have safe access to medical cannabis. We are a highly dedicated team of professionals that will work tirelessly to maintain high values within our community. Our uncompromising work ethic and principles have set a strong foundation for us to continue to be an unshakable pillar for our local economy. Thank you for your time and consideration. We'll accept any questions you have for the team.
Y'all did blow through that fast. I know we got questions. You'll have plenty of time for questions. So what commission members, Hunter, Rebecca, Will, I guess any of your other team, if they want to address questions or with answers, they're open for business. Anybody got any questions? Go ahead, Dr. Jensen.
So you will be using more of a traditional greenhouse process to grow your cannabis?
Yes, sir. Go ahead if you have.
Well, I guess we've heard a lot of comments back and forth today about
Sure.
environmental control and the challenges that there may be more with the greenhouse as opposed to indoor growing. And
I think there are two sides to that argument, probably. I think efficiency was a driver in putting up greenhouses for us. We can be fast getting into the market, and we can be efficient and cost efficient. I think that was our main thing with the greenhouse is speed to market initially.
But if you get mold and you lose a crop, are you efficient, I guess?
Well, as we did with hemp, we over-engineered our ventilation and our airflow. And I think that's where a lot of people mess up, putting them in a hoop house or something that doesn't have adequate airflow. Airflow will mitigate that mold.
And well, I guess I take it you were in the cannabis business in Massachusetts? No, I was just gonna say, do you have an idea of pricing per unit type thing?
Yes, I do. I have been in the cannabis industry since 2016. And, you know, there's a lot of variable factors, as I'm sure you can all imagine. And so, you know, our pricing, I'm not sure if we did not discuss in our presentation our pricing. However, we have tinctures that we will be selling for $40, capsules at anywhere between $30 and $40, gelatinous cubes at $25, and then we will be producing gels for $45. And so, you know, our cost is anywhere really from $3 to $4 per unit. However, you know, there's some variables that I am not including right now.
And that gel is 200 milligrams?
It is, yes.
It's okay. I'm trying to compare apples to apples
Yeah.
here. It's
Yes, it's hard. It's hard.
Any other commission member have questions? Go ahead, Dr. Blakemore.
Are you guys affiliated with the multi-state operator? Are you guys fully?
Absolutely
Alabama?
not.
And then, you might have gone over, who's going to be over our dispensaries for you guys?
Yes. So in our staffing plan, we have a medical director. We also have general managers, and then we have the certified dispensers.
Ms. Adams, your specialty, I guess your history is in the compliance side. Is that right?
Yes, it is. So I've assisted groups anywhere from the application process all the way through to ongoing compliance operations. So I'm constantly in facilities of all different sizes. I've worked with MSOs as well as small family outdoor cultivators.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Dwight Gamble.
What do you expect your estimated startup cost to be?
I'm going to ask our CFO, Ronnie Brown, to take that one.
My name's Ronnie Brown. I'm CFO of Jim Wilson Associates, assisted in putting together the projections for this. For this, we've looked at over the period of time, needing somewhere between $5 to $10 million over a multi-year period to fund both construction of our facilities and also funding working capital during that time to commence operations and build out our dispensaries.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dwight. Anyone else? Commissioners online, do you have a question?
quiet today.
Anything else y'all want to address before we get ready to recess for the day?
We would just want to say thank you for letting us come back. I know this has been quite a scene to go through, but we started this process looking at the legislation, putting our group together, trying to be the best Alabamians to do the best job for y'all. And this group, we feel like we put together can make sure that we don't get in trouble, we run a good business, and y'all don't get in trouble. And we will be the best medical cannabis producer in the state of Alabama if y'all will give us a license. And I hope y'all will do that. When you go home tonight and go to bed, you'll think about Solus BSWMC. That's who we are, and we'll do y'all a great job. And thank y'all for the job y'all are doing.
Thank you. We appreciate the comments. You've got a great presentation, like a great team. So Rebecca and Hunter and Wayne and Jimmy and Cope and Ronnie, thank all of you for being here. We appreciate your time today. Y'all be careful going home tonight. And once again, before we recess for tomorrow, commission members, we will have a half a day tomorrow with presentations until lunchtime. So keep that in mind. But anybody else got any comments before we recess? I'll entertain a motion to recess till tomorrow morning till 8:30.
So moved.
Got a motion
Second.
from Dwight Gamble, second from Dr. Jensen. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We stand adjourned at 4:42.